Chapter 501. It's blood. Aquilina sat down, her face contorted with deep frustration as she muttered under her breath, "So you're telling me, he's the last hope of the Phoenix bloodline, and that's why you want to buy him and free him from his life as a servant?" Raven, seemingly unbothered, took another calm sip of tea, leaning back in her chair. She nodded. "Yes, exactly." Aquilina's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "And you believe that by freeing him, there's something in it for both you and him, something that could help you achieve your goals?" Raven nodded once more, her expression unreadable. Aquilina exhaled sharply, her gaze shifting to Aether, the concern now flickering across her face. "I can't just leave him alone after finding out he has the Phoenix bloodline. Who knows what those shitty lizards would do to him?" Her voice was laced with anxiety as she thought of the consequences. Aether stifled a laugh, his lips twitching. "Shitty lizards, huh? Classic," he mused. Raven's expression grew serious. "Don't worry, his bloodline hasn't fully awakened yet. We have time to figure out a solution to protect him. What do you think?" She glanced at Aether. Aether nodded, his usual mischievous smile slightly. Aquilina pinched the bridge of her nose in deep thought, weighing the situation. "It's clear Aether's life is at stake here. I have to protect him." After a moment, she nodded. "All right. I'll cooperate with you." Her eyes then narrowed fiercely at Raven, "But don't forget, he's mine." The possessiveness in her voice was unmistakable. Raven raised an eyebrow. "Hey, are you too?" she began, trying to piece together what she was witnessing. Aquilina didn't hesitate. "Yes, he's my lover." Her voice was firm and absolute, catching both Raven and Aether off guard. Aether's lips curled into an amused smile. "Heh, there she goes, marking her territory. How cute. Oh, I do love a challenge." He turned his gaze eagerly to Raven, curious to see her reaction. For a moment, Raven didn't say anything. She seemed to be processing the revelation. But Aether noticed the faint trembling of the teacup in her hand. That was enough confirmation for him. He was getting to her, inch by inch, digging his way into her heart. Just a little more, he thought, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. But then, much to his surprise, Raven simply shrugged. "Good for you, then." Both Aquilina and Aether blinked, taken aback by her nonchalant response. Aquilina let out a quiet sigh of relief, extending her hand toward Raven. "Glad we could come to an understanding." Raven shook her hand, though her face remained unreadable. Meanwhile, Aether was inwardly impressed. "She's hiding her emotions well, better than I expected." The conversation soon turned back to the plan, with Aquilina and Raven discussing the details of how they would proceed. They agreed to meet again soon, with Raven finally standing to leave. Just before she stepped out the door, she cast a lingering glance at Aether from behind her sunglasses, her expression unreadable as always. As soon as the door clicked shut, Aquilina wasted no time. She grabbed Aether by the collar and shoved him onto the bed, straddling him with a mixture of frustration and curiosity in her eyes. "Now, my beloved." Aquilina's voice dropped to a low, dangerous whisper. "Tell me, when exactly did you seduce Helena?" Aether grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he gently touched her cheek. "Ah. My dear Aqua, let me tell you a little story." He began, weaving a careful mix of truth and well-placed lies. Aquilina listened intently, nodding occasionally as she absorbed his words, but one question still burned in her mind. "So, do you love her?" The question hung heavily in the air. Aquilina's fierce gaze softened slightly, revealing the vulnerability she tried so hard to hide. She didn't know what she'd do if his answer was yes. After all, this had all started with her wild, reckless plan, and now it was coming back to bite her. Aether hesitated for a moment, his expression unreadable. I don't know." Aquilina's brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean you don't know? Does that mean you do love her? Tell me the truth." "Aether." Her voice wavered, and before she could stop herself, tears began to well in her eyes. Aether watched her closely, feeling strangely detached. He expected to feel guilty, but he didn't. Not really. He had been through so much and suffered so many losses. that guilt no longer stung the way it used to. Still, seeing her tears tugged at something deep within him, reaching up, he gently wiped the corner of her eyes, his voice soft. I told you before. I have many secrets, yeah. Aquilina whispered, biting her lip, and one of those secrets is. He paused, searching her eyes. No matter what happens, I truly love you. I would give my life for you, without hesitation. Aquilina's breath caught in her throat. His words, genuine and filled with raw emotion, resonated deeply within her. She placed her hand over her chest, feeling the familiar itch of the tattoo that connected them, binding them in ways she still didn't fully understand. She took a deep breath, trying to maintain her composure. Humph, I don't need your life, idiot, she huffed, though her voice wavered with emotion. I can protect myself just fine, Aether chuckled softly, his arms wrapping around her waist. I know, you're the most talented one I know. Aquilina rested her head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. It soothed her, grounding her in the moment as she allowed herself a rare moment of vulnerability. Yet, even in this moment of intimacy, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, calculating and planning. She couldn't stop thinking about Helena and the secrets Aether might be keeping. The image of Helena glancing at her Aether with that veiled look of desire gnawed at her. That deceitful saintess has seduced my beloved. Aquilina clenched her teeth, her anger bubbling beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Aether could sense the wheels turning in her mind. He smirked knowingly but kept silent. This tension, this jealousy, it's exactly what he wanted. Suddenly, Aquilina's cheeks flushed crimson as she felt something hard pressing against her stomach. Her eyes widened in shock. Hey. You pervert. Why are you turning on? Aether had the decency to look sheepish. Well, you smell nice, he replied with a playful grin, gently pushing her to the side. Aquilina let out an involuntary gasp as she was caught off guard. Escaped her lips. After teasing Aquilina, on top of the castle, Victor stood at the edge, peering down at the base of the mountain. The people below moved like ants, oblivious to the storm brewing within him. His fingers absently traced the tube he was holding, a fragile container of precious liquid. What should I do with this? Victor mused. He was itching to test it, but the thought of wasting even a drop without the proper tools or equipment made him hesitate. And for the bringing Aether to Arcanes, well, I didn't expect him to have something like the system. Now I cannot lie, Aether has an origin blood. Victor thought with a frown. Tsk. This complicates everything. What am I supposed to do now? Victor's frown deepened as his original plan. A soft, feminine voice broke through his thoughts. What is that? Victor turned, his gaze hardening as he saw Leah, who had been avoiding Aether since that kiss, staring at the tube in his hand. Nothing, he said curtly, redirecting his focus to the surroundings. She hesitated, biting her lip before nervously calling out, Victor. Stay connected with Empire, he sighed. What is it? Leah's voice trembled. I heard you're friends with Aether, right? Victor narrowed his eyes, already impatient. You know that already. I told you before. Why yeah, you did. She muttered, clearly flustered, then. Leah hesitated even more. Spit it out. Victor snapped. I don't have time for this. He turned on his heel, ready to leave when, I kissed Aether. Victor stopped in his tracks, slowly turning to face her. Leah's face was beet red, her eyes cast downward as she mumbled, I kissed him, without his permission. And now? I don't know how to face him, especially since I know he loves Celine. Victor smirked inwardly, amused by her confession. So, that's why she's been avoiding me. He thought. Outwardly, however, his expression was stern. I don't see how I'm involved in your affairs, he said flatly, turning to walk away once more, but then, Leah's voice rang out again, urgency lacing her words. I think I know what that golden liquid is. It's blood. Victor froze, his heart skipping a beat. He turned back to her. What did you say? Chapter 502. How about we find something more suitable to wear? You see, I can tell the golden liquid has been mixed with some kind of blood and then carefully refined with other materials, Leah explained, her crimson eyes glowing with a mix of fascination and caution as she leaned in closer. Scrutinizing the liquid in the test tube, Victor activated his crimson veil skill to examine it as well. But to his frustration, he couldn't detect anything unusual. It must be because she's a natural vampire. I can't see what she does, he thought, feeling a bit annoyed at his own limitations. He then asked, can you tell me exactly what kind of materials were used? And more importantly, what's this concoction for? Leah, still fixated on the liquid, murmured, I'm not entirely sure without making direct contact. She glanced up at Victor briefly, her expression serious. Victor hesitated, his brow furrowing as he weighed the risks. After a moment, he sighed and said, all right. Go ahead, but just be careful. Make sure it's not dangerous. Leah raised an eyebrow, clearly caught off guard. You? Worried about me? Now, that's unexpected. Victor's lips twitched in mild irritation. Don't get the wrong idea. You're close to Aether, and if anything happens to you, he'll blame me. So, this is just me being practical, not sentimental, he clarified. A soft chuckle escaped Leah's lips, amusement dancing in her eyes. I see, she said with a smirk before carefully uncorking the test tube. With a slight motion of her hand, a few drops of the golden liquid floated up, suspended in midair as if weightless. Victor watched with keen interest as Leah concentrated, her fingers moving deftly as she manipulated the golden liquid with ease. She's really good at this. He mused, impressed by her control as he observed her separating the blood from the liquid. 3/4 of the golden substance was revealed to be blood. Leah nodded to herself before taking a small, almost imperceptible drop of the blood. She tasted it cautiously, her face contorting as she spit it out a moment later. This blood is fresh, taken no more than a week or two ago. But something's off. I've never encountered blood quite like this. Victor leaned forward, intrigued. What do you mean by that? Is it some rare blood type or something special? No, nothing like that, Leah replied, her voice soft but thoughtful. It's normal blood in every sense. But I've never tasted anything like it before. It doesn't match any blood type I'm familiar with. She trailed off, deep in thought. Leah had tasted the blood of various races and beings, yet this one puzzled her. Victor frowned, slightly frustrated. So, no real answers. Then, he muttered before gesturing for her to continue. Leah's eyes flickered back to the remaining golden liquid. She stared intently as its color gradually dulled. Her nose scrunched in distaste. This isn't good. It's turning into something dangerous. A poison, Victor sighed, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Can you reverse it? Mix it back to how it was, Leah nodded, but as she attempted to combine the liquids again, the golden glow didn't return. Instead, it became a dark red, almost sickly in appearance. Her face turned awkward, clearly uncomfortable with the result. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen. It's fine, Victor interrupted, raising a hand to stop her apology. I'm the one who asked you to mess with it. Sigh, Leah blinked in surprise, her eyebrows rising slightly. Victor's calm acceptance wasn't what she had expected. You know, she began with a small, almost hesitant smile, you're not exactly who I thought you were. Victor raised an eyebrow at that. So? What exactly happened between you and Aether? As he changed the subject, Leah's smile widened, she took a deep breath, her expression turning serious. I need to know something. Do you think he'll hate me? Victor shrugged casually. That's not for me to answer. You're going to have to ask him yourself. I know, Leah sighed, her voice soft, almost vulnerable. I know that. I just needed to know to be. Before she could finish she was interrupted. Victor gave her a sideways glance, his smirk returning, playing it safe. Leah's face darkened, her mood visibly shifting. Yeah. Aether's my best friend. I can't lose him, not after everything we've been through. I know what I did was wrong, but a part of me still hopes things could go back to how they were. That's why I'm scared. Victor nodded. He leaned back slightly before asking, first, answer my question. What are you to him? Leah thought about it for a moment, her gaze dropping to the floor. I don't really know. Sometimes, he calls me sister. Victor crossed his arms. And what is he to you? My best Friday. She began to answer reflexively, but Victor cut her off. Think about what you did. Do you still see him as just a friend? Leah's face flushed red as the memory of their kiss rushed back to her mind. Her eyes wavered with uncertainty. I don't know. Victor's tone grew more serious. Then figure it out. You need to decide how you really feel about him. And make that choice carefully if you don't want to regret it later. He advised, his voice firm but not unkind, but when you do talk to him, act like you usually do. Trust me, he'll probably set it aside too. Otherwise, you're just going to make both of you miserable. Leah looked at Victor, her expression one of disbelief. You sound just like him. Victor froze for a second, mentally kicking himself. Oh crap, he thought. Outwardly, he quickly retorted, get the hell out of here. Leah let out a soft chuckle before turning to leave, but just as she reached the door, Victor spoke up again. Oh, one more thing, he said with an amused grin, you should know, that guy's a dangerous playboy. Leah paused, confused. What do you mean by that? Victor's wicked grin grew wider. He's not just involved with Celine, you know. There's Arya too, and I'm pretty sure there are two more. The guy's juggling a lot. Leah's eyes widened in horror. Wah, she couldn't even finish the thought, too shocked to process what she had just heard. Victor chuckled darkly before glancing up at the sky, watching as it slowly shifted into the twilight of night. Well, time for a date, he thought with a smirk, heading off into the shadows. Take a deep breath. It's going to be fine. Helena muttered to herself, pacing back and forth near the base of the mountain. At its peak loomed a grand castle, its towering spires barely visible through the clouds. She had come here to avoid Finian, who had been pestering her relentlessly for reasons she couldn't quite understand. Her heart raced with excitement, and she could hardly contain it. Her cheeks were flushed, her breath quickening as her eyes sparkled with happiness. This was a big day for her. Today was her long-awaited date. And not just any date, her date with Aether. She stood, fidgeting with her hands, anxiously waiting for Aether to arrive, when suddenly, Helena, she froze, her lips curling upward in anticipation, but as she turned, her smile faded, and her heart sank. Aether, damn it, she cursed under her breath. It wasn't Aether, it was Finian, calling out her name. Shouting as he searched the area, panicking, Helena quickly ducked behind a bush, her heart pounding even harder now. How did he find me here, she thought, frustration bubbling up inside her. She held her breath as Finian walked closer, scanning the area with a determined look on his face. I'm sure I heard her voice around here, Finian muttered, frowning as he looked around, clearly annoyed. His expression darkened as his thoughts turned back to Aether. Why is she so hung up on that slave, he thought bitterly, his fists clenching. I told her to stop seeing him, and yet, crack, the sudden sound of a twig snapping underfoot cut him off. His head whipped toward the bushes, eyes narrowing in suspicion. He smirked, crouching down as he prepared to catch her. I've got you now, but to his surprise, there was nothing there, just empty bushes swaying gently in the breeze. Tisk. Finian clicked his tongue, frustrated, and stood back up, continuing his search elsewhere. Meanwhile, just a few feet away from him, calm down, will you? Aether whispered as he blocked Helena's mouth with his hand, pulling her deeper into the shadows. Helena, wide-eyed with surprise, nodded quickly. Once Finian was far enough away, Aether slowly removed his hand and helped Helena to her feet. Now, my lady, he said, offering her a charming smile and extending his arm in a refined gesture. Shall we finally go on our date, hee. Helena giggled, adjusting her outfit, a simple white dress that resembled a nun's habit, its pure white fabric almost glowing under the moonless light. Of course, she replied, beaming with excitement, but Aether blinked, his smile faltering for a moment as he took in her attire. Something about her outfit didn't quite match the occasion. "Are we going for a prayer, or a date?" Aether asked, his tone laced with amusement as he raised an eyebrow. Helena's face instantly fell, her expression turning grim. "You don't like it?" "It's my favorite," she asked, her voice trembling with sudden worry. Aether chuckled, shaking his head. "It's not that I don't like it. You look beautiful, as always. But, for a date, don't you think you should wear something a little more fitting? You know, something that shows you're excited for it. Otherwise, the guy might think you're not really into it." Helena's face paled, and she clutched the front of her dress in a panic. But I am really into this date. You know how long I've been waiting for this." Her voice rose with desperation, her cheeks flushing even deeper. Aether grinned softly. I know," he said gently, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Let's not worry about it too much. How about we find something more suitable to wear?" "Something good," Helena flinched slightly, sensing something different in Aether's gaze. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous edge, sending a shiver down her spine. Chapter 503. Otherwise, we'll end up broke. Aether stood patiently outside the trial room, his heart pounding with a mix of anticipation and excitement as he waited. It felt like hours had passed, though in reality, it had only been a few minutes. Finally, he saw Helena peek her head out from behind the door, her expression a mix of shyness and uncertainty. Aether, this is way too revealing," she stammered, her cheeks flushing a deep shade of red. Aether raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly, his lips curving into a teasing smile. "Are you sure? I can't even see you properly yet." Helena's cheeks burned even brighter at his words, and she fidgeted nervously. "Well, maybe it's not that revealing, but still, showing my hands like this in front of you, it just feels so wrong." Her voice was a mix of embarrassment and playful protest, her fingers anxiously twirling a strand of hair. Aether couldn't hold back anymore. His soft chuckle turned into full, hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, you're seriously shy about showing your hands, Helena?" "Of all things," Helena pouted. "Don't laugh," she huffed, flustered by his reaction. But her stern expression quickly faded into one of resignation, and she sighed deeply. "Fine, I'm coming out," she muttered under her breath. Slowly, Helena stepped out of the dressing room, her movements tentative, her eyes darting toward Aether as if gauging his reaction. She paused for a moment, as if unsure of herself. Aether's playful expression vanished the instant he laid eyes on her. His eyes widened, and for a moment, he was completely speechless. She was stunning. Helena wore a sleek, form-fitting black dress that clung to her figure in all the right places, the fabric shimmering softly as it moved with her. The top of the dress was adorned with intricate lacework, a touch of elegance and sensuality, teasing her neckline with delicate, tantalizing detail. Golden accents at her waist highlighted her curves perfectly. And a daring slit along the side of her dress revealed a teasing glimpse of her smooth leg as she shifted her weight. Her golden blonde hair flowed freely over her shoulders, cascading like a waterfall of sunlight, while her wide gold eyes held a mixture of nervousness and vulnerability. But what truly caught Aether's attention, what made him stop in his tracks, were her hands, delicately exposed, fingers trembling ever so slightly as if the simple act of showing them felt like an intimate confession. Image in comment, Helena bit her lip, looking away, her voice barely above a whisper. I know it's not that bad, but still." She trailed off, unable to meet his gaze. Aether, regaining his composure, smiled warmly at her. "You look absolutely perfect, Helena." His words hung in the air, making Helena's already red cheeks deepen even further. She glanced up at him shyly, her pout slowly fading as a small, hesitant smile tugged at the corners of her lips. "You look beautiful, but more than that, you look like yourself, and that's what matters most." Aether took a step closer. Helena's heart fluttered at his words, her blush only intensifying. She could feel the sincerity in his voice, and it made her chest tighten in the best way possible. "So, shall we start our night date?" Aether whispered, his voice dropping into a playful, almost seductive tone. Helena nodded with a blushing face, her hands slowly and gently wrapping around his. "Why yes," she mumbled, her voice barely audible. Aether's lips trembled, the mischievous part of him wanting desperately to tease her further, but he held back. Calm down, man, you can't scare her off, he warned himself internally, struggling to maintain his composure. After paying for the clothes, he gently took Helena's hand and led her out into the busy streets. The city was alive despite the late hour, the streets filled with people moving to and fro, the air buzzing with life. Helena walked beside Aether, her hand wrapped around his, but her gaze was focused on the ground beneath her feet rather than the lively surroundings. Aether noticed and smiled softly to himself. "Hey," he said, lifting her chin gently with his hand. "Look around. You're missing all the beauty out here." Helena lifted her beet-red face to meet his gaze, her heart pounding in her chest as she tried to steady herself. "Fuck." Aether screamed internally, his mind spinning as he took in the sight of her adorably flushed expression. "She's too cute. I've definitely messed up this time." Trying to regain control of his racing thoughts, Aether asked, his voice a little shaky, What is it? Why do you seem so distant?" Helena shook her head softly, her voice trembling as she spoke. I don't know. I can't hear anything but my heartbeat. It's so loud, it feels like it's going to burst out of my chest." Her hands trembled slightly as she held his. Aether's expression softened, and he placed her hand gently on his chest, right over his heart. "It's okay, Helena. It's natural to feel this way," he said soothingly. "See, my heart is racing too." Helena blinked in surprise, feeling the rapid thudding of his heart beneath her fingers. "Are you nervous too?" she asked curiously, her voice filled with innocent wonder. Aether nodded, a soft smile tugging at his lips. "Of course. Anyone would be nervous on their first date with someone they care about." Helena's eyes widened slightly. Really? Yes," Aether replied, pulling her a little closer as they walked. "When you're nervous, it shows that you care about what the other person thinks, that you want them to accept you for who you are." Helena blinked up at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. "So, you think it's okay for me to be this nervous?" Aether chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. "Of course, but there's one thing that's even more important than being nervous on a date." What's that?" Aether leaned in even closer, his breath warm against her ear as he whispered, "Being yourself, Helena." He punctuated his words with a playful pinch to her nose. Helena blinked in surprise before pouting adorably. "Why you always tease me." "Aether," she huffed, though her voice held no real anger, just a soft, affectionate annoyance. Aether laughed softly, his gaze full of warmth. "I can't help it. You're just too easy to tease," he admitted, still smiling. "Now, what should we do first? Should we eat and then wander around, or should we?" Before he could finish, a loud rumble cut through the romantic air. Jrrrr. Helena's face turned an even deeper shade of red, her lips trembling in embarrassment. She opened her mouth to say something, but Aether beat her to it. "I think we should eat first and explore with full energy, don't you think?" he said with a playful wink, flashing her a gentle smile. Helena's heart skipped a beat at his words, seeing gentle and knowing face. She wasn't sure why, but the more time she spent with him, the deeper she felt herself falling for him. As he gently pulled her along, she found herself lost in thought, her eyes locked on him as if nothing else existed in the world. At that moment, everything else faded away, and all that mattered was him. "Still haven't decided yet?" Aether asked, leaning back in his chair with a playful smile as he watched Helena carefully scan the menu. She seemed more focused on finding the cheapest option rather than deciding what she actually wanted to eat. This food looks good, but it's way too expensive." Helena screamed inwardly, her eyes darting over the menu frantically. No, definitely not that one. Too costly, nope, way out of budget." Aether's amused expression grew as he watched her. He had a pretty good idea of what was going through her mind. Looks like life at the temple must really be tough, they're probably not used to luxuries like this, he thought to himself, entertained by her internal struggle. Finally, Helena hesitantly pointed at the menu. I think I'll just have this," she said, her finger landing on the least expensive item. But Aether blinked in surprise when he realized what she had chosen. It wasn't even food, it was just water. Aether raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching with amusement. I know she's careful with money. But this is taking it a bit too far, he thought. Are you sure? He asked gently, trying not to laugh. Why yes. Helena stammered, her voice lacking confidence. Aether leaned in, his tone incredulous. Helena, that's just water, you know. Helena flinched, her eyes widening in shock. Wait, they charge for water too, she exclaimed, genuinely surprised. She was used to her friend Leah taking her to restaurants that offered free water and reasonably priced food, but this place was clearly on a different level. Aether sighed, shaking his head with a fond smile. He called the waiter over and whispered something into his ear. The waiter, momentarily surprised, nodded respectfully before walking away to fulfill the order. Helena's curiosity got the better of her, and she leaned forward. What did you order? She asked, her voice tinged with suspicion. Everything, Aether said casually, shrugging as if it were no big deal. Wait. What? Helena's eyes went wide with shock. Aether. What are you doing? Who's going to eat all that food? And more importantly, I don't have that kind of money to cover this. Even if I begged the archpriestess for a loan. We'll have to run, Aether. She started to stand, ready to flee the restaurant in panic, but Aether gently grabbed her wrist, pulling her back into her seat. Calm down, Helena. Don't worry about it. I'm the one who asked you out on this date. So it's my responsibility to take care of everything. I'll cover the bill. I have more than enough money. Helena blinked, staring at him in disbelief for a moment before slowly sitting back down. Her expression was a mixture of surprise and confusion. She looked at him with a blank face, processing his words. What? Aether asked, tilting his head at her. I can't believe you're wasting so much money on food, she said, crossing her arms with a stern expression, though there was an underlying tone of concern in her voice. Aether chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Believe me, I almost cried the last time I had to pay a huge bill for a shitty meal. It still haunts me, he thought to himself. His lips trembling as he tried to suppress the painful memory, but before he could say anything else, Helena suddenly added, once we get married, I'm going to handle all the finances. Otherwise, we'll end up broke. She said it so matter-of-factly that Aether was caught off guard. Aether's eyes widened slightly before a grin spread across his face. He couldn't help but laugh. Damn, she's so sweet, he thought. Oh. When's the wedding then? He asked, flashing her a playful wink. Helena's face turned scarlet at his teasing, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She quickly grabbed the menu and used it to cover her face. We receive the blessing from the gods, she mumbled. Her voice muffled by the menu. Aether chuckled softly, leaning forward as he whispered, well. I guess we'll have to wait for that, huh? As he thought, gods, ah. I haven't thought about that. Log. Are you God or what? But there was no response. Helena's heart skipped a beat at his words, her face turning even redder as she felt the heat rising in her body. Flustered, she began fanning herself with the menu, desperately trying to cool down. When she noticed Aether's amused gaze on her, she cleared her throat and quickly changed the subject. Let me just tell you. I can't eat that much. Aether raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a mischievous smile. Chapter 504 Relationship is all about give and take. Munch, munch, slurp, slurp, munch, munch. Aether watched Helena with an amused expression as she devoured the dishes in front of her. It wasn't just eating, she was practically cleaning the plates. By the time she was done, they were spotless, gleaming like they had just come out of the dishwasher. What? Helena's cheeks flushed a deep red as she caught Aether staring at her. She hesitated for a moment before gulping down the last bite of food. Nothing, Aether replied, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. I was just wondering if I should order more. Seems like you're really enjoying yourself. He winked at her. His tone soft but teasing. Helena's face grew even hotter, practically burning from the embarrassment. She shot him a half glare and stammered, I am only eating this much because why you ordered so many and I don't want to waste the food. Yeah, you're right, Aether agreed, still smiling as he leaned in slightly. We can't let any food go to waste, can we? He paused and then added with another wink, so, should I go ahead and order more for you? No. I don't nay. Helena bit her lower lip, eyes narrowing slightly, before pointing at a dish on the table. It's delicious. Why don't you order this one for yourself, instead of watching me? Aether chuckled, his laughter low and warm. He nodded, watching her devour the food as if it were her last meal. Every bite she took was intense, like she was fighting off an unseen hunger. He felt the urge to tease her more, but something in him also softened. Watching her, he realized he didn't want this moment to end. He wanted to keep seeing her like this, free, unguarded, and just being herself. Helena noticed him still staring, her gaze flickering toward him as she awkwardly took a scoop of meat. Her hand trembled slightly as she extended it toward him. Here, try this. She offered, her voice shaky. Aether raised an eyebrow, leaning forward. He took a bite from her hand, their eyes locking as he chewed. He gave her an approving nod. You're right, really tasty. Helena, feeling the weight of his gaze, felt her heart stutter. The food, right? She asked. Aether stayed silent, merely continuing to munch on the food, his lips curling into a mysterious smile. Helena's cheeks flushed further. She quickly turned her attention back to the table, focusing on finishing her meal, trying to shake off the strange tension building between them. Sigh. Helena exhaled, a content sigh escaping her lips as she walked beside Aether. The nervous energy she had earlier was fading, replaced by a lighter, more comfortable feeling. Wow, the night lights here are amazing, she exclaimed, her eyes widening in awe as she looked around. The street was vibrant, lined with colorful lights, bustling stalls, and people. Everything seemed alive, glowing with energy. Yeah, Aether murmured, glancing around with a faint smile. The technology here is slightly more advanced than what we're used to back academy. Helena nodded, her curiosity piqued by the new surroundings. She looked at Aether's hand, her fingers twitching as she hesitated. Should she grab his hand? It felt different now, more real, more conscious. So, where are we headed now? She asked, glancing at him. Aether noticed the slight tremble in her hands, the way she hovered close but didn't quite reach out. He couldn't resist teasing her a little. Why so shy now? He asked with a grin. You didn't seem to mind hugging my arm earlier. What changed? Helena's face flushed scarlet. That was a mistake, she sputtered, flustered. I was nervous. It wasn't intentional. Aether chuckled, shaking his head before gently taking her hand in his. He interlaced his fingers with hers, his grip firm yet comforting. Helena's ears turned a deep shade of red. She lowered her gaze, too shy to meet his eyes, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she allowed herself to be led, feeling strangely safe in his grip. They continued walking through the lively streets, marveling at the things they'd never seen in their own empire. The sights, the sounds, everything felt new and exciting. Aether. I want that. Helena mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper as she pointed at a stall selling fluffy cotton candy. Aether's smile softened as he followed her gaze. You don't need to hesitate, he said gently, leading her toward the stall. You can ask me for anything you want. I'm here for you. Just say the word, lady. His tone was playful, but there was sincerity behind his words. Helena blushed again, but this time she nodded, more confidently than before. I want this, she began, her voice still soft. I want this too, Aether, actually. I want that one, and also that. Her voice grew louder as her excitement overtook her shyness. Aether laughed softly, amused by her sudden enthusiasm. All right. We'll get everything you want. After buying more snacks and treats than they could carry, they finally settled down on a quiet patch of grass, the night sky stretching above them, dotted with millions of stars. It felt peaceful, almost magical. It's beautiful. Helena whispered, lying down beside Aether and inching closer, resting her head against his chest. Yeah, it really is, Aether replied softly, wrapping his arm around her, and pulling her closer. After a brief pause, he added, you know what's even more beautiful, though? Helena tilted her head up, looking at him with curious, sparkling golden eyes. What? Aether gazed into her eyes. Those eyes of yours, he murmured, his voice barely audible as he leaned down and pressed a kiss to her eyelids. Helena's breath caught in her throat, her face turning bright red. For a moment, all she could hear was the sound of her own heartbeat, thudding loudly in her ears. Aether. Helena called out softly, her voice trembling slightly. Why you know? I was born in the slums. And my mother raised me all by herself. I never knew my father, and she never spoke about him or her past. Her voice wavered as she began to share her story, the pain of her past evident in each word. Aether frowned as he listened intently. A white-haired man? He filed that detail away in his mind. But he remained silent, allowing her to finish her story uninterrupted. Once she was done, Aether couldn't hold back. He gently pulled her closer and kissed her forehead, his voice soft but filled with admiration. You have such a strong heart, Helena. I'm proud of you. Helena's eyes welled up with tears, though a smile broke through her emotional facade. Her voice quivered with uncertainty as she asked, do you still love me? Even though I was born in such a filthy place, with no idea who my father is, do you? Her voice cracked, barely able to finish the sentence. Aether placed his finger gently on her trembling lips, his expression turning serious, almost stern. I love you. Helena, he said firmly, his eyes locking with hers. He didn't feel the need to explain further because those 3 words carried everything she needed to hear. Helena blinked away her tears and nodded, her smile growing warmer. Yeah. I love you too, Aether, she whispered, her voice steadier now. Then, after a moment's pause, she added with a playful nudge, and now, it's your turn to share, Aether. Aether smiled softly, his gaze turning distant for a brief second. Well, for starters, my name is Aether. He began. Helena giggled, rolling her eyes. I already know that, she teased, but then her amusement faded as she sensed he was about to reveal something deeper. I come from a world called Earth. He continued, watching her reaction closely, and I wasn't always from this place. I was reborn here. As he delved into the details of his mysterious past, her expression shifted from curiosity to shock, disbelief clouding her features. When he finished, Helena sat there, wide-eyed, trying to process what she had just heard. After what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to stammer, Are you serious? Is this real? Aether chuckled softly. Indeed, it is. Helena's mind spun, struggling to comprehend. Another world? Reincarnation? Her thoughts tangled together, her head feeling light from the overwhelming revelations, seeing her struggling to wrap her mind around it. Aether leaned in and gently pinched her nose, bringing her back to reality. There's no need to think too hard about it right now, he reassured her. You'll understand everything in time. Okay, he repeated, his voice softer. Why yeah. Helena muttered, though it was clear her mind still needed more time to fully process the unbelievable truth. Aether noticed her dazed expression and decided to change the subject. You mentioned earlier that you saw a white-haired man. What did he look like? Was he anything like me? He asked, his tone careful. Oh. Helena thought for a moment before shaking her head. No, he didn't really look like you. Not as handsome. At least, she added with a playful smirk. Aether couldn't help but smile as he pinched her nose again. He had the urge to bite her cheek but resisted. Calm down, he thought, before continuing. And your mother, she had golden hair and eyes like yours, right? Yes, Helena confirmed with a hint of pride in her voice. But she was even more beautiful than me. Aether chuckled. She might have been beautiful, but to me, you're the most beautiful, he said, his tone filled with sincerity. Helena beamed like a child who had just received a compliment, her earlier nervousness replaced with warmth. As they both stared up at the night sky, Aether's mind wandered. Her mother disappeared after that white-haired man showed up. And I've seen 2 people like that in my past. He pondered over 2 possible theories about the mysterious man's appearance. One was that the white-haired man was actually a future version of Aether himself, someone who had traveled back in time to save him. Since he had this mysterious bloodline ability, he thought, but Helena had said the man wasn't as handsome as Aether was now, and he himself saw that man. Aether knew their features were not similar except that white hair. The second theory, and perhaps the more unsettling one, involved, his own family. Aether's thoughts raced. If the village group kidnapped me, then there must be my family out there, right? And surely they would have taken me away as soon as they saw me. Right? But that man, he didn't. And why was Helena's mother involved with that man? Was it coincidence, or something more? Aether wasn't entirely sure about Helena's mother, since he had never seen her before, but that woman almost resembled Helena. Meanwhile, Helena, noticing the faraway look in his eyes, shifted slightly. She couldn't ignore the strange fluttering in her chest, the way her heart beat faster whenever she looked at him. Today, Aether had done so much for her, buying her things, making her feel special, and yet she felt she hadn't given him anything in return. Aether said that relationships were give and take, so she took her parts and now it's giving time. Her breath hitched as she worked up the courage to speak. Aether, Chapter 505. Looks like tonight I'll definitely be. Her breath hitched as she softly called his name. Aether. Aether slowly turned his head toward her and was met with the sight of Helena's beet-red face. She couldn't bring herself to look directly at him, her eyes downcast, her fingers trembling in her lap. I said no kisses. Right? She stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, Aether replied, though he smirked inwardly, amused by her nervousness. Well. Helena bit her lip, struggling to form her thoughts. Why, you know. I just feel like. I am ready. Her voice shook as tears welled up in her eyes, torn between her shame and desire. It felt sinful, yet a part of her longed for it. Aether glanced at her trembling shoulders and leaned down, moving closer. He could hear her breath quicken, her chest rising and falling as her anticipation grew. Helena squeezed her eyes shut, lips quivering in expectation, but instead of what she expected, Aether whispered gently into her ear, "You're not ready yet," and lifted himself away. Helena blinked in surprise, sitting up quickly. I am ready, Aether," she protested, trying to convince herself as much as him. Aether shook his head, his gaze steady. "No, Helena. You're not," he said firmly. Noticing how her shoulders still trembled with doubt. He knew she was trying to offer something out of a sense of repayment, not genuine readiness, and that wasn't what he wanted from her. Helena bit her lip again, her emotions swirling. She was about to argue when Aether reached for the white dress she had worn earlier. "You said this is your favorite, right?" he asked. "Why, yes." Helena nodded, her previous thoughts slowly fading. "Then wear this, and we'll continue our date," Aether said, pointing to the places they still hadn't explored. He began to stand up when Helena suddenly grabbed his hand, her brows furrowed in confusion. "But, didn't you say you like these clothes?" she asked. Gesturing to the black outfit she was wearing. "I do. I love them," Aether said with a soft smile. "Then why?" she questioned, glancing at the white dress he held. Aether's smile widened, his voice gentle. "Because you love them," he replied simply. Helena blinked, still not quite understanding. "You see," Aether explained, "you wore these black clothes for me, right?" He gestured toward her current outfit. "Yes," she confirmed. "And now," he continued, "I want you to wear the white dress for you. Because you love it. That's all." Helena stared at the white dress in his hands, her emotions swirling in confusion. She had worn the black clothes for him, to please him, but now. Tears welled up in her eyes as she bit her lip, her voice trembling. "I still have a long way to understand you, Aether." Aether chuckled softly. "You'll get there. Don't worry," he said with a wink, unable to hold back her emotions any longer. Helena suddenly pulled him into her arms, hugging him tightly. Overcome with warmth, she leaned in and, kissed him. Aether's eyes widened in surprise, but a smile soon spread across his face. Helena pulled back gently, her eyes filled with a mixture of love and longing, no longer clouded by the feelings of repayment or shame. She was certain of her emotions now. I am sorry. I didn't mean to," she began. But before she could finish, Aether leaned forward and sealed her lips with his own, silencing her with another kiss. Helena's eyes widened in shock before she smiled warmly into the kiss. It was simple, nothing passionate or rushed, just a gentle peck on the lips, but it was enough to set her heart racing, her body warming as she realized how much she enjoyed it. Suddenly, boom, both of them startled and turned their heads, eyes widening at the sight of a brilliant firework exploding in the night sky, casting colorful lights across the dark canvas. Fireworks. They have fireworks here. Aether thought, momentarily surprised by the display. Helena's eyes sparkled with wonder as she grasped Aether's hand. Her voice filled with awe. It's beautiful, Aether chuckled softly, squeezing her hand. You know what's more beautiful? Helena grinned, already guessing his answer. My eyes? Aether laughed. Yes, your eyes are stunning. But right now. He leaned closer, pulling her gently by the waist. His gaze dropped to her lips, his voice a low whisper, it's your lips. Before Helena could respond, he kissed her again, this time deeper, more lingering. And though she didn't know much about kissing, one thing was certain, she liked it. Slurp. Aether gently bit down on her lower lip, then moved to the upper, sucking softly as he deepened the kiss. Helena, trying to mirror his movements, fumbled a little, but her efforts made Aether smile. As the kiss grew more passionate, Aether's hand wandered lower, gently pinching her hips. Hike. Helena gasped, her eyes widening in surprise as she finally broke away, drawing a deep breath. Aether chuckled at her reaction. Even if the kiss feels good, you still need to breathe, my lady, he teased, winking at her playfully. Helena pouted, her lips still tingling from the kiss. Humph. You bit my lip. That's cheating, Helena. The sudden shout startled both of them. They flinched, whipping their heads around to see someone running toward them through the dark, though the dim light made it hard to see clearly. They recognized the voice, it was Finian. He was closing in fast, panting heavily as he ran. Aether's lips twitched in annoyance. How in the world did he find us? He mumbled under his breath. Without wasting a moment, he quickly packed their things and grabbed Helena's hand. Let's go, he whispered before pulling her along, vanishing into the shadows with swift, quiet steps. Meanwhile, Finian gritted his teeth in frustration, scanning the area. Huff. Huff. I definitely heard her voice. They must be close. His expression darkened as he swore under his breath, once I find them, they'll definitely pay for this, elsewhere, huh? Helena giggled breathlessly, struggling to keep up with Aether as he led her through the winding streets. Both of them moving quickly to avoid Finian. After running a fair distance, Aether finally stopped, catching his breath. Why are we running instead of just knocking him out? He's following us like some creepy stalker, Aether muttered, sounding half serious. Helena chuckled and shook her head. We can't do that, she said, her tone light but firm. If he finds out what we were doing, I'll be in deep trouble. Aether nodded knowingly, his smirk playful. Yeah, you'll be in deep trouble for kissing a servant, huh? He raised an eyebrow, teasing her. Helena's cheeks flushed bright red. Flustered, she quickly averted her eyes and pointed toward something to avoid his gaze. I want that, she blurted. Suddenly moving away, trying to distract herself, Aether smiled at her reaction, shaking his head in amusement as he followed her, ready to continue their adventure. Soon enough, they walked hand in hand, heading back toward the castle. The night had grown late, and Helena's grip on Aether's hand tightened as she looked up at him curiously. Is something on my face? Aether asked, noticing her lingering stare. Helena shook her head, her voice soft as she spoke. WL, is the date over? There was a hint of sadness in her tone as if she wasn't ready for it to end. We could always have another date, Aether replied gently, there's no need to worry about it. We've got time. Helena nodded, though her expression remained a bit gloomy. But is this date really over? She asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. Aether blinked, slightly confused. Is there something else you had in mind? Helena hesitated, biting her lip as if she was trying to remember something. Well, you said after a date, people either go to one of their homes and love more, or book a hotel and love even more, she explained, her face turning red as she recalled the stories he'd told her. More like corrupted her, something like that, right? She innocently tilted her head. Oh. Aether's eyes widened as he realized what she was referring to. He chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Well, for that, you're not ready Helena pouted, cutting him off. Aether, I want to love, more, she said firmly, crossing her arms with a strict expression. She wasn't asking anymore, she was declaring it. The date had been so fascinating to her, and she didn't want it to end without experiencing the next part he'd hinted at. Aether sighed, nudging his forehead with his hand. Helena, you're really not, sure. Helena suddenly pressed her hand over his mouth, her eyes wide as she pointed toward the base of the mountain where the castle stood. It's Finn, she whispered urgently. There, standing at the foot of the mountain, was Finian. Looking frustrated as he scoured the area, Aether let out a long sigh, his patience thinning. He's really starting to piss me off, he thought, glaring at Finian from the shadows. Helena turned back to Aether, her expression serious. Let's finish our date, she said firmly, determination written across her face. Aether sighed again, though a smile tugged at his lips. Well, you asked for it, he muttered under his breath, already resigning himself to the situation. Looks like tonight I'll definitely be blueballed, he thought with a pained smirk. Chapter 506. It was too humiliating. And horrifying. Wow. I can actually see the whole city from here. Helena's voice was a soft, breathless whisper as she pressed her hands against the glass window. Her eyes gleamed with childlike wonder, her lips parting slightly as she took in the breathtaking view from the top floor of the luxurious hotel. The city sprawled below them, lights twinkling like stars. She was mesmerized. Look, Aether, everything looks so tiny. Her excitement bubbled up like an innocent child. Aether, standing near the bed, watched her with a knowing smile. Yeah, he nodded. Helena turned to face him. So, what are we going to order now? Something tastier, right? There was a mischievous glint in her eyes as if she believed they were in for a feast, something extravagant and indulgent. A flicker of heat ignited behind his gaze, his lips curling into a sly grin. Control yourself, he scolded his inner urges, but the hunger in him was growing harder to suppress. Ahem. Aether cleared his throat. Yeah, something tastier, definitely, he mumbled. He sat down on the bed more comfortably, his eyes never leaving her as he gestured with a finger. Come here, Helena tilted her head, tentative step toward him. What is it? Aether's smirk deepened as he patted his lap gently. Sit, huh. Helena's cheeks flushed a deep red, her lips parted in surprise as she blinked, her heart racing. What are you talking about? Aether leaned back slightly. You need to sit on my lap. He paused for a second before saying, so we can properly start the end of our date. Helena hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest. She bit her lip and felt something odd. Finally, she lowered herself onto his lap, her body trembling slightly as she straddled him sideways. Now? She asked softly, her heart fluttering in her chest. This was the first time she was this close to a man. Now. Aether's voice trailed off as his hands found her hips, pulling her closer, his fingers grazing her skin through her dress. We're going to kiss, huh? Helena's eyes widened in shock, her breath catching in her throat. What do you mean? Shouldn't we be ordering food? Isn't that what we came here for? To love more. She blinked rapidly. Aether chuckled, the sound low and dark, sending shivers down her spine. He leaned in closer, his breath hot against her ear. Yes, we'll order food. But first, we're going to love more. His lips brushed against hers, teasingly close, before finally closing the distance and capturing her mouth in a slow, hungry kiss. Helena gasped against his lips, the heat of his mouth sending electric tingles down her spine. She didn't pull away, her body melting into his as their lips moved together. Slurp, The simple kiss quickly became more passionate, his tongue teasing her lips, coaxing them open. Helena felt her mind go hazy, her body reacting instinctively as her lips parted. HMFFF. Helena's eyes widened in surprise as Aether's tongue touched hers. She tried to pull away, her breath coming in short gasps. Aha. What are you? HMFFF. Aether silenced her again with his mouth and sucked her tongue. Her thoughts became muddled as she felt her strength draining, her body feeling weak and powerless under his lips. She couldn't push him away even if she wanted to, her hands limp at her sides, her lips moving helplessly against his. Helena's face flushed crimson, her skin burning as the intensity of the kiss overwhelmed her senses. It wasn't just her face, her neck, her chest, everything was burning hot, her body reacting in ways that shocked her. After what felt like an eternity, Aether finally pulled back, leaving Helena panting for breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. A thin string of saliva connected their lips, and Helena stared at it, her mind spinning. Ha ha ha. She gasped, her voice shaky. Her eyes were dazed, filled with disbelief at what had just happened. That's dirty. She whispered, her voice trembling. Aether chuckled softly, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, "It's not dirty. Your lips taste so sweet." He captured her lips again, more forcefully this time, his hand gripping the back of her neck, pulling her deeper into the kiss. Helena's hands clutched at his hair, her body arching into him as the kiss deepened. Her chest felt heavy, her heart pounding as a strange heat built between her legs. She felt weird in her body, her groin felt hot and wet. I need to go to the restroom. She stammered, trying to pull away, her face burning with embarrassment, but Aether held her firmly in place. Aether. Helena's voice was panicked, her face contorted in horror. She couldn't let him see her like this, not when she was so peed. It was too humiliating and horrifying. Why? Aether's voice was low, teasing, as he pulled her closer, positioning her to face him, his smirk growing darker. Did you wet yourself? His words were like a demon that whispering an angel. Helena's eyes widened, her face twisting in horror. How did you HMFFF? Before she could finish her sentence, Aether kissed her again, but this time his hand slid down to cup her ass, squeezing it firmly. Helena moaned into his mouth, the tingling sensation between her legs intensified, her thoughts scattering. What is happening to me? She thought frantically, but her mind was too clouded to make sense of it. Slurp. The room was filled with the sounds of their lips, wet and hungry, as their bodies pressed together. Aether. Helena's voice was a soft moan as she panted for breath, with hazy eyes. I feel hot, and there's this pain. She stammered, her hand moving instinctively to her groin, pressing against the heat that was building there. Aether's smirk deepened, his eyes flashing with wicked intent. Oh. Then I think we need to check that. His hand slid down between her thighs, pressing against her, feeling the heat through her clothes. Ngggg, Helena gasped, her entire body jolting when she felt the heat of Aether's touch through her panties. Aether, you really shouldn't ha touch me there. She whimpered, her voice shaking as she caught his hand. But even as her words pleaded for him to stop, instead of pulling his hand away, her hips instinctively pushed forward, grinding herself against his fingers. Aether's lips curled into a devilish smile as he watched her struggle between her innocence and the undeniable pleasure coursing through her. He leaned in, his breath hot against her ear. But how are we supposed to deal with this? His words were a dark, intimate whisper, like a temptation too sweet to resist. It's fine, Helena, you don't need to hide from me, he purred, his fingers pressing harder against her soaked panties, teasing her already swollen clit. I'll take care of everything. I'll make the pain disappear. Helena's mind was clouded. Really? She breathed, her voice barely a whisper as her legs trembled. She was losing control, her body responding instinctively to Aether's every word. Every touch. Oh, yes. Aether's voice was a sultry promise as he slowly lifted her skirt, his eyes darkening with desire at the sight before him. Her pure white panties were soaked, the delicate fabric clinging to her every curve, revealing the outline of her swollen, dripping lips. Look at you. He whispered, his fingers trailing over the wet fabric, causing her to shiver. You're so wet, Helena, and it's all for me. Helena blinked, her hazy mind clearing just long enough for her to glance down. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw the state of her panties, soaked through with her pee. Oh no, she gasped, her voice breaking with embarrassment. I need to leave. I am sorry. I am so sorry, I didn't mean to, please don't hate me, Her face flushed with humiliation, tears welling up in her eyes as she tried to pull away, but Aether's hand firmly held her in place. Shoo. Aether soothed, his voice gentle yet commanding as his hand cupped her trembling backside, keeping her close. Helena, it's fine. It's more than fine, he assured her, his fingers gently massaging her, easing her panic. This is a completely normal reaction. There's nothing wrong with you. His hand slid back down, his fingers teasing the edges of her panties, making her body twitch. In fact, it's beautiful. Helena's heart raced at his words. A flicker of hope sparking in her chest. And normal, she whispered, her wide, innocent eyes searching his for reassurance. Could it really be true? Could Aether really see her like this and not think she was dirty? Aether smiled, his fingers slipping under the fabric of her panties, making contact with her slick, swollen slit. He rubbed her gently, teasing her folds with slow, deliberate strokes. Yes, dear, completely normal, he whispered, his lips brushing against her ear, sending another shiver down her spine. Ah, Helena moaned, her body trembling as his fingers explored her sensitive lips, spreading her wetness. She couldn't control the sounds escaping her lips, her legs shaking as she leaned into him. Her hands gripping his shoulders for support. What am I doing? She thought frantically, but the moment her mind cleared enough to form a coherent thought, Aether's thumb pressed against her clit, sending her into another wave of pleasure. Aether watched her with dark, lustful eyes, enjoying every moan, every tremble of her body. Then, with deliberate slowness, he brought his fingers to his lips, licking her wetness from them. This is love juice, Helena, he said, his voice deep and husky as he savored her taste. And it's delicious. Helena stared at him, wide-eyed, her face burning with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Aether, did you hurt your head? She stammered. Her voice shaky with shock. She wondered how Aether licking her, or whatever it was. Aether chuckled darkly. No, my love, he whispered, but I plan on making you feel things you've never felt before. His hand slipped back between her legs, his fingers expertly finding her clit again, rubbing slow, torturous circles around it. Hick. Helena cried out, her entire body jerking as a powerful jolt of pleasure surged through her. Chapter 507 Blue-balled, Hick. Helena cried out, her entire body jerking as a powerful jolt of pleasure surged through her. Her legs buckled, and she clung to Aether, her mind spinning as she struggled to process the overwhelming sensations. What's happening to me? Her thoughts raced, but before she could make sense of anything, Aether's lips crashed into hers. His kiss was deep, hungry, and all-consuming. His tongue invaded her mouth, tangling with hers, dominating her completely. Helena moaned into the kiss, her body melting against his as his fingers slipped between her slick folds and rubbed her entrance. The sensation made her tremble violently, her hips bucking against his hand as she lost herself in the heat of the moment. Aether groaned into the kiss, feeling her body respond to him, her hips grinding eagerly against his fingers. He deepened the kiss, his tongue exploring every inch of her mouth, tasting her, claiming her. His fingers moved with precision, stroking her wet lips, teasing her clit, and pushing her closer and closer to the edge. Helena's head was spinning, her body on fire. She couldn't think, couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything but feel. Aether's touch was everywhere, his lips, his hands, his fingers driving her wild with pleasure. Aether, she whimpered, her voice barely a breath as she trembled against him, her body moving instinctively, desperate for something. Aether smirked against her lips, his fingers sliding lower, teasing her entrance before pressing inside, just enough to make her gasp. Did the pain go away? He asked, his voice dripping with amusement as he watched her writhe in his arms. Helena shook her head frantically, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. It's still here, but it even more hmffffree. Her voice broke into a moan as his fingers pushed deeper inside her, stroking her from the inside while his thumb continued to circle her swollen clit. Aether chuckled, his chest swelling with pride as he watched her body writhe under his touch. He could feel her nearing her peak, her entire body trembling, ready to surrender to the pleasure. The thought of being the first to make her climax, her first climax, filled him with a dark, twisted sense of satisfaction. She's going to fall apart in my hands, he thought, feeling her tightening around him. He decided to push her further. Slowly, he pressed his finger against her entrance, feeling the tightness of her body resisting him. It's so tight. Aether's brow furrowed in concentration, realizing just how untouched she was. It's going to be a challenge when we take it further. With care, he gently pushed his pinky finger inside her, which was only able to enter for now, hikkk. Helena gasped, her back arching as her body moved with him, her hips grinding desperately against his hand. She was so close to something she couldn't even understand. Her legs trembled, her breath hitched, and her entire body tensed as the pressure inside her built to a breaking point, as something's coming. I can't. I'm going to, she gasped, her voice breaking as her body convulsed, her first orgasm crashing over her in waves of intense pleasure. Splash, splash, her release spilled over Aether's hand, soaking his fingers and dripping onto the bed. Her legs trembled violently as she clung to him, her body racked with shudders of pleasure, her mind completely lost to the sensation. Drip, drip, Helena collapsed against Aether, her body limp and exhausted. Her breath coming in ragged gasps. Aether. I feel so sleepy. She mumbled, her eyes fluttering shut as she leaned against him, her body completely spent. Aether smiled softly, his eyes filled with a mixture of amusement and affection as he watched her slowly drift into a satisfied, exhausted sleep. Gently, he laid her down on the bed, admiring her flushed, peaceful face as she breathed softly, a small, content smile on her lips. He glanced down at her soaked panties, still clinging to her slick, flushed skin. Sliding it, he saw a small swollen red lips. He licked them clean, savoring the taste of her. Her body trembled. Sure you taste good, Aether chuckled before his fingers brushed over her delicate folds and he carefully removed the drenched fabric. She's so innocent, so pure, he thought as he covered her with the soft quilt, but even as Helena drifted into a peaceful, satisfied sleep, Aether's gaze drifted downward to his own arousal, painfully hard and throbbing beneath his pants. This is going to be torture, he thought as he lay down beside her. Helena, half asleep, instinctively snuggled closer to him, her lips murmuring his name as she nestled into his chest. Aether, she purred softly, her hand resting on his chest. Aether grinned, his hand stroking her hair as he closed his eyes, content to wait. For now. Next morning, heading back to the castle, Aether glanced over his shoulder, smirking as he noticed Helena lagging behind. Her face red, her body language stiff and awkward. She kept glancing at him, only to quickly look away, flustered by the memories of the night before. Is that really necessary? Aether asked, his voice dripping with amusement as he slowed down, forcing her to confront the distance she was trying to maintain. Helena flinched, looking like a startled kitten caught in the act. Her face flushed even deeper as she straightened up, determined to hide her embarrassment. Why yes. This is absolutely necessary, she declared. You need to stay at least 2 miles away from me. Helena couldn't believe what had just happened last night. She really wanted to dig a hole and hide herself from anyone. That much shame and embarrassment she was feeling. Aether chuckled softly, the corners of his mouth turning upward in a mischievous smile. 2 miles? That's a bit much, don't you think? With a slightly sad tone. Helena startled by his sad tone and pouted, saying, fine, then how about 1 mile? He gave her a slightly exaggerated look of disappointment. Still too far. I will miss you. Helena bit her lip, her heart skipping a beat as she found herself slowly giving in. Well, how about 500 meters? Nope. Still too much. Helena sighed. All right, 100 meters then. Nope. 1 meter, she asked, almost exasperated now, her blush deepening as she realized how ridiculous this was becoming. Aether stayed silent, his eyes never leaving hers. 50 centimeters, she muttered, her voice almost a whisper, her heart pounding in her chest as she glanced at him nervously. Still no response. 10 centi, she barely managed to say before Aether closed the distance between them in an instant, his body towering over hers, mere centimeters separating their faces. Helena gasped, her heart nearly stopping in her chest as she stared up at him, wide-eyed and flustered. Aether, she squeaked, her voice trembling as her body instinctively prepared to bolt, but just as she was about to step back, Helena. A voice called out sharply. Both Aether and Helena turned to see Finian marching toward them. His eyes dark, his face set in a furious scowl. His gaze was locked on Aether, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Seriously? He waited for us? All night? Aether thought, mildly surprised. Helena's face turned pale. Finian, it's not what you think, she started, but her voice faltered as Finian's furious expression remained fixed on Aether, completely ignoring her. Without warning, Finian stepped up to Aether, his chest heaving with anger as he glared at him. It seems someone needs to teach you your place, he growled. Then, before either of them could react, Finian's fist flew forward, aiming directly for Aether's face. Boom, the sound of the impact echoed. Yet, Finian's eyes widened in shock, seeing Aether yawning as if his full-force punch was not even feeling anything. What the, that's my line, brat. In a blur of motion, Aether delivered a swift knee to Finian's stomach, knocking the wind out of him instantly. Finian coughed violently, blood splattering from his lips as he doubled over in pain. Before he could even recover, Aether followed up with a powerful kick, sending him flying into the air like a ragdoll. Finian soared into the sky, disappearing from sight as if he'd been launched into the stars. Helena blinked. He'll be fine, right? She asked, her voice uncertain as she glanced at Aether, who seemed completely unfazed by the scene that had just unfolded. Aether smirked, glancing at her out of the corner of his eye. He'll live. I think, he replied with a grin, before suddenly reaching out and pulling Helena into his arms. But enough about him. I've got you, Kaya mmffffff. Helena squealed, but before she could get a single word out, his lips were on hers, silencing her with a deep, passionate kiss. Chapter 508. What the hell is going on? Where is he? Leah muttered under her breath, her voice tinged with frustration as she paced back and forth through the castle halls. She had been searching for Aether for what felt like hours, but there was no sign of him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Even Aquilina, who always seemed to know everything, had no clue where he was. Leah bit her lower lip. She knew she had messed up, badly. But, just like Victor had said, she had no choice now but to face the problem head-on. Her cheeks flushed, both with anger and embarrassment, as she muttered to herself, "You really fucked up this time, idiot. How could you let yourself lose control over a few drops of blood? What the hell is wrong with you?" The thought of it made her curse again. Never, in her wildest dreams, had she imagined she would lose herself after drinking blood. I suppose that's why it's called the crimson elixir of the null. She thought bitterly. Just the memory of its taste made her throat dry. She swallowed hard, feeling a sudden pull of desire. But she immediately shook her head, trying to push the thought away before it consumed her. Anyhow, I have to face Aether. I can't hide forever. I'm sure he's nervous about all this too. Her voice wavered, and her expression darkened as another thought crept in. And, he's Celine's guy. Her heart sank a little at the last realization, but she quickly shook off the feeling, forcing herself back to reality. He's just a friend. Nothing more. Get a grip, Leah, she whispered, trying to convince herself. Just as she spoke those words, she spotted Aether and Victor walking side by side through the corridor. Her body reacted before she could think. Darting behind a nearby pillar. Sweat began to bead on her forehead as her heart pounded in her chest. Why am I hiding now? She scolded herself, wiping her brow. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and stepped out from her hiding spot. Eth, she started to call out, but her voice caught in her throat as she watched Aether and Victor disappear into the throne room. Huh? Leah frowned, noticing the Dragon Emperor greet them with a welcoming smile as the door closed behind them. What's going on? She wondered, her curiosity piqued. Quietly, she crept toward the large doors, pressing her ear against the cool surface, hoping to catch something, but nothing she could hear. Meanwhile, inside the throne room, "Greetings, Dragon Emperor," Aether said, his voice carrying a tone of respect as he bowed slightly. Arcani studied Aether closely, his gaze narrowing when he noticed the unusual pallor of the boy's skin. "Is he all right?" Arcanis asked, casting a sidelong glance at Victor. Victor shrugged nonchalantly. "He's always like that, pale, distant, you know how it is," he replied, Victor turned toward Aether with a firm expression. You need to sit on the throne, he instructed. Aether's eyes widened in disbelief. What? But, that's the Dragon Emperor's throne. I can't just sit there. That seat belongs to someone far greater than me, he stammered. His voice quivering as he turned to Arcanes, pleading. Please forgive him, Dragon Emperor. My friend doesn't always think things through. Arcanes' lips curved into a faint smile, clearly amused by Aether's fear. Not bad. He's got a respectful attitude, Arcanes mused, leaning back slightly. It's fine. You don't need to worry. Just follow your friend's instructions, he said calmly, waving a hand to reassure the nervous boy. Aether hesitated, his body tense. His gaze flickered between Victor and the imposing throne. I don't think I can. He began, but Victor stepped forward, urging him on. Come on, Aether. You have to trust me on this. Just sit. Victor pressed. His voice more insistent now. Reluctantly, Aether took a deep breath and walked toward the throne, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel Victor and Arcanes' eyes on him, watching his every move. Slowly, hesitantly, he lowered himself onto the black throne. Immediately, golden vines shone from the throne. It moved like living tendrils. Arcanes clenched his fist, his mind racing. He had high hopes for this boy, praying that he was indeed the descendant of the Origin Emperor. But as the seconds ticked by, his frown deepened. Why is it taking so long, he wondered, frustration beginning to creep in. Just then, the golden vines vanished as suddenly as they had appeared. Victor smirked slightly as he sighed and turned to Arcanes. His tone laced with concern. What's going on? Is it broken? He asked, knowing full well the answer. Arcanes shook his head, his eyes narrowing. No, that's impossible. It must be something else. He was deep in thought, trying to understand why the throne hadn't reacted as expected. Victor's expression became more thoughtful as well. Maybe, since he wasn't thrown off like we were, he's related to them, but the system is waiting for something specific, Victor speculated. Arcanes' eyes widened, a glimmer of hope reigniting. You could be right, Victor called Aether back, snapping him out of the tense situation. Aether stood from the throne, his legs a little shaky, and came over to them. What did you see when the black screen appeared? Victor asked. Aether, still visibly shaken, replied nervously. It said something like, partially awakened and unable to access the system, or something like that. He glanced between Victor and Arcanes, clearly unsure of what it all meant. Victor's lips curled into a barely noticeable grin. Everything had gone according to plan. What had he done? Simple. He had the ability to alter his clone's characteristics slightly at the cost of affection points. So, he had removed the blood from his clone. Once he had figured out that the throne tested the blood of the one who sat on it, all he had to do was remove the blood from his clone's body. And, fuck it. Victor thought triumphantly. Without any blood to test, the throne simply considered there was no entity present and had shut down its scanning function entirely. Aether glanced nervously between Victor and Arcanes, his voice trembling. Is something the matter? Victor gave him a reassuring smile. Nothing at all, my friend, he said, his tone calm but calculating. Then, turning to Arcanes, he added smoothly, it appears he's indeed the one, subtly guiding Arcanes' thoughts in the direction he wanted. Arcanes, however, couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. While he was no expert on the ancient system or bloodlines, his gut told him that there was more at play. Still, Victor's influence was strong, and he nodded in reluctant agreement. Despite Aether not being fully awakened, Arcanes couldn't afford to let him slip away. There was too much at stake. Explore hidden tales at Empire. Why don't I take care of your friend for the time being? Arcanes offered, his tone neutral. Victor hesitated. That won't be necessary, he began to say, but Arcanes swiftly interrupted, sweetening the deal. How about half of the Arcanium Mountains in my empire? Arcanes proposed, a knowing glint in his eyes. He knew Victor had a vested interest in those otherwise seemingly useless mountains. They could be yours. What do you say? Victor's frown deepened. His lips tightening. No, I don't think, 65%, Victor still looked unconvinced. Fine, Arcanes said, his voice firm, 80%. That's how much your friend is worth to me. His expression was dead serious now, eyes locked on Victor, daring him to refuse. Aether, growing more alarmed by the cryptic exchange, stammered, Victor, what's going on? Why is he offering you? Victor ignored him entirely, keeping his focus on Arcanes, whose smirk had grown more pronounced. Victor let out a slow, deliberate breath before nodding slightly. All right, fine, he agreed at last. But remember this, make sure the princess from Aquarius Naiadae never catches wind of this. If she finds out, she'll come straight for you. My advice? Delay the summit for as long as you can. Sort out your affairs, and while you're doing that, I'll be mining those mountains. 1 AP, not bad. Arcanes thought smugly to himself. Don't worry, he replied, his voice confident. I'll take care of your friend personally, and when the time comes for the summit, I'll inform you directly. You have my word. Victor gave a thin-lipped smile as he turned to leave. Goodbye, my friend. I hope you find peace, perhaps in whatever heaven there may be, if it exists at all. Aether's face twisted with confusion and betrayal. Victor, what are you talking about? He cried, taking a step forward as if to follow him. But before Aether could act, Arcanes moved swiftly, delivering a sharp blow to the back of his head. Aether crumpled to the floor, unconscious, as Arcanes watched Victor leave. The Emperor's smile faded, replaced by a look of cold fury. The nerve of that lowborn to dictate terms to me. Arcanes thought darkly. He spat on the ground in disgust before turning his gaze to the unconscious Aether slumped at his feet. A twisted smile crept across his face. I've found the final piece. Don't worry, nothing will leave this castle. I will personally ensure that, Victor. You're not as clever as you think. Meanwhile, Leah was still hidden behind the pillars, her brows furrowed in confusion and suspicion. She watched as Victor emerged from the throne room alone, her heart racing. Where is Aether? She wondered, her instincts telling her something was horribly wrong. Once Victor was out of sight, she quickly darted out from her hiding place, her eyes fixed on the slowly closing door of the throne room. Just as it was about to shut completely, she caught a glimpse of the Dragon Emperor. Her eyes widened in shock. Arcanes was carrying Aether's limp body over his shoulder as if he were nothing more than a sack of grain. Leah's breath caught in her throat and her face turned pale with horror. No, she whispered, her mind racing, what the hell is going on? Chapter 509. Begin the festival. Ting, tang, ting, tang, a metallic chipping sound reverberated through the vast, towering mountains. What the hell is he doing down there? A man, cloaked in a black hoodie and floating effortlessly in the sky, narrowed his eyes at Victor, who was furiously hacking away at the mountain with a small axe. His movements were clumsy and inefficient, making the spectacle almost laughable. Is he serious right now? The second figure in a black hoodie asked, an amused grin spreading across his face. He glanced at his companion before continuing, what does he think he's going to achieve with that little axe? Even with that thick skull of his, it's going to take him more than a month to cut through this entire mountain. Humans are truly morons unlike us. The first man shook his head in disbelief, his voice tinged with frustration. There's no point in wasting time here, watching him. He's clearly not going to get anywhere. Let's go report this to the Dragon Emperor. I doubt he'll be pleased with this pathetic display. With a final glance at Victor, the two figures turned and vanished into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Meanwhile, did they leave? Victor asked, his voice strained as he swung the axe one more time. Tang, yes, hissed Snowflake, her golden eyes gleaming as she watched the two figures disappear into the horizon. Sigh, Victor let out a long breath of relief. Lowering the axe and wiping the sweat from his brow. He had been at this charade for what felt like half a day, tirelessly chipping at the mountain. It was a ridiculous effort, but one necessary to fool the spies that Arcanes had sent to keep tabs on him. Fool? Why not kill them? Taking them out was easy for Aether, but he needed Arcanes to focus on his clone. Anyhow, glancing up at the colossal Arcanium mountain, Victor muttered to himself, well, it's not like cutting through this thing is going to get me anywhere. He tossed the axe aside with a soft grunt, his hands moved to touch the mountain's cold surface. Let's see if I can store this thing instead, he said with a smirk. His eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. Suddenly, Victor felt a strange tremor. Not in his body, but in his very soul. The mountain before him seemed to shudder in response. In an instant, the enormous mountain vanished. Ding, one item, Eternus storage 77/1146, he already stored a few more slots with his personal items before coming. Victor's eyes widened in surprise as he looked down at the deep crater left behind by the mountain. Well, what do we have here, he thought, amusement dancing across his face as he glanced at the dozens of Arcanium mountains looming in the distance. A sly grin spread across his lips. Half of them? Hee. No. I think I'll take the whole lot. With a chuckle, he jumped onto Snowflake's back, who had increased to her regular size. She wasted no time, slithering off at an incredible speed, eager to aid him in his task. After a while, Eternus storage 497/1146, not bad at all, Victor said, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. That's quite the haul. From high above, the scene below was chaotic. It looked as though hundreds of asteroids had crashed into the ground, leaving behind massive craters where once there had been towering mountains. Victor removed his mask. Aether, his ice-blue eyes sparkled with cold, detached emotion as he stared in a particular direction, lost in thought. Snow, let's go, he ordered, his voice sharp and devoid of feeling. Snowflake, sensing the shift in his tone, flinched slightly. Her golden, slit-like eyes flashed with understanding before she quickened her pace, moving faster than before. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky above. Thunder, the night was shrouded in clouds crackling with red lightning. The air itself was thick with the stench of decay, while molten lava oozed from the surrounding mountains, pouring down like blood from a fresh wound. Aether and Snowflake stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing up at the grim sight before them, the red bloody mountain, the very place where millions of dragons had met their brutal end. We meet again. Aether whispered, his voice filled with cold indifference. Inferno Pyromorn summit. Thunder, his ice-blue eyes scanned the area cautiously, searching for any signs of the snake-like creatures that had once rampaged through this place. But there was nothing, not a trace of the chaos that had ravaged this land before. Aether frowned, uncertainty clouding his thoughts as he pondered the cause of the previous rampage. Whatever the reason, he pushed that aside and turned to Snowflake, his voice softening as he asked, "Are you sure, you want to come with me, Snowflake? Everything down there is dangerous. You could stay here, I want Please." Snowflake cut him off. Her determination clear in her expression as her golden eyes stared directly into Aether's. There was no hesitation in her gaze. Aether paused for a moment before nodding, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "All right then," he said, taking a deep breath before slowly descending the spiral staircase. As he walked deeper into the abyss, Aether's heartbeat gradually quickened. It was an involuntary response, as though his body knew he was approaching something that could decide the fate of his darkest nightmares. Finally, Aether reached the bottom, standing before a smooth, flat black wall, etched with a symbol of peace. His fingers gently traced the symbol, and with the touch, old memories surfaced, ones that sought to pull him back into the torment of the past. "Are you scared?" the sudden voice echoed in his mind, and Aether flinched. It wasn't anything outside cause rather. It was his own consciousness, questioning him, taunting him. Aether clenched his jaw. "I'm not scared," he muttered, and then he called forth the blue crystal horn, the one still stained with fresh, crimson blood. Eternus storage 496/1146, his eyes twitched as he stared at the blood dripping from the horn. Memories flashed of him stabbing the Dragon Emperor and his entire army with this very horn. Drip, drip, Aether wiped the blood onto the etched peace symbol. In an instant, the symbol began to glow, and the wall before him slowly parted, revealing a door. Thud, he stood before the dark void beyond the door. He glanced at Snowflake, who was curled around his neck, and gave her a nod. Snowflake nodded back, her golden eyes shining with fierce. Without a second thought, Aether stepped into the abyss. Thud, meanwhile, back at the castle. "Father, I don't understand why you're being so friendly with that bastard Victor. Leon's voice trembled with frustration as he glared at his father, Arcanes, who stood calmly before him. You know what he did to me, right? Arcanes returned his son's gaze with a slow nod. Yes, my son. Believe me, I hate him just as much as you do, then why? Leon's voice cracked as he tried to control his anger. Why are you being so friendly with him? His fists clenched, and he almost shouted, but he held his voice in check. Arcanes let out a long sigh, his expression softening. Everything has a reason, my son. You will learn in time. Patience is required for now. Experience tales with Empire. Leon released a low growl of frustration, but after a moment, he sighed and gave a reluctant nod. Arcanes' eyes glimmered with amusement as he changed the subject. I've noticed you've been distracted lately. Tell me, has someone caught your eye? A sly grin spread across his face, recalling how Leon's gaze had lingered on a particular bluish-black-haired girl. Leon's face flushed instantly, turning a deep crimson. His father's knowing smile only made it worse. If you like her, why don't we go ahead and hold an engagement ceremony? Arcanes suggested, a sly smile creeping across his face. Leon's eyes widened in shock. Are you serious? Even though she was not a dragon? His voice barely contained the happiness bubbling inside him. Of course, my son. Anything for you, Arcanes replied with a soft grin. So, what do you say? Leon's cheeks burned red, and he nodded shyly, unable to hide his excitement. Arcanes watched his son's reaction with satisfaction, thinking to himself, I'll use this opportunity to stall the others from entering the summit. I need more time to deal with that lowly servant. Then, with a booming voice, he declared, well then. Let's call her parents and begin the festival. His voice echoed throughout the castle, full of authority and determination. Chapter 5:10 Did you piss yourself, Mr. Whatever you are? Hello, gentlemen. Aether, welcome to my one and only game. The glowing white letters floated ominously in the pitch-black void, casting an eerie light on the emptiness around. As the words lingered, two massive white doors materialized on opposite sides of the void. It's truly a simple game, you know. All you need to do is choose between two paths before you. Whichever path you decide on, you'll have to face it alone. Foo, don't worry, gentleman Aether, there's no need to fear the game. It's nothing more than a simple, easy challenge. Is something the matter? You don't seem to be reacting like the others. Aren't you the least bit curious? Aether remained silent, his eyes locked onto the glowing words, his expression unreadable. He didn't flinch, didn't respond. He simply watched. Well then, shall we proceed? Let's not waste any more time. Let's begin the game. Suddenly, a vertical level bar flickered into existence at the edge of Aether's vision. You see the two symbols, right? The top one represent, start already. The words hung in the air for a moment, as if stunned by his abrupt interruption, then shifted. Oh my. Aren't we a little too eager? Don't you want to understand the rules or learn how the game works? I said. Start the fucking game, Aether growled. His voice dropping an even lower, laced with a deadly finality. Very well, then. So be it. The glowing words vanished, leaving Aether alone in the void, standing between the two white doors. Without hesitation, Aether moved forward, his footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Without so much as a glance back, he entered the nearest door before it could even fully open to receive him. Ding, paused, remaining time, 180 days 0 hours 01 minutes 2 seconds. Aether stood still for a moment, surveying his surroundings. The narrow corridor ahead was lined with smooth black walls, each pulsating faintly with an eerie, ghostly light that barely illuminated the space. He stretched his limbs slightly, the tension in his muscles easing as he prepared himself. Then, with a sharp stomp on the ground, Aether launched forward. Like a bolt of lightning, he sped through the darkness, leaving behind a shimmering trail of indigo-colored sparks. Nothing could stand in his way, whether hulking ogres or molten monsters. He tore through them all with brutal efficiency, each door he passed through pushing him further. Time seemed to distort as he ran, his body aging, his hair getting longer as though the fabric of reality itself was unraveling, but Aether didn't stop. He couldn't. He just kept running, killing, and moving forward, find more chapters on Empire. Eventually, he reached it. Thud, welcome to the peace, gentlemen. The words appeared before him, glowing faintly against a massive wall that was etched with a large, intricate peace symbol. The symbol slowly split apart, revealing a shadowy path that stretched deeper inside the void. Aether exhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling as he readied himself. "Alright, let's see what you've got, motherfuckers," he muttered under his breath, stepping into the pitch-black darkness beyond. Suddenly, the void flickered and shuddered around him, and without warning, light flooded the room, washing away the shadows. "Look, what we have here. You've given birth to a healthy boy, darling," a handsome man in his 30s said with a happy smile as he held an infant in his arms. Aether stood still, rooted to the spot, his expression completely blank as he watched the scene unfold before him, the vision both familiar and alien at the same time. "Don't fear the test, fear what you'll discover about yourself, Aether." Aether stood motionless, his eyes fixed blankly on the visions playing out in front of him. The past he was being forced to relive didn't evoke the response one might expect. Foo, what's this? Are you feeling scared? Something wrong?" The words hovered ominously, seemingly confused by Aether's lack of reaction, noting how he simply watched at the scene as if he were a detached observer, just a third person watching someone else's life. "Ha ha ha. Have you frozen in place, reliving your filthy past?" Aether raised an eyebrow and gave a casual shrug. "No, not at all. In fact, I just realized something. I was really damn cute as a kid," he said, a sly smile curving at the edges of his lips. "Indeed, you were cute when you were born, but being cute doesn't hide the miserable life that's about to unfold, does it? A defective product like you has nothing but a worthless existence ahead of him. Don't you think?" Aether sighed dramatically, shaking his head. "Bro, it's really not working. You need to work on your insults. It feels like you're just teasing me at this point." He let out a hearty laugh that echoed through the void. "Come on, look at me. A child full of hope and dreams, just like every other kid. Not bad, right?" He smirked, watching the vision without a hint of fear. Somehow, despite the grim attempt to provoke him, Aether couldn't bring himself to care. His past. It was just that, something that had happened. It didn't hold power over him now. Last time that was mistake. He let his past take control of his emotions. Whatever this test was, it felt meaningless. The past was the past, nothing more. "You. Why are you always laughing? That's creepy and disgusting," the boy who had punched him muttered, his voice laced with both amusement and disgust. Aether watched the scene play out and couldn't resist commenting. "You know, that guy right there? This bitch was actually engaged to Penelope. What he did was pure jealousy, nothing more than a desperate fiancé afraid of losing his bride. Not bad, don't you think?" he remarked, glancing toward the floating words. Indeed, a normal reaction from a jealous fiancé. But still, wasn't he the one who set your miserable life in motion? The words tried to twist the knife, probing deeper into Aether's past. But he only smirked in response. "Do you want to know what I did to him?" Aether's smirk deepened, almost sinister now. "The way you're showing me my past, it's so calculated, like you want me to relive every little, sad thing. And sure, the visions are accurate, but here's where you're wrong." His eyes darkened, and a dangerous edge crept into his voice. "My life wasn't always miserable. That little shit you're showing me, right there," he pointed at the boy in the vision. "You know what I did to him?" Aether's grin grew wider, more menacing. "That motherfucker pissed himself in front of the entire school when I just smiled at him. For a fucking smile. He. Lost his reputation, his dignity, everything. He became a walking joke, nothing more than a pathetic worm afraid of me." That's when I realized. I loved it. Aether took a deep breath as he revealed something that he had been hiding in his heart. Aether's eyes became crazy as he continued, the fear in people's eyes, those fearful, trembling gazes. "That's why I became a delinquent, to be honest, that's the real truth, not something like getting my parents' affection. Maybe a little, but still, those fearful eyes, those feelings of looking down at him, at whoever the deep shits that trying to piss me off only to see them bleed and tremble before me. Hee hee, it's exciting. His eyes gleamed darkly, and his grin turned into something unsettling. I wonder, do you have fearful eyes now? He asked with a grin that was nothing short of twisted. Aether blinked, his amusement only growing as silence stretched out. Why so quiet all of a sudden? Did you piss yourself, Mr. Whatever you are, ha? It seems like you never felt guilt for the mess you caused in other people's lives. You truly are a sadist. Aether shook his head almost immediately, cutting the words off. No, no, no. That's where you're wrong again. I'm no sadist. It's you who seems to get off on watching other people's misery. Yuck. What, did you have an orgasm just now? Creepy. The black void trembled slightly, an unseen force shifting the atmosphere, as if the very darkness itself had been angered by Aether's taunts. Aether chuckled to himself, sensing the shift in the air. Looks like I hit a nerve. This deep shit must be tied to this entire summit, he thought, before turning his attention back to the vision that continued to play out before him. Chapter 5:11 Good people die, and bad people live on. Aether continued watching the vision unfold. He saw his parents treating him like an outcast, their contempt only growing after word spread about his so-called defectiveness. See? Even though it's their fault, they're still pinning all the blame on you. What a sad, pitiful child you are. The words loomed in front of him, sinister and haunting, trying to provoke a response, but Aether remained composed. Yeah, they're total bitches, he said flatly. I see that now. And I get it. I'm just a pathetic child, clinging to things I could never have. His voice was devoid of emotion, almost robotic. The words seemed to pause, as though they were calculating, wondering if their taunts were having any effect. Why yeah, pathetic is exactly what you are. How does it feel, Gentleman Aether? How does it sit with you? Once your family turned their backs on you, you wore that mask to survive. How far you've fallen. Aether went silent, sensing his silence. The words pushed harder, eager to provoke him further. Foo, happy times live short. Sad times live short too. But nightmares? Nightmares cling to you, suffocate you, they haunt you every single day. Nightmares, huh? Yeah, well, I've been having those for a month now. He muttered softly, his voice eerily calm. Let's see what's the worst you can show me. The vision shifted again, replaying moments where his stepfather had tormented him relentlessly. Aether had never told his mother, not once, as if protecting her happiness was worth more than his own pain. See? It all started because you didn't speak up, because you didn't voice your true feelings. The vision froze, and the words shimmered before him, twisting and writhing as if trying to solidify their form in something else. If only you had shown your real self. If only you had revealed your true emotions. Things could have turned out so differently. The scene morphed, revealing an alternate reality where Aether stood up to his mother, stopping her second marriage. In this version of events, they grew closer, creating the relationship he had always yearned for. See? It wasn't that hard, was it? If only you had been honest with yourself. Aether cut in. Yes, maybe things would have changed. Maybe the future could have been different, but that boy, the boy I was back then, he made the right choice. His eyes sharpened with a serious resolve. You're right, I might have gotten closer to my mother. But there would always be a part of her that resented me for denying her happiness with the man she loved. In the end, she is just another woman who wanted love. And believe me, I've never regretted that decision. Oh. Never regretted it? Are you absolutely sure about that? Aether's gaze was unwavering as he stared at the words for a moment before replying. Yeah, I'm sure. I've never regretted it. It's her life, and I'm just a small part of it. As he spoke, he placed a hand over his chest, feeling the frantic beating of his heart slow, like he was finally releasing a burden he'd carried for far too long. He smiled softly. Regrets? I've got plenty, but that's definitely not one of them. What's with the sudden silence? Aether smirked, glancing at the words hovering before him. Nothing. It's just, you're far too good at hiding your emotions. Gentleman Aether. Now, the room plunged into darkness once again, and before him, two ominous doors materialized. One was pure white, glowing faintly, while the other swirled with a mix of white and black. Choose. If you truly believe what you did in the past was right, then take the white door. But if you wish to change your past, if you long for something different, then choose the other one. Aether stood still for a moment before nodding and walking towards the swirling door. What? The words hesitated, clearly confused. They had expected Aether to choose the white door, given how firm he seemed in his convictions. No need to be so surprised, Aether said, smirking as he waved his hand dismissively. I just want to see what kind of outcome will appear if I choose another possibility. The words shimmered, almost as if they were laughing. Looks like something's off with this new pawn. I wonder how the Mother Goddess will react to this. Aether stepped into the new room, surprised to see that the vision simply continued instead of altering the past, like the words had implied. I thought we were going to change the past. Aether asked, amusement flickering across his face. To change your past to perfection, you need to witness everything first, don't you think? The words appeared again, this time with hesitation as if they weren't entirely certain of their own plan. Looks like Raven's sister was right. No matter what you choose, this game is just endless torment, Aether thought, as he watched the vision of his mother giving birth to a new child. My child is going to become the greatest person in the world, his mother declared, her voice full of pride and hope as she looked at the newborn. Hearing her words, Aether couldn't help but think, damn, that still stings, and he nodded slightly, a small, bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. Seeing his smile, the words appeared again, this time with a frown. Are you sure you're not a sadist? Aether shrugged casually, I don't know. I haven't exactly tested that before. His voice trailed off as memories of Leora surfaced. And he recalled moments where his actions had leaned towards something more sadistic. Maybe I am, just a little bit sadistic, but only in the bedroom, Aether thought with a deep sigh, almost laughing at himself. His thoughts drifted to Wolfie, and a grin spread across his face as he remembered how he had made the powerful woman beg for his stop thinking whatever filth you're thinking right now. Aether raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did you read my mind? No need to read your mind. Just looking at your face is enough to know what's going on in that head of yours. Now wipe the drool, Aether coughed lightly, shifting his gaze back to the vision before him, where Penelope made her entrance into his life. A chuckle escaped his lips as he watched her act like a frightened girl, all innocent and delicate. But in truth, he knew better. She's a damn Yandra, he muttered with a smirk. Oh. So you do realize your first girlfriend is actually a Yandra? Are you scared of her now? The words floated in front of him, attempting to twist his thoughts, to dig into his fears. At least, they tried. Nah, Aether said casually, I've seen what their love and devotion can do. Sure, I should have been scared, like anyone else would be, you know, feeling someone's always watching you, following you, maybe even trying to take advantage of your vulnerabilities. It'd freak anyone out. Haha, his expression grew serious for a moment, but then a sly smile tugged at his lips. But me? Someone who's starved for love. I never found it weird. They just didn't know how to express themselves. And once you tame a Yandra. His grin widened, pride filling his voice. I promise you, they're the sweetest, most gorgeous, and cutest things in the entire world. He paused dramatically, then added with a knowing smirk, just make sure you stick to one Yandra girl. Trust me on this, get involved with more than one, and you won't know when you're completely screwed. He delivered the warning like a seasoned expert, brimming with confidence. Did you hit your oh, whatever. What the hell is wrong with you? Let me remind you of something. That devoted girlfriend of yours once said she'd rather I'd think very carefully about your next words. Aether's voice darkened, his eyes flickering with a shadowed intensity. The void around them seemed to tremble, the atmosphere thickening as Aether's eyes momentarily became pools of dark void before returning to normal. Aether nodded as the vision shifted once more. It displayed how his stepfather's manipulative plan unfolded flawlessly, using the young Aether like a pawn before ultimately tossing him out of the house. Yeah. I definitely picked up some of his traits. Aether admitted with a cold, detached tone, acknowledging the bitter truth. He didn't feel the need to run from it anymore. From the very beginning, Aether had been nothing more than an observer and absorber. He observed everything around him, consciously or not, and absorbed it. He absorbed his birth father's way of acting, and he absorbed his stepfather's cunning ruthlessness. There was no mistake about it, feeling like shit now. You hated them, but look at you. You've become just like them. Just like the filth, and yet, they lived, didn't they? Aether's voice was soft, almost contemplative. I mean, I'm pretty sure they lived happy lives despite being filth. They were content. Weren't they? He let out a small, almost bitter chuckle. Good people die, and bad people live on. It's not something we control, isn't that right? The silence that followed spoke volumes. The words, for once, didn't have a snappy comeback. Aether chuckled to himself, glancing at the corner of his vision where a meter, his level, hovered in the middle, never shifting slightly to either side. Heh, looks like I'm standing in the middle, he mused, amused by the odd balance. His attention then turned to the new door that materialized before him. Choose WH. Before the words could finish, Aether walked straight toward one of the doors without hesitation, his mind made up. Fuck. He's not getting corrupted. Why? The words screamed in frustration, their fury palpable. Chapter 5:12 one line. Only one. In the next room, instead of revisiting visions of his past, as expected, the scene ahead of Aether changed, revealing glimpses of his future. He saw the people he loved, their faces, their lives, leaving him, dying one by one before his very eyes. If you think you can handle your past, then let's see how well you handle the future. Yet, so she dies like that, he muttered thoughtfully, as though taking notes. Noted. He continued studying the scenes with a serious expression. I'll need to deal with Aquilina a little more carefully. She's trickier than I thought, and for Helena, looks like I'll need to put in some extra work there. Delphine, well, she can see the future, so it'd be smart to let her in on the secret before giving her a child. Aha, as for Stella, oh. She's acting differently, must be because I told her about the mission and, the future changed. Interesting, and then there's Arya. Interesting. She's okay with the others but trying to kill them behind my back. Not bad for a mommy Yandra, haha, he mused, clearly entertained by the possibilities. Aether wore an amused expression, noting each potential future with a mix of calculation and curiosity. Aether turned his attention back to the floating words and asked with a playful smirk. So, any more potential women I should be aware of? You know, I'd like to prepare in advance. The words froze in the air as if processing the absurdity of what they just heard. Then, what the fuck is wrong with you? Your loved ones were dying right in front of you, and you're acting like you don't even care. Do you truly love them? Aether narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone becoming flat. Of course I love them. That's why I'm taking notes of future possibilities. Planning ahead, you know. Having too many women, it's a challenge, but one hell of a fun one too. The words hesitated as if they had stumbled upon something deeply wrong with Aether's mindset. Anyway. Aether then glanced at the vision where his loved ones lay dying. He took a deep breath and looked down at his hand, noticing a slight tremor, subtle but undeniable. The fear still lingers, huh? He mused internally before his gaze returned to the floating words. He let out a dry chuckle, provocation clear in his voice. Oh? Is that really the best you've got? I was expecting something a little more intense. Here I was thinking you'd put me through some complicated, twisted game, and this is all. A simple, pathetic attempt. The words hovered in the air, seemingly at a loss, before they began to disintegrate into fine white particles, swirling around him like an ethereal tornado. A new trick, I see. Aether remarked, his curiosity piqued as he watched the particles whirl around him. Then with a soft, ssh, they dispersed. Aether raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden change in scenery. He found himself standing in a vast, serene landscape. This is new, Aether thought, frowning as he glanced around. The lush green with bright blue sky scenery stretched as far as the eye could see. This looks very similar to the Origin pillars, right? Aether's body stiffened at the sound of the voice. It was unmistakable, the voice of the mother. How is this possible? Aether's brow furrowed as he slowly turned toward the towering circular pillars. His eyes landing on a figure seated in the middle, a woman shrouded in a glowing white light. It's been a while, Aether, she spoke with a calm yet authoritative tone that echoed throughout the vast sky. Aether instinctively rubbed his ears, feeling like his eardrums were on the verge of bursting from the sheer power of her voice. Oh. Looks like I need to tone it down for a mere ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### worry about his hearing. Aether exhaled deeply, trying to regain his composure as he stepped closer to the origin pillars. His voice dripped with sarcastic politeness. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of this sudden visit? Your Grace. He tried to look at her directly but could only make out her long, slender black leg, as the rest of her body remained concealed by the blinding white light. Aether, I can feel your anger, your bitterness. You can't hide that from me. Her voice softened. Your little act won't work on a god. Aether sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. Shaking his head, he muttered, So, Ms. God, tell me, why would someone as high and mighty as yourself bother to visit a lowly being like me? I can sense that narcissistic tone of yours. Her voice was laced with annoyance, but no matter. I've been observing your peculiar actions over the past month. Something's off. Aether. It seems you've used your bloodline ability, haven't you? Aether tried so hard to control his emotions to not slip away, and yet, I see, she said, her voice tinged with satisfaction. She nodded slightly. Just the smallest flicker in his eyes was enough. She was a god. Sigh. She exhaled deeply. Aether, I know we despise each other. It's as amusing as it is unbelievable that a mortal and a god could share such mutual hatred. But before you jump to conclusions and blindly believe her or them, her tone sharpened, laced with warning, I want you to listen to what I have to say. This just keeps getting more interesting. Aether thought, folding his arms across his chest. He motioned with his hand, his expression indifferent. Go on, then. Though the mother goddess was visibly irked by Aether's casual, almost disrespectful manner, she maintained her composure. The world, she began, is governed by balance, an equilibrium no one is allowed to disrupt. This balance has been the foundation of all existence for eons, far beyond mortals' understanding. For every death, there is life. And for every life, there is a death. Aether's brow furrowed. You, Aether, or rather, the boy once called Aether, had only two distinct possible futures, she continued, her voice calm, one where you were chosen by the arcane, a path of unimaginable power. Aether's mind flashed back to that critical moment, the memory of nearly being chosen by the arcane still fresh. She continued, and the other, was death. Death by your beloved grandmother. Those were the only two options for your fate, there was no third path, no other possibilities, until he intervened. Mortimer Frostblade, she said, her voice tinged with distaste, that man did what no one could have predicted. He forged a new reality by capturing you, creating an entirely new possibility, a fate that diverged from the truth. With a wave of her hand, the lush green surroundings melted away, replaced by a void-like universe. Millions of stars glittered, connected by faint, shimmering lines that crisscrossed endlessly. These, she gestured, are the branches of every timeline, every possibility. Aether's eyes widened in awe, his expression one of genuine surprise. Wow. It's beautiful, he whispered, almost reverently. Believe me, she said, amused by his reaction. It's not. She pointed to a specific line, where a path seemed to reach a pinnacle. That, she explained, was Aether's original timeline. The culmination of everything, the beginning. But, with a snap of her fingers, that single point splintered, multiplying into countless divergent branches. The once orderly timeline fractured into a chaotic web. It's become so messed up, hasn't it? Her tone was filled with annoyance. Aether, still staring at the intricate display of timelines, nodded slowly. Yeah, it's a complete mess, he muttered, all while ignoring the urgent notifications flashing in his log. Ding, do not listen to her. Ding, exit now. Ding, she will kill you. Ding, she is manipulating you. The warnings kept flooding his log, but Aether's focus remained locked on the intricate tangle of timelines before him. It's not over yet, she said ominously, snapping her fingers once more. A particular branch zoomed in, revealing Aether being bound by an eternal slave contract. This was the second mistake, created by the same family. Another unpredictable reality no one foresaw, she continued, her voice growing darker. With another snap, she revealed more timelines, expecting them to branch off further. But instead, fuck, it's beyond repair, Aether whispered, his eyes widening in shock. What lay before him wasn't just a few disjointed branches, it was a colossal web of timelines, interconnected, flowing in all directions, looping and tangling like endless threads, each twisting into the other. The timelines had become so warped that the new branches wrapped back onto themselves like a chaotic mass of snakes devouring their own tails, twisting tighter and tighter, until finally, it all collapsed into a single, thick, straight line. Aether stared in disbelief. One line. Only one, he muttered, astonished by the sight, indeed the one and only. Timeline, she mumbled while staring at Aether intently. Chapter 5:13, Suck It Up, be hashtag. See, that's not supposed to happen, Aether, the mother goddess said, her voice laced with sadness, though a glimmer of anger simmered beneath. She paused, her gaze fixed on the thick, solitary line, and it only happened because of your existence, Aether. Your presence alone altered the very fabric of time. Her tone hardened, a deep resentment creeping in. Your singular existence has altered the entire fate of the worlds. Aether's frown deepened, irritation flickering in his eye. How am I responsible for that? It's not like I asked for this, right? I never wanted any of this. The mother goddess took a slow, measured breath, her gaze softening momentarily as if pitying him. You're right, in a way. You weren't directly responsible for this mess. You didn't ask for this. No one does. You were just another being trying to survive in a world of chaos, to live. Aether's frustration turned to confusion. Then who's responsible? Who's behind all this? She paused before her voice dropped to a whisper. You are. Aether's expression froze in disbelief. Inwardly, he screamed, what the fuck is this bitch talking about? She continued, unbothered by his reaction. Even though you're not directly at fault, your very will, your relentless determination, your refusal to give in, is what made this all possible, is what makes you responsible, her tone darkening with every word. My will? Aether narrowed his eyes. What the heck do you mean by that? Your will, Aether. Your soul's unyielding nature, the essence of your soul. It's unlike any other. It's not just resilient, it's aware. It acts as if it has its own consciousness, a force that fights, survives, and refuses to yield. That is not supposed to happen to a soul. In your terms, it's like a bug in the system, something no one accounted for, that caught the attention eye of the hashtag. Aether's heart raced slightly. When Mortimer took your future, your soul should have been trapped in the cycle of samsara. But it didn't happen, did it? No, because of that will inside you, it resisted. It defied fate itself. Aether felt a strange pressure inside him. I still don't get it, he muttered, unease flickering in his eyes. Ha ha ha. For the first time, she laughed, a soft, knowing laugh. That's the mystery, isn't it? Even the hashtag, couldn't figure it out. That's why they intervened. They saw your soul, so unique, so unpredictable, and decided to run their little experiment on you. Her gaze sharpened. They fractured your soul, sent it off to be reincarnated, but even then, something miraculous happened. The fragments of your soul are pulled back together, reforged by the laws of the eternal slave contract. It was supposed to be impossible. Yet here you are, you're beyond miraculous now, Aether. Ding, get away, Aether, get away, Aether. Suddenly, voices boomed inside Aether's mind, his body flickering like a fading illusion. His vision blurred as his form began to shimmer, his existence slipping between realms. But then, this is my domain, the mother goddess thundered, stomping her foot. The entire space quaked violently, and Aether's shimmering stopped, his form solidified once more. She smirked, satisfied with her control. See? They don't want you to know the truth, Aether. They can't let their prized test subject gain full awareness. You're too important to their grand scheme, you need to understand. Everything happening to you, everything you've ever done, has been meticulously calculated by them. You think you're free, but you're not, you're a puppet, dancing to their every whim. Aether stared at the thick, solitary line of timeline, his gaze darkening as her words sank in. I see, so I'm just a puppet to them, he whispered, his voice heavy with a strange mix of sorrow and bitterness. The mother goddess's tone softened as she saw his resolve begin to falter. That's why I'm here. I'm offering you something different. You don't have to remain their plaything, Aether. Come to me. You can finally if everything's so carefully calculated, then they must have known you'd contact me like this. Right? Aether cut in, if they're as powerful as you say, they would have foreseen this too, right? Suddenly a deep silence descended. Aether's eyes narrowed, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. I see. So they either predicted this, or you're lying to me. Nice try, though shitty goddess. His voice was laced with sarcasm. Watch your tone, Aether, she hissed, barely containing her fury. You can mock me all you want, but the truth remains, your existence is unraveling the fabric of reality itself. The worlds are falling into chaos because of you. I promise in the name of my name. The entire atmosphere trembled with her words. Aether crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. So what now? You want me dead? She shook her head, her expression intense, yet strangely calm. No. I don't want you dead. I want you to accept your fate. The fate that was always meant for you. Aether let out a slow, deliberate sigh, as if you were finally surrendering. If I'm fated to die, then I guess it won't hurt to know what I'm really capable of. What is this Aether bloodline? What powers do I actually have? A dead man doesn't need to know such things, she replied coldly. Well, that's too bad. Guess you'll just have to suck it up, bitch. Aether's grin returned, sharper than ever. The mother goddess stood abruptly, fury flooding off her like waves. Her eyes glowed with divine rage. Her voice shaking the very air. Aether's body began to dissolve once more, his form breaking apart into shimmering particles as he vanished, but not before casting her one final mocking smile. It's me, bitch. And with that, he was gone. As soon as Aether disappeared, the mother goddess's expression shifted, a sinister smirk curled her lips. I've planted enough doubt in his mind. He'll start questioning everything now. Arcane, hashtag. Soon, he'll trust no one. She waved her hand dismissively, and the space around her reverted to the gloomy underground cave. Back in the black void where the game had once played, Aether reappeared, the oppressive silence now weighing heavy. The darkness was thicker than before. Hello, he called out, his voice echoing in the emptiness. No words appeared to greet him, no system updates flashed before his eyes, only silence. Aether then muttered, activate system code, 232476. Suddenly, the white words appeared in the void. Activating, bypass the system, chapter 514. This is my journey. Aether stepped into the shadowy abyss, his eyes scanning the oppressive darkness for any sign of life or movement, but there was nothing, just an eerie stillness. He frowned. I thought I had bypassed the system, he mused to himself, frustration evident in his thoughts. Unlike Raven, who had faced hordes of monstrous creatures when she broke through the system's defenses, Aether encountered none. His steps echoed as he wandered through the desolate place. The only thing accompanying him was the foul stench of decay that seemed to hang in the empty air. Did something die here long ago or what? Aether muttered under his breath, covering his nose in disgust. Just as the words left his lips, dangerous snowflakes suddenly hissed, her golden eyes narrowing as they gleamed with a sinister warning. Aether flinched at the intensity of her reaction, immediately turning his gaze in the direction she was focused on. Without hesitation, he followed the path her eyes indicated. Snowflake's body began to tremble, a rare sign of fear from the usually fierce creature. Don't worry, Snow. I've got this, Aether whispered gently, stroking her head to reassure her. As he pressed forward, something caught his attention, a faint, glowing red light, flickering in the distance. Without wasting another second, Aether bolted toward the light. Then, as if the very air around him had a pulse of its own, he heard it, ba-dump. 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 His eyes locked onto the source of the rhythmic pulse. A small, blood-red heart, suspended in mid-air, beating with an eerie, steady cadence, drip, drip, blood trickled from the unseen ceiling above, feeding the heart, which seemed to throb with an almost dangerous energy, as if it were a living, breathing entity. It pulsed with raw, overwhelming power, as though it were pumping life into the very air around it. Is that the shattered heart? But it's whole. Aether murmured, confused. He had expected something broken or incomplete, but this heart was pulsing with life, as though it had never been damaged. Was this the answer to the trial? He stood there, transfixed, staring at the veins and intricate structures that gave the heart a disturbingly lifelike appearance. It looked far too real. Log. Is this what I'm supposed to find? Aether called out, his curiosity evident, but there was no reply from the system. Silence. He frowned in annoyance, and just as his hand reached out to touch the heart. Ding! Blood heart of draconic pyres, this heart is forged from the blood of millions of phoenixes and dragons. A culmination of life force, blood, and power, created since the dawn of this summit. A perfect fusion of might and rebirth, it pulses with an unimaginable force that distorts reality itself. Its full potential can restore life, or incinerate entire realms, reducing everything to ashes. What the actual? Aether jerked his hand back in shock, the detailed message leaving him wide-eyed. He stared at the heart in awe. You're telling me, this thing has been here since the creation of the summit? His voice was filled with disbelief. He remembered hearing from Arcanes about how he had claimed this very heart to gain immense power. It wasn't just him, every dragon emperor in history had supposedly done the same. Was that fucker lying to me? Spinning tales. Aether let out a dry chuckle, shaking his head in amused disbelief. So, this thing really holds that much power. Ding, indeed, and dangerous one, I see. Aether's blue eyes went blank for a moment as he contemplated the heart. His hand hovered near it again, drawn to its pulsating energy. Just as his fingers brushed the air near it, stop, white words flashed before him, sudden and sharp. Aether blinked, startled. Wait, I thought you left. So, you're still hanging around, huh? Of course. I remain as long as the summit exists. Aether nodded slowly. Then, without further hesitation, cuck, he grasped the heart. Ugh. A shiver ran down his spine as he held the still beating, bloody organ. His hands were slick with blood, and the steady pumping from the heart vibrated through his fingers. It felt disturbingly alive, as if it were not just a relic, but a living, breathing force in his hands. The sensation was unsettling, to say the least. Sigh, anyway, with this, Raven should be able to live a long life, right? Aether asked, his gaze fixed on the pulsating heart in his hand. The words appeared, almost as if frowning. I mean, this heart is the culmination of both dragon and phoenix blood, right? Wouldn't it help stabilize her warring bloodlines? Aether's tone was laced with curiosity. Oh, you're referring to that hybrid woman? Ah. Yes, this heart is indeed the only thing that could balance her two bloodlines. However. Aether's brow furrowed in concern. Read latest stories on Empire. Do you really believe a fragile-hearted woman like her could endure the power of something so ancient and immense? The words manifested again, laced with amusement, as if mocking the very thought. Aether blinked, his gaze shifting back to the heart. He knew Raven wasn't exactly the strongest, neither physically nor mentally. So, it's pointless then, who knows? The words floated with a taunting air. Aether stared at the heart in his hand, fully aware of the magnitude of what he was holding. If it were anyone else, they would have seized this power for themselves without a second thought, but Aether, he wasn't like that. He didn't care for immeasurable strength, nor was he seeking the ultimate power that could reshape realms. No, Aether's desires were far simpler. All he wanted was to seduce the woman. That was it. That was the entirety of Aether's goal and ambition. He had no interest in becoming some invincible warrior, super scion, or the ruler of a supreme harem like many others dreamed of. All he sought was to live a peaceful life, nothing more, nothing less. Even now, the only reason he was here before everyone else was to confront his past, like an observer, and destroy the monsters lurking in the depths of the valley. And, maybe, along the way, find a method to win Raven's heart, that was all. Yet, what if I decide to take it, then? Aether asked, a sly grin spreading across his face. Are you out of your mind? No matter how unique you think you are, that heart isn't something you can just toy with, Aether. You'll die before you can even comprehend its power. The words snapped, their tone serious, almost panicked. Ah, now you're worried about me? After all those times you tried to torment me? Aether's expression turned amused, a smirk playing on his lips. The words went silent. Aether chuckled softly. I know what you're all thinking. He's just a puppet, right? He dances to everyone else's tune. What nonsense are you talking about? The words returned, confused. Aether shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself. His gaze returned to the heart, his smirk widening. Well then, here goes nothing. He moved the heart closer to his mouth. No, the word screeched, and the entire space seemed to tremble, as though reality itself was trying to prevent Aether from going through with it. Yet, despite the warning, the words appeared to be anxiously waiting for him to swallow the heart. Drip, drip, blood leaked from the heart, dripping onto Aether's tongue. His eyes gleamed as he tasted the essence, feeling raw power surging from just a few drops. Just as he was about to consume the heart completely, nah. Aether pulled the heart away from his mouth, wearing a mischievous grin. What? Aether grinned wider. What? Did you really think I'd fall for that and play along? Come on, man. He let out an exasperated sigh before continuing. You seriously thought if I hit a dead end, I'd be left with no other choice but to risk my life and go all in, didn't you? Just like everyone else thinks I would, right? Isn't that what your so-called mother goddess believed? What are you saying, Tsk, I can't believe she tried to mess with my mind using cheap tricks. Aether grumbled in annoyance. I still don't understand. Let me explain something to you. Aether's voice hardened, his blue eyes darkening to an abyssal black. I know myself better than anyone else. I know exactly how I can be manipulated, and I've seen it happen before. Trust me. I'm more aware of my weaknesses than anyone else ever could be. His voice echoed through the void. Then, with a sinister smile, he added, whoever's out there trying to control my fate, go ahead, try it, because, he summoned a glowing blue crystal horn into his other hand, the air around him crackling with energy. Mother, arcane, them, whoever the hell they are. I don't fucking care. B.A. dump. B.A. dump. The heart beat louder, as if responding to his defiance. The species that survive aren't the strongest, nor are they the most intelligent. Aether pointed the horn toward the heart, his grin widening, but rather, the ones who best adapt to change. I will survive this shitty world no matter what it takes. Aether, calm down. Aether's grin turned wicked. This is my journey, my fucking survival odyssey, so, take that, you bastards. Chuck, no. The white words appeared all over the dark place. Ding, what the hell have you done now? The log shrieked in disbelief. Aether's sly smile deepened. Gotcha, he whispered, seeing even his log was taken aback. Chapter 5:15. Only 1% of the crimson elixir of the null remains. In the Umbra/ethereal domain, foo. I cannot believe he actually did it. Huh, a voice echoed, ethereal and tinged with dark amusement, to think he went and destroyed one of the few things that cannot be undone by time. A priceless power, shattered. Ha 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 ha. Oh, darling, I'm falling for you even deeper. This arcane was crafted just for you. Come, claim me as your own. Her once sweet, ethereal tone twisted, turning shadowy and dangerous. Indeed, few things existed in these worlds that even time itself could not reverse. The essence absorbed by souls and the lost ether of time. Those were among the rarest of things. The air reeked of death and decay, a heavy stench that clung to the room. That was an indication that Raven had already wiped out the horde of monsters in the previous timeline. Aether drove the horn through the heart with a wicked smirk, as if reveling in defiance of fate yet again. Hovering over the card, a radiant, white, ethereal figure watched Aether's actions closely. Her shimmering form flickered slightly as she murmured, "He truly is uncontrollable. A force no one can restrain." Her tone grew serious, her eyes narrowing. I hope you two understand what you're dealing with. He's becoming more unpredictable by the moment. Whatever you're planning, tread carefully. By now, even that wretched bitch has figured it out. A sly, knowing smile tugged at her lips. Infuriating, vexing, he. She chuckled darkly, but her amusement was short-lived as something unexpected occurred. What is happening? Her previously amused expression twisted into shock. I never anticipated this, neither did I, me neither. Intriguing, a new possibility has emerged. The arcane entity couldn't help but speak in a voice filled with awe. This is not good. Not good at all, ha ha ha. Aether. He is truly one of a kind, yes, a soul unlike any other, defying everything in its path, and a body, unique and unpredictable, birthing new phenomena. Even we did not foresee this. How fascinating. Truly remarkable. The arcane figure sighed, exasperated, and slapped her forehead in frustration. Don't get too curious, or I'll have to fight you two for a place in his bed. Snort. Meanwhile, Aether continued to stab the heart, his expression wicked and manic. Ah. What's the matter? Do you like this, you bitch? Did you really think you could bend me to your will? You fucked up bitches. Ha ha ha. His laughter turned darker, more menacing. Aether knew exactly what he had done. He had just obliterated something so ancient, so precious, that it had existed since the dawn of time itself, and as for Raven's cure, forget it. He'd find another way, just like he did for Melona. He'd carve out his own path, just like always. No hesitation, no second thoughts. He had destroyed their most sacred thing without blinking, but what Aether didn't expect was the unintended consequence. As he punched a hole straight through the heart, the sharp edge of the horn pierced his palm, ever so slightly, behind the heart, and that alone wasn't the problem. The real issue was that his blood, the crimson elixir of the null. The terrifying Tier 1 blood that devoured other types of blood, and since the heart was a vessel made entirely of blood, Aether frowned as he heard the unmistakable sound of something being sucked away. Where the hell is that coming from? He muttered under his breath, pausing his assault. Slowly, he turned toward the source of the noise, his eyes widening in utter disbelief, like a loose thread being pulled from fabric. The blood was sucked into his punctured palm, one drop at a time. Shit. Aether cursed, immediately tossing the heart away with all his strength. But it didn't matter, the thread continued to siphon the blood into his body. What the fuck is this? He yelled, panic creeping into his voice. Thud, the puncture in his palm suddenly closed after taking everything, as if a door had slammed shut. Aether stared at his hand, horrified. What the hell was that? His voice wavered as he tried to make sense of what had just happened, but before he could gather his thoughts, thud, he was no longer inside the summit. In an instant, he found himself standing outside, right in front of the massive wall that was marked with a peace symbol, the summit's entrance. He glanced at his hand again, confusion gnawing at him. I am fine, right? Log? His voice trembled as he called out for answers, but there was no response. Log was silent. This wasn't something anyone had predicted. This was a truly bizarre accident. After standing there for a moment, feeling nothing unusual, Aether let out a long sigh. Well, all's well that ends well. I guess, he muttered, brushing imaginary sweat from his forehead. Ba-dump. But just as he took another step, his body suddenly locked up, every muscle in his form tightening as his veins bulged unnaturally. Aether gritted his teeth, stifling a scream as his entire body began to shrink, his once powerful frame becoming gaunt and skeletal in an instant. Ba-dump, before he could even comprehend what was happening. Blop. Blop, a sickening, bubbling sound echoed from every corner of his body. Ah. Shit. It's burning. Aether hissed, but his voice was laced more with frustration than pain. He had endured far worse than this. Then came the cracking. Crack, crack, his limbs twitched violently as the sound of bones breaking reverberated through him. Yet despite the grotesque sounds coming from his body, Aether remained calm. It's not that bad, he mumbled, his voice steady. He had been through transformations before. This was nothing compared to what he had endured when his strength shifted from -1 to 0. After another agonizing minute, the cracking stopped. That's it? Aether breathed, relief washing over him. He turned to Snowflake, who had been watching him, concerned. It's okay. I'm fine, he reassured, smiling warmly as he patted her head. Let's get going. We need to. His voice trailed off, the smile vanishing from his lips as he felt a warm sensation on his face. Ba-dump, 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 drip, drip, blood. It dripped from his nose onto Snowflake's fur. His eyes widened, pure shock overtaking him as more blood began to pour from his nostrils. What the hell is going on? Ding, error. Unable to identify the new problem arising in the user's body, wop-lop, plop. Aether gasped, his words cut short as more blood gushed from his mouth, dripping onto the ground, scanning, error. Blood Heart of Draconic Pyres is attempting to overtake the crimson elixir of the null, Fuuk. Cough, cough. Aether cursed, hacking violently as blood poured from his mouth. He grabbed Snowflake and pushed her back. Stay there. Cough. Cough. Stay away. His voice was strained, a mix of agony and command as his body began to betray him. Dropping to his knees, Aether's body convulsed, blood spewing from every orifice, eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, as the violent clash between the two blood forces raged within him. Warning. The two bloodlines are entering a state of rapid domination, causing the user's body to break apart. Fuuk. Aether mumbled, his vision blurring. His head felt like it was spinning, consciousness slipping from him like sand through his fingers. Then, through the growing haze of his mind, a sound tore through his skull. Bagruaa. A monstrous roar echoed from the depths below. A familiar sound. Aether's bloodshot eyes snapped open, glowing crimson with fury. He turned his gaze to the deep valley just inches away from him. So, cough, cough, you're there, aren't you? With trembling hands, Aether crawled toward the edge of the cliff. This time. I'll fucking hunt you. Bagruaa. The earth trembled. Ssttttrr. The ground beneath him gave way. Ssttrr. Snowflake's cry pierced the air as she watched Aether plummet into the abyss below. Without a second thought, she leaped into the deep chasm after him, her heart racing in terror. Aether, now unconscious, fell rapidly, blood continuing to gush from his broken body. Warning. The blood heart of Draconic Pyres is on the verge of completely destroying the crimson elixir of the null. His body, limp and lifeless, bled profusely as it plunged deeper into the valley. Error. Warning, only 1% of the crimson elixir of the null remains. The user's body is on the brink of total collapse. Inside Aether's body, though unconscious, he could still feel it. The battle raging within him, the two bloodlines fighting savagely for control. His own blood was struggling, while the invasive blood of the Draconic Pyres was overpowering it, bullying it into submission. In his subconscious, Aether could see the struggle. Roar. A massive, dragon-like creature with blazing phoenix wings loomed large. Its roar deafening as it towered over a small, trembling puddle of slime-like blood. The powerful draconic blood flared with dominance, while Aether's own blood cowered beneath its might. And Aether didn't like it. Are you just going to give up? Aether's voice rang out in his own mind, seething with fury. My own blood, giving up. Pathetic. He spat the words with venom, his tone filled with disdain. The small puddle of blood quivered, trembling under his harsh scrutiny. Stay connected with Empire, you're just going to let it take your place. His voice was cold, unforgiving. How disappointing. The puddle quaked even more violently, but then, Aether's tone softened. I thought, you were like me. I believed you were relentless, that you never gave up. It seems I was wrong. His voice held a tinge of sadness, almost as if he was mourning. I'm truly sad. Goodbye, old friend. Before him, the draconic blood opened its massive maw, ready to consume his own blood once and for all. Ding, blood heart of Draconic Pyres is successfully overtaking the user's body. Stabilization and mutation star, error, BA dump, ding, unknown error detected, scanning. Suddenly, Aether's lips curled into a grin as he watched the draconic blood tremble. Something was wrong, inside the once dominant blood, something was shifting. BA dump, plop, plop, crack. Aether's eyes gleamed in surprise as he saw the crystal blue horn, previously coated with the draconic blood, beginning to crack. Buzz, sir. The crystal shattered into a flurry of diamond-like particles, sparkling in the darkness. The fragments swirled around the draconic blood before being sucked inside it, where his blood inside there, buzzard. The draconic blood exploded violently, bursting apart like a fragile vessel. BA dump, ding. Crimson elixir of the null has devoured 1% of the blood heart of draconic pyres. Aether grinned wider as he watched his own blood, once weak and trembling, now grow larger. More monstrous, as it began to devour the draconic blood from the inside. That's it, my friend, Aether whispered, his voice dripping with satisfaction. We were born to devour, just like how we consumed our Connie's remnant soul. Crimson elixir of the null has devoured 10% of the blood heart of draconic pyres. Aether's body continued to plunge deeper into the abyss, while above him, Snowflake leapt from one crumbling rock to the next, desperately trying to reach him. 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 91%, MASSSTTRRR. Snowflake's voice broke in fear as she saw Aether still motionless, blood-soaked and unresponsive. 95%, 96%, 97%, 98%, 99%. Ding! Crimson elixir of the null has devoured 100% of the blood heart of draconic pyres. Ding! You have leveled up. Level 61, level 62, level 63, level 64, level 81. Ding! Leora Darkfang weapon unlocked. Ding! Remaining affection points, 3,149,563, ding, resumed, remaining time, 180 days 0 hours 00 minutes 10 seconds, yet, despite the victory within his blood, Aether's body continued to fall. The blood that had been gushing from his wounds finally stopped, but there were still no visible signs of life. His body remained limp, and he wasn't waking up, just as he was about to hit the ground below. Wake up, Aether! Wake up, Aether! MASSSTTTRRR. Snowflake finally caught up to him, wrapping her tail protectively around his body as they plummeted together. Ba-dump, spark. Aether's eyes suddenly shot open, gleaming with a radiant, purple light. A wicked grin spread across his face. Hee, boom, crack, spark, in the deepest part of the valley. A brilliant purple spark of lightning illuminated the surrounding darkness, its electric tendrils reaching up toward the ominous, red-tinged clouds above. Thunder, far away. Arcanes squinted into the distance, his brow furrowing at the sight of the vibrant purple thunderclap. What in the world is that? I have never seen that color in my life. He murmured, that power. He felt his legs tremble beneath him, a mixture of unease and curiosity swirling in his gut. Father? Leon asked, concern, as he observed his father's reaction. It's probably nothing significant. Arcanes managed a gentle smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Let's focus on the task at hand. We should be ready to welcome your future father-in-law. Mr. Velkfrostblade. He turned his attention to the blue-haired middle-aged man approaching them, who wore a broad grin that showcased his enthusiasm. Chapter 517, Nothing. Just an elephant, BBRRTTTTTTT, Kumi on, bitch hiss. Snowflake shrieked gleefully, her tail wrapped around the machine gun, spraying bullets in every direction as waves of snake monsters charged toward them. Meanwhile, Aether blinked, utterly dumbfounded at the sight. He had handed her the weapon because she'd begged to play with it. He had been reluctant, considering she was about to kill down her own kind. But now, where did I go wrong? Aether thought, feeling a pang of guilt as he watched her blow holes into the charging snakes with a manic grin on her face. I've definitely failed in raising her right. Look at her, she even somehow managed to pull out a pair of sunglasses, which now sat crookedly on her tiny face. Snowflake giggled, thoroughly enjoying herself as she obliterated her fellow snake creatures. Aether was speechless. Where the hell did she even hide those? He muttered under his breath, still in disbelief. His eyes scanned the battlefield. The snake horde seemed never-ending, pouring in from every crevice of the valley. Bagrahuha, Aether's ears twitched at the ominous rumble in the distance. I can't waste time just standing here killing wave after wave, he muttered, shifting his gaze back to Snowflake, who was now casually eating popcorn while continuing to fire the gun. Aether didn't even have the words anymore. All he wanted to know was where the hell she was getting the popcorn from. He grabbed a few dozen boxes of bullets and handed them to her. Look, Snow. These rounds should last you for the next 3 or 4 waves. But if the monsters start getting too strong, I want you to immediately pull back and come to my position, okay? His tone was serious, his eyes locked onto hers. Snowflake's face fell, her eyes widening with sadness. Leaving me? Aether shook his head. Of course not. I just need you to watch my back. Can you do that for me? Keep an eye out and protect me. He gave her a gentle smile, trying to reassure her. 4000 AP, her sad expression melted away, replaced by a wide, feral grin. Of course anything for master, she hissed, her excitement building as her tail slapped the ground in anticipation. The thought of Aether trusting her enough to show his back, his vulnerability, filled her with pride. Master, trust me, she squealed, loading another belt of bullets into the machine gun. Suck it up, bitch, hiss. BBBBRRTTTTTTTTTT. Bang, bang, bang. Aether blinked again, rubbing his forehead with a groan. Yep, it's official. I'm responsible for this. I totally corrupted her. With a resigned sigh, he gave her a soft pat on the back. Be careful, okay, he said before turning to leave. Snowflake watched him go, her sharp eyes tracking his movements. She knew what Aether was thinking. After spending so much time by his side, she could read him like a book. He always left her behind when danger loomed, and always kept her out of the thick of it. But this time was different. This time, he trusted her enough to face the little danger alongside him, but not too danger, and she was ready to prove she could fight by his side, no matter what. She was still lost in thought when, a massive red snake, its eyes glowing with murderous intent, slithered silently behind her, fangs bared and ready to strike. HHSSSS, its hiss echoed in her mind as it lunged toward her with lightning speed. Snowflake's eyes widened, her instincts kicking in, but before she could react, chuck, a sharp metallic nail shot out, piercing the monster snake right before it could reach her. Snowflake stared in shock, her head whipping around to see a small patch-like device attached to her back. The device whirred to life, sending out another nail, and skewering another snake that had been sneaking up from behind. Her eyes sparkled with realization, a grin spreading across her face as she understood what was happening. 4000 AP, 4000 AP, 4000 AP, Master loveth me, she squealed, filled with joy as she unleashed another hail of bullets on the incoming wave of snakes. BBBBRRTTTTTTTTTTT. Meanwhile, Aether was focused, his senses attuned to the rumbling sound ahead. The deeper he ventured into the valley, the louder it became. Crack. Crack. Aether flinched as he felt the ground beneath him tremble, the very roots of the earth stretching and snapping under some immense force, whatever was ahead. It was massive, interesting. He muttered, his pace quickening as he moved further into the depth of the valley. Step. 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 Suddenly, Aether froze. He could feel it now, heavy, deliberate footsteps, each one causing the earth itself to quake. The air grew heavier with each step, the oppressive force pressing down on Aether as he sprinted toward the source. It's close. Aether thought, his heart pounding in his chest as he pushed forward, and finally, after running deeper into cracked roots, he saw them, 2 rainbow-colored crystals suspended in the darkness, floating unnaturally in midair. The pitch-black surroundings made it impossible for Aether to discern what they were attached to. With caution, Aether conjured a small burst of purple flames, sending them shooting upward. The moment the flames illuminated the dark void, boom, as the purple light cut through the gloom. Aether's eyes widened in horror. What the foo? before he could finish his sentence. Something colossal crashed into the ground where he had just stood. The impact was deafening, obliterating everything in its path and sending a shockwave that made the earth quiver. Huff, huff. Aether's breath came in ragged gasps. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, barely processing the fact that he had narrowly avoided being flattened into a bloody smear. He rolled to the side, ducking behind a large rock for cover, his body trembling with adrenaline and fear. What had he just seen? Nothing. Just an elephant, but this wasn't any ordinary elephant. This beast was the size of a towering mountain. He could feel the sweat beading on his forehead, his hands trembling as the memories of his past death flashed vividly in his mind. Crushed, the thought of being smashed again, reduced to nothing beneath the weight of something so immense, made his heart race even faster. His breath hitched, panic threatening to overtake him. His death really did number on him. Slap, Aether slapped his own face quietly, forcing himself to focus. He inhaled deeply, trying to calm the storm within. Aether. Focus. You need to overcome this fear. This is why you're here, he muttered, his voice shaky but determined. He exhaled, relieved that Snowflake wasn't here to witness him nearly break down. Taking another deep breath, he peeked around the edge of the rock. Step, 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 step. The two rainbow-colored crystals were still moving like in a circular path, glowing softly as they swayed in the air. But now he realized something terrifying. Those are its eyes. Aether whispered, his voice filled with disbelief. The monstrous elephant's eyes glowed like twin jewels in the dark, each rainbow-colored orb shifting as if scanning its surroundings. He needed to light up this area, but conjuring flames would give away his position immediately. Aether bit his lip, calculating his next move. The structure they were in was circular, giving him some tactical advantage, but it wouldn't matter if the creature crushed him before he could make a plan. TSK, I really miss Area's weapon right about now. Aether gritted his teeth. With a bow, he could have shot crystals into strategic positions, lighting up the area without exposing himself. But now, he'd have to do this the hard way. This is why I shouldn't have relied on the log too much, he muttered under his breath, slowly moving behind the cover of a large boulder. He took out a handful of small, white crystal balls, had a function similar to LED lights. He carefully placed one crystal at a time, his heart hammering in his chest as the thunderous footsteps of the beast grew louder and more frequent. Each step sent tremors through the ground, making Aether's pulse quicken. Stay calm, Aether. You are not going to be crushed again, he reminded himself. Forcing his legs to move as he circled the beast, thump, the ground shook as one of the massive feet landed close by, close enough that Aether felt the impact in his bones. His heart skipped a beat. He gritted his teeth, determined not to let fear paralyze him. With slow, deliberate movements, he continued placing the crystals in a circular pattern, aligning them with the movements of the creature's glowing eyes. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of careful, silent steps, he hid behind another rock. His fingers trembling, he snapped them. Snap, flick. SSH, a chain reaction of light erupted around the area as the crystals he had placed ignited one by one. The darkness receded. And the entire cavernous space was suddenly bathed in radiant white light. Unbelievable. Aether breathed, momentarily mesmerized by what he saw. It was a big elephant. No, not just a big elephant, this was a behemoth, a creature of myth. Its massive form lumbered forward, its tusks were colossal, curving outward in a graceful yet fearsome arc. They were thick and heavy, stretching impossibly long. They were engraved with glowing runes, pulsing with power. The etching seemed to shift and writhe as the creature moved, as though alive with ancient magic. The trunk, thick as an ancient tree, hung with an effortless strength, swaying in gentle movements. Its surface was rough and ridged, with deep folds running down its length. It was clear that this trunk could crush or lift with equal ease. As it wrapped around root, the legs of the creature were pillars of raw strength. Thick and sturdy, they held up its enormous form with ease. Each foot was broad, the pads of its soles sinking slightly into the earth with every step, creating deep imprints that resembled craters. The elephant's rainbow-colored crystal eyes were filled with a deep, primal intelligence, but there was also something dangerous, something untamed. Image in the comment, Chapter 518, "You're not done yet, idiot." A deep, rumbling sound reverberated through the air as Aether's eyes locked onto the sight before him. The enormous elephant, its powerful trunk wrapped around a massive root, pulling it with a strength that seemed impossible, the creature moved in a relentless circle, not aimlessly, but around something hidden at the center. Aether's breath caught in his throat, and he staggered back, his back hitting a rock. His wide eyes gleamed with a mix of wonder and trepidation. "Holy shit. That thing is a fucking giant," he muttered, his voice shaking with both awe and excitement. His mind raced as he stared at the creature. Was this the thing the principal fought before? He mumbled, utterly dumbfounded by the sheer size of the monster. "We're seriously at the final boss level here." Aether whispered under his breath, a nervous laugh escaping his lips. His gaze flicked back to the elephant, its steps heavy and deliberate, each one causing the ground beneath him to tremble. It circled the strange object in the center, the roots pulled tight by its strength, as much as he wanted to fight and fend off the fear hiding in his heart. "Now, no, focus," he muttered, forcing himself to think. His brow furrowed as he strained to see what the elephant was circling. Something in the distance was rotating, slowly, purposefully, as the beast continued its endless loop. What the hell was that thing? What exactly is it doing? Aether muttered to himself, he needed to know more. But getting closer was risky. Very risky. His eyes darted back to the elephant. "It's moving at a steady pace. Maybe, just maybe, if I follow right behind it, I might have a shot." He steeled himself, inhaling sharply, and nodded. Timing was everything. The second the colossal creature passed him, Aether crept forward, his steps slow and deliberate, trailing behind it like a shadow. "It's easier than I thought." Boom! Before Aether could finish his thought, the air exploded around him, and in an instant, he was sent flying through the air. Pain shot through his body as he slammed into the hard ground. Cough, cough, ugh. Aether winced as he struggled to catch his breath. The taste of blood filling his mouth. His ribs ached. No, more than that, he could feel a few of them had cracked from the impact. Shit. That tail, he thought, grimacing through the pain. He quickly reached for a healing potion, downing it as fast as he could while glaring at the elephant's massive, rotating tail. What the hell? Does it have eyes on its back or something? Aether mumbled, wiping the blood from his lips, gritting his teeth. Aether forced himself to sit up, reaching into his pouch for a healing potion. He quickly downed it, feeling the warmth of the magic mending his shattered ribs, though the dull ache lingered. His eyes stayed locked on the monster. All right. Time to play this smarter, he muttered, his voice low but determined. If I can count how long it takes to complete a circle, I can find an opening. He started counting under his breath as the beast trudged forward, each step causing a thunderous vibration in the ground. 23, 24, 25, Aether nodded to himself, that's my window. But the distance to that thing in the center, damn, it's far. He frowned, calculating his chances. If I push myself hard enough, maybe, just maybe, I can make it. Taking a deep breath, he stretched his limbs, readying his body. His muscles tensed with anticipation. As soon as the monster passed by again, Aether shot forward. His legs moving like lightning as purple sparks flared behind him. 1, 2, each second felt like an eternity as he sprinted, the adrenaline surging through his veins, fueling his every move. His gaze remained locked on the mysterious object in the center, but in the back of his mind, he could hear the monster's heavy steps, each one getting closer. 15, 16. He was almost there. He could see it. The object at the center grew clearer, something like a stone slab, wrapped in Bagruaa. Aether's blood ran cold as the deafening roar ripped through the air. His instincts screamed at him to turn, and he did, just in time to see the elephant's enormous tusk. Inches away from skewering him like a spear. Shit. Without thinking, Aether stomped the ground with all his strength, launching himself to the side just as the tusk pierced the spot where he'd been standing. The shockwave of the impact blasted through the earth, but Aether barely managed to evade the full brunt. His hands shot out, grabbing onto the tusk, his body hanging off it as the elephant continued its relentless charge. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Aether gritted his teeth, feeling the sheer force of the creature's movements. It was heading for the wall, and fast. If he didn't act soon, he'd be smashed against it. He shifted his footing, planting himself on the tusk as he ran up its fucking big length. Moving toward the elephant's face with desperation in every step, the elephant roared again, enraged by the intrusion, its tusk slamming into the wall with such force that the stone cracked and splintered. Aether glanced back, his heart hammering in his chest as the wall closed in, inch by inch, but just as the crushing force loomed over him, Aether made his move. Thud, he jumped down, landing hard on the ground, rolling away just as the tusk deepened into the wall. Hee. Aether allowed himself a grin, catching his breath. That should keep it stuck for a while, yet, with a single, effortless shrug, the elephant yanked its tusk free from the wall. As if the stone was nothing more than a paper-thin obstacle, Aether's grin faded as the creature turned toward him once more. Its massive, rainbow-colored crystal eyes gleamed with a cold, predatory glare, locking onto him like he was nothing more than an ant scrambling for survival. Aether's lips twitched as he shot purple flames directly at the elephant's rainbow-colored eyes. The flames roared through the air with brutal force, ready to blast anything in their path, just like they had tormented those pitiful snakes before. Aether expected the same devastating effect. But before the flames could even reach the elephant, they flickered and died out. Aether stood frozen, his mind racing. He was, level 80, for crying out loud. And yet, his flames couldn't even scratch the beast. What the fuck just happened? Aether thought in disbelief, but something even stranger caught his eye. Wait. Was that a smirk? He squinted, his frown deepening as he noticed the elephant's lips curving upwards, a mocking expression on its face. The massive creature was smirking at him. Aether's stomach tightened in dread as the elephant reared up on its hind legs, lifting its enormous body off the ground. What the hell? It knows trick. Aether screamed, his voice tinged with panic as he spun on his heel, running as fast as his legs could carry him. He barely managed to move out of the way before the elephant's massive feet came crashing down. Boom! The ground shook violently beneath him, the impact sending shockwaves through the valley. Aether stumbled as the force nearly knocked him off balance. The tremor wasn't just local, it was so powerful that even the faraway Empire felt a faint, almost imperceptible quake. Aether's heart raced as he tumbled through the air, his body flung like a ragdoll caught in a violent storm. Thud, he hit the ground hard, his body rolling across the dirt before coming to a painful stop. His head slammed into the ground, causing his vision to blur momentarily. For a split second, he blacked out, but he pulled back. Damn. No wonder she took so long to take this thing down, he groaned, spitting dirt as he shakily rose to his feet. His eyes locked onto the elephant again, now deliberately walking toward him, each step slow, but deliberate, almost mocking him. Are you smirking at me? Aether's face contorted with disbelief as the grin on the elephant's face seemed to grow wider, its rainbow crystal eyes twinkling with amusement. Aether's lips twitched again, but this time in a dark grin of his own. Oh yeah. Let's see if you can handle this. His body began to glow with intense, fiery purple light, his energy surging outward like a burning inferno. In an instant, he took to the sky, hovering just above the beast, and with a sharp snap of his fingers, the entire elephant was engulfed in blazing purple flames. Aether grinned widely, watching as the flames wrapped around the massive creature, consuming it in a fiery blaze. This time, it was working. Or so he thought. But through the roaring flames, the elephant's rainbow-colored eyes still stared up at him, calm, unwavering. Amused, what the? Aether's grin faltered, confusion settling in. No matter how much his flames burned, the elephant showed no sign of pain or damage. His frown deepened as something strange began to happen. The elephant's thick skin started to burn away, peeling off like a layer of old bark. But instead of revealing muscle or flesh beneath, what emerged was something far worse. What the heck is that? Aether whispered, his voice shaky with disbelief. As the last of the skin burned away, he was greeted with the sight of something terrifyingly familiar, pitch-black metal. Aether's eyes widened in horror. No way. That metal. He recognized it instantly. It was the same material used in the castles of the Empire and the Summit. It's made of pure black metal. His flames finally flickered out, leaving behind a towering, monstrous figure made entirely of indestructible black metal. Before Aether could process the horror in front of him, the elephant moved with terrifying speed. Its trunk lashed out, slamming into him like a whip. Slam! Aether hit the ground hard, blood spilling from his mouth as he coughed violently. Pain exploded in his ribs, and he gritted his teeth, struggling to stay conscious. Fuck, he cursed, his voice strained, as he tried to push himself up, but before he could react, he noticed the shadow looming over him. His gaze shot up just in time to see the elephant's massive foot lifting high above him, ready to come down and crush him where he lay. His heart pounded wildly in his chest and his legs gave out. He couldn't move. He couldn't even think. His mind flashed back to the past, images of being crushed under this. Again, Aether's heart phased quicker. He knew he needed to move, and yet, his legs were rooted to the ground. The massive foot began its descent, inches away from smashing him into the ground. But then, who allowed you to die, brat? A firm, feminine voice echoed through the chaos. His lips curled up as he saw a figure holding the massive foot of the metal monster with nothing but her bare hands. Was the principal. Her expression was a mix of annoyance and amusement as she glared down at Aether, her lips twisted into a smirk. You're not done yet, idiot. She muttered before, with an effortless motion, she swung her arm, hurling the elephant like it weighed nothing. The enormous creature flew through the air and crashed into the ground with a thunderous impact, dust and debris exploding around it. Chapter 519, The same as me. Ever since that day, the day when she witnessed the death of everything she once cherished, the principal had been unstable, her mind constantly spiraling into chaos. She couldn't comprehend why or how her students had met their demise when it had been her duty to protect them. Where had she been when everything had turned to hell? How could she have failed so miserably? These questions haunted her every waking moment. So, without hesitation, she followed Aether, her movements silent and calculated. She trailed him like a shadow, watching as he slipped through a black wall marked with a symbol of peace. She tried to follow him, but as her body neared the wall, an invisible force pushed her back. It was as if something was intentionally preventing her from entering. All she could do was wait. Minutes stretched into hours, and impatience gnawed at her. Determined not to waste time, she began scanning the surrounding area, searching for any other possible entrances or weak points. But after hours of fruitless searching, she realized there was none. Just as she was about to give up, a sudden flash of purple lightning exploded from the valley, illuminating the sky and turning the world into a surreal shade of violet. Her heart raced as she rushed toward the source of the light. When she arrived, her breath caught in her throat. Aether's entire body was engulfed in blazing purple flames that shimmered and crackled with terrifying power. He's strong, she muttered under her breath, her eyes narrowing. The energy radiating from his body was unlike anything she had seen before. Whatever he had gained from the summit, it had made him incredibly powerful. For the first time, she felt he could pose a real challenge to her, although in her mind, he would still lose, eventually, and so, she watched, hidden in the shadows, as he fought fiercely against the strange, serpentine creatures that slithered from the dark. So, that's why he came. Searching for them, she thought, intrigued by the monsters. Those rainbow crystal. They were nothing like the usual enemies encountered. They carried almost power, similar to the chosen ones, but the implications were clear. If these creatures escaped the valley, the people outside would suffer unimaginable horrors. The world wouldn't stand a chance, and that was something she would not, allow. However, it's not over. What she hadn't anticipated was the enormous elephant. Its towering, pitch-black form was unlike anything she had ever seen. She had always wondered where she had been, what had distracted her when her students were slaughtered one by one. And now, standing before the monstrous beast, it all made sense. So. This is what took me away, she murmured, her eyes fixed on the gigantic elephant lying on the ground, its dark, glistening skin absorbing the light around it. Principal. What are you doing here? Aether's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. He was looking at her, wide-eyed, a mix of surprise and relief crossing his face. The principal's lips curled into a smirk, though her eyes blazed with fury. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I wouldn't notice? Aether shifted awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. He knew he'd been caught. Of course, this had all been part of his plan. There was no way he would take on something like this without ensuring she followed him. He had made sure to leave just enough clues during their conversation so that her curiosity would be piqued. And, knowing how protective she was of her students, there was no doubt she would come running to save her favorite disciple, just as he had predicted, to save her only disciple. Well, here you are, she said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Now, care to explain what the hell that thing is? Her gaze shifted back to the elephant. Aether shrugged casually. Honestly, I don't know. The principal raised an eyebrow. You expect me to believe that? You were the one who came here. Surely, you know something. Aether sighed, lifting his hands in surrender. I swear, this is the first time I've seen this. And I have no idea what it's doing here. The principal let out a heavy sigh, her gaze shifting back to the elephant, which was now slowly rising to its feet. Its rainbow crystal eyes locked onto her, burning with rage. Then it let out a deafening roar. Without warning, it charged straight at her, its massive tusks aimed to impale her. Oh. The principal's grin widened, her body tensing with excitement. You want to play, huh? As the elephant's tusks neared her. She rolled up her sleeves, her muscles coiling like springs. Grip. With a quick, fluid motion, she caught the enormous tusk with both hands, her feet digging into the ground as the beast's immense momentum pushed her back slightly. The elephant's eyes widened in shock, clearly not expecting this level of resistance. The principal's smirk deepened. You're not the only one with power, she said before tightening her grip. With a sudden burst of strength, she lifted the entire hulking body of the elephant off the ground by its tusk, its weight barely phasing her. Bagroha, the elephant thrashed wildly, but it was no match for her. With a triumphant laugh, she began to spin it like a child's toy. Faster and faster until its body became a blur. Don't worry, I'm not done yet, she said with a grin, her voice low and dangerous. Then, with a final burst of force, she flung the massive creature into the air. Boom! The elephant crashed into the ground with a thunderous impact, the sheer force of the landing shaking the entire valley and sending shockwaves through the empire. Dust and debris shot up in all directions as the ground trembled beneath them. Aether, still watching in awe, couldn't hide his amazement. Wow, he muttered under his breath, his eyes wide as he took in the scene before him. He looked down at his own hands, flexing them thoughtfully. I didn't think there was much difference between level 80 and level 100. But now. Maybe there is. The principal dusted off her hands with a satisfied smirk, her eyes flickering with amusement as she caught Aether's thoughtful expression. She chuckled, breaking the silence. Brat, let me enlighten you. A level 100 warrior can take on hundreds of level 99s. That's the kind of power gap we're talking about. Reaching that level isn't something just anyone can do. Only a handful in all of history ever made it that far. Aether nodded, his mind briefly lost in thought. I see. He murmured absent-mindedly, then shook his head, snapping back to the present. But can you defeat it? The principal's smirk faded, and she shook her head slowly. Huh. Aether blinked, his brows furrowing in confusion, letting out a sigh. The principal admitted, that thing. Its body is unbelievably sturdy. Even with all my strength, I couldn't so much as scratch its surface. She clenched her fists, her expression tightening, though she kept her true concern to herself, and something feels off. Aether took a moment to process that, blinking in realization. If that thing's made from the same material as the summit, this is going to be a serious challenge. He glanced at the elephant's colossal form before suggesting, what about heating it up? If it's metal, Intense heat should cause it to melt down eventually. Right? The principal considered his words, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Not a bad idea, she mumbled under her breath, just as the air shook with the familiar thunderous roar. Bachelor. The elephant charged again, its eyes blazing with fury. Its massive form barreled toward them, the ground trembling under its weight. With a swift motion, the principal raised her hand, her voice commanding as she shouted, "Blazing inferno!" A massive wave of indigo flames erupted from her hands, growing into a blazing miniature sun. The heat was so intense that the entire valley was bathed in its glow, lighting up the dark surroundings like a second dawn. Aether stood frozen for a moment, genuinely taken aback by the raw magnitude of her power. He swallowed nervously, thinking to himself, maybe I shouldn't have teased her so much, but it makes me tease her even more. The searing ball of flames shot toward the elephant like a meteor, but to the principal's surprise, the massive beast didn't dodge. It continued charging forward, unbothered, without a hint of hesitation. Her frown deepened. Why isn't it dodging, she wondered. She readied herself for the next move, anticipating a counterattack. But what happened next left her stunned. The indigo flames, just as they were about to collide with the elephant, vanished. Disappeared, as though they had been sucked into thin air. The principal's eyes widened in shock, but she had no time to react. The elephant's tusks were already mere inches from her, bearing down with terrifying force. Gritting her teeth, she caught the tusks with her bare hands again, halting its momentum, though the sheer force sent shockwaves up her arms. She was about to spin the beast once more when, the intricate designs etched into the tusks suddenly flared with a brilliant light, glowing like molten metal. And then, bam! A concentrated beam of energy shot from the tusks, striking the principal's hands directly and blasting her backwards into the rock wall behind her. The impact was so powerful that the ground cracked beneath her feet. The principal gritted her teeth, blocking the searing energy with her bare hands, her skin glowing red-hot from the heat. Seeing the momentary distraction, Aether didn't waste a second. He bolted toward the center of the valley, shouting, "I'm going to reach whatever you're protecting." Immediately, the elephant's head snapped toward him. Its trunk rose high before slamming down with a thunderous force. Its massive trunk shot toward Aether, trying to crush him. Aether grinned, adrenaline pumping through his veins as he narrowly dodged the strike. Bam! But the elephant wasn't done. The trunk twisted in mid-air, following him as he weaved in a zigzag pattern across the battlefield. Bam! 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 Each time, Aether barely managed to avoid being flattened, the beast's rainbow eyes glaring at him with a calculating expression. It was learning his movements, tracking him with unnerving precision. "Catch me if you can." Aether taunted, darting to the side just in time to avoid another devastating slam. But as he moved to his next position, his heart skipped a beat. "Shit," he cursed. The elephant had already anticipated his next move, its trunk hurtling toward him at frightening speed, ready to strike him down, just as the trunk was about to slam into him. "Enough." The principal's voice cut through the chaos. She appeared behind the beast, gripping its tail with both hands. Her expression fierce. With a grin, she pulled hard, spinning the elephant's massive body once again. "You should focus on me." With a roar, she flung the beast across the battlefield. Boom! The elephant crashed into the ground with a deafening boom, its colossal body creating a deep crater where it landed. Aether, panting and slightly shaken, hurried back toward the principal. "Are you okay?" he asked, concern etched on his face as he glanced at her burnt forearms. The principal raised her arms, showing the blackened, cracked skin, still smoldering from the heat. "Well. It stings a bit," she muttered. Aether winced in sympathy, quickly handing her a healing potion. "Drink this," he urged. "Was that thing really powerful enough to go toe-to-toe with you?" The principal downed the potion in one gulp, her expression darkening. "No, that thing. It's the same as you." Aether's brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean, the same as me?" The principal's eyes narrowed, her voice dropping to a dangerous tone. It absorbs arcane energy. Aether's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 520, Whoever created that thing, they must have built it specifically to fight someone like me. The world around Aether shifted as a deep crimson hue enveloped everything, tainting his vision. His eyes gleamed a fierce red as he activated his skill, Crimson Veil, revealing a new layer of reality. Where flesh and blood should have been, the internal workings of the monstrous elephant were now visible. Massive gears, nuts, bolts, and a bizarre network of circuits intertwined like a maze. It was a mechanical nightmare, no biological organs, no vital points, just intricate machinery. What in the hell is this thing? Aether thought, moving his gaze to the tusks, unlike the rest of the elephant. The tusks were hollow. Empty. Nothing inside but the cold void. Is that thing even alive? The principal growled in frustration, her eyes never leaving the beast as it circled the center, using its trunk to pull the roots. They had been locked in this battle for what felt like hours. Every attempt to bring the creature down had been futile. No matter how much damage they thought they dealt, the elephant simply repaired itself without a scratch. Its pitch-black metallic body looked as pristine as when the fight began. Save for a few loose screws and bolts here and there that the principal had managed to knock loose with her powerful strikes, only for the damn thing to reassemble itself moments later. And the worst part? It absorbed arcane energy. Every spell, every attack that relied on magic was sucked into its tusks, stored there, and unleashed back at them in devastating bursts. No wonder the principal had struggled before. Aether clenched his fists. Now he understood why even someone as strong as the principal had difficulty against this beast. It's not just resistant to arcane energy, it consumes it. There's no magic that can help us here and its body. It's made of some kind of metal even a sovereign can't scratch. This was no ordinary monster. It was a near indestructible machine designed to withstand anything thrown at it. I guess, it's not alive after all. Aether muttered, backing away slightly. He rummaged through his storage space, pulling out a few crystal bombs he had prepared for emergencies. The principal raised an eyebrow, watching him closely. Oh. So now you can use space dimensions, huh? She asked, surprised. That's not something a level 50 could pull off. Exactly what level are you? Aether shrugged, seeing no reason to hide the truth. Currently. Level 81. The principal's eyes widened slightly before she gave a nod of approval. That's really something else. Impressive. Really, she said, though she quickly turned her attention back to the elephant. 3000 AP. Aether glanced at the principal, who was still holding her ground despite her battered appearance. She had the strength to keep the beast at bay, but killing it? That was a different story. Every time she tried using her full power, the elephant absorbed the energy and threatened to unleash it back. An attack strong enough to obliterate not just them, but the entire empire. The stakes were high. One wrong move could wipe out everything. I think it's best we inform our Connies, the principal began, her voice firm. It's his empire. If anything happens, principal, She turned to face him. Aether's eyes locked onto hers, his voice low and serious. Will you trust me? The principal stared at him for a moment, her gaze scrutinizing. Then, with a sigh, she crossed her arms. Just tell me what you're planning, brat. Aether grinned, his confidence returning. If we can't break it from the outside, let's take it down from the inside. The principal shot him a dubious look, clearly unimpressed. Are you insane? No, I'm serious. Aether exclaimed, holding up the crystal bombs. It's a solid plan. I noticed something while it was attacking. When its trunk tried to slam me, I saw two openings, holes. I think those are our way in. If I can get inside, plant these bombs around its internal systems, and then escape before it detonates, we can destroy it from within. What do you think? The principal stared at him for a long moment before rolling her eyes. It's reckless. And I don't think it is way too inside. But, it might work. Aether nodded, a cocky grin spreading across his face. Exactly. Now, all we need to do is distract it long enough for me to. Before he could finish, the principal was already gone, the bombs had disappeared from his hands. He blinked, stunned, and turned just in time to see the principal slamming the elephant into the ground with a brutal tackle. She didn't stop there. In one swift motion, she leapt into the air and dove straight into the beast's trunk. Aether's jaw dropped. Wait, what the SSSSGGGGGGGGGGGGG? A blinding light exploded from the elephant's body as it unleashed a devastating blast of energy, flinging the principal out of its mouth with bone-rattling force. She skidded across the ground, her body battered and smoking from the attack, before reappearing beside Aether. "Well, that's not going to work," she muttered, brushing the dust off her torn clothes. Aether couldn't help himself. He let out a snort of laughter. The principal glared at him, her expression deadpan. "I will kill you," she said flatly. Aether raised his hands in mock surrender. All right. I get it, no more jokes," he said, with a sigh. Aether glanced back at the elephant, still rampaging, seemingly unbothered by their efforts. "So, Plan A didn't work. Any thoughts on Plan B?" The principal crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing as she studied the creature. "We need more information. That thing isn't just absorbing arcane energy, it's reacting to it. We're dealing with something more advanced than we thought." Aether frowned, deep in thought. "Yeah, and if it keeps repairing itself, we'll never take it down. We need to find its core. Or its power source. Something we can target." The principal nodded. "Agreed. But we can't just rush in. If we make one wrong move, it'll absorb more power and, obliterate the Empire." "Yeah, I know," Aether finished her sentence, his expression serious. "But if we don't stop it, this thing will eventually become unstoppable." The principal let out a long sigh, her frustration apparent. "Whoever created that thing, they must have built it specifically to fight someone like me." Aether blinked, caught off guard by her words. "Wait, what did you just say?" The principal frowned, trying to recall. "I said someone built it to face a person like me." Aether's expression darkened. "Why would anyone create something specifically to fight someone like you?" The principal shrugged casually. "Maybe they were scared of people with our kind of power. Find your next read at Empire." Aether's eyes shifted back to the elephant, which had returned to its strange task of pulling the roots from the ground. He muttered, more to himself than anyone else, "Someone created this." His gaze flickered to his log, "Clarion energy." A single word escaped his lips, "Mother." The principal raised an eyebrow, her surprise evident. "Are you saying the Mother Goddess created this thing?" Aether looked conflicted, his thoughts racing. "I don't know. I mean, maybe. This whole place is tied to her somehow, right? The summit, the monsters here, there's no way this isn't related to her." The principal frowned deeply. "That's impossible. The Mother Goddess is divine, she can't enter the mortal world directly. And even if she could, why would she make something like this?" Aether's expression turned grim as he locked eyes with her. "Really? Are you sure about that? Think about it. This thing only absorbs arcane energy. Why would anyone need a machine that absorbs the very energy these entire worlds runs on? Who else has more reason to hate arcane energy than Mother? And who's been playing games with arcane, treating us like pawns in their schemes?" The principal went silent, her face a mask of deep thought. Aether sighed, his mind racing. If it can absorb arcane energy, then maybe. He glanced down at his skill log again, focusing on Clarion energy. His thoughts clicked together in a rush. "Let's see if it can absorb this." The principal furrowed her brows. "What are you talking about?" Aether closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as he prepared himself. He wasn't supposed to use this energy as arcane warned him, but slowly, he activated the skill. Ding, Clarion energy activated. Meanwhile, deep within the academy, the ancient, origin pillars, that stood underground, trembled. TNNNNGGGGG, the pillars resonated as if responding to some distant call. Thin, thread-like tendrils of white light emerged from their centers, glowing faintly before bursting forth, traveling through the ground like veins of energy, connecting to the roots that spanned across 5 great empires. SSSSSH. The white light surged forward with lightning speed, coursing through the very roots beneath the worlds. Until finally, it reached the Pyra Fulgur Empire. Deep inhale, Aether could feel it, an energy, subtle but powerful, pulsing around him. It flowed into him, filling his body with a sensation unlike anything he had experienced before. His skin prickled as a burning sensation crept through him, though it wasn't painful. No, it felt pure. He frowned, absorbing more of the strange energy, its essence entirely different from arcane energy. It felt clean, untainted, almost perfect. Opening his eyes, Aether focused the newfound energy into his palm, conjuring a small purple flame. Without hesitation, he hurled the flame toward the massive elephant. The beast snorted, unimpressed by the seemingly insignificant flame. It barely even registered as a threat, not even bothering to absorb it like it had with arcane energy. But then, boom! The explosion ripped through the valley with the force of a thunderclap, sending the elephant hurtling backwards as if it weighed nothing. The metal beast crashed into the wall, a cloud of dust and debris rising around it. The principal's eyes widened, utterly stunned. What in the name of arcane just happened? She muttered in disbelief. Aether stood there, frowned. Chapter 521, Fear will never leave me alone. This monster. No, this machine. Why was this monstrous machine here? Its ability to absorb arcane energy made it nearly impossible for anyone to defeat it, anyone except him. With his power over clarion energy, could this really be a coincidence? Or had this creature been placed here deliberately, waiting to wreak havoc on the Empire? Was this the beginning of the destruction that everyone had whispered about, the so-called the beginning? If so, the devastation was inevitable, but was that his role, to prevent it? Was Aether created for this very purpose, the only one able to wield both arcane and clarion energy without succumbing to backlash? Why would the Mother Goddess seek to destroy her own creation? Was he being manipulated again? Or, had he stumbled onto the truth? His mind buzzed with uncertainty. Aether, how did you do that? The principal's voice, laced with astonishment, broke his train of thought, snapping back to reality. Aether gave her a mischievous grin. I'm special, didn't you know? He flashed a cheeky smile, though his mind was still heavy with unanswered questions. 3000 AP, the principal scowled playfully at his cocky attitude, her lips twitching in mild annoyance. She turned her attention back to the metallic behemoth, now slowly rising from the ground. Despite Aether's powerful attack, there still wasn't a single scratch on its impenetrable black metal body. Experience new tales on Empire. The elephant's rainbow-colored eyes gleamed with fury as it locked onto Aether, charging at him with a newfound rage. Looks like you really pissed it off, the principal remarked with a smirk, cracking her knuckles in preparation. I'll handle it physically, and with your magi. But Aether's grin widened dangerously. You stay here, ISA. I've got something to take care of. The principal froze for a second, frowning as his words sank in. ISA. Did I ever tell him my name? She narrowed her eyes, watching as Aether's body erupted into a blaze of purple flames. His figure streaked through the air like a comet, hurtling toward the charging beast. The purple flames intensified, surrounding the monstrous elephant as its massive body began trembling under the intense heat. You feeling that now, huh? Aether muttered, weaving in and out of the elephant's attacks. It responded with a laser beam from its tusk, but Aether dodged effortlessly, moving like a shadow. You feeling it now? Aether mumbled before he dodged the firing laser from the tusk. The creature lashed out, its thick metal trunk swinging violently toward Aether. In an attempt to crush him, it wrapped around his body, tightening its hold. But, you still don't feel it? Aether's voice turned ice cold, his flames surging even hotter, blazing with unrelenting fury. The elephant roared in agony, its trunk searing under the heat, and it was forced to release him, flinging him aside in desperation. Aether slid across the ground but quickly regained his balance. Before he could react, the creature was already upon him, its tusk mere inches from piercing his chest. Grip, he caught the tusk with both hands, gritting his teeth as he pushed back with all his might. The ground beneath him cracked as he slid backwards, SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS annoyed that such a small opponent was still resisting. Its body trembled with indignation, as though insulted that something so insignificant dared to stand against it. Aether grinned, but the satisfaction was short-lived. The elephant's trunk struck him from the side with full force, sending him crashing through the air like a ragdoll. He barely managed to twist his body in time to brace for impact, but the hit still sent him skidding across the rocky terrain. He staggered to his feet, his vision blurred, only to find the elephant already looming over him, its immense form blocking out the sky. It's getting faster. Aether muttered, frowning in disbelief. Slllm. The elephant's colossal foot slammed down, and crushed him to the ground just like before. However, looks like you need my help, brat, she shouted, grinning as she grabbed hold of the elephant's tail, holding it tightly as if she was waiting for Aether. Aether was barely centimeters away from the huge foot, his hands shook as he stared at the foot, memories of past battles flooded his mind, threatening to overwhelm him. But, motherfucker. Aether roared, his voice echoing through the valley as his hand muscles infused with clarion energy and, bam, boom, boom, throwing punch after punch, each strike infused with explosive energy. With every hit, the elephant was forced back, its massive form trembling under the relentless barrage of power. The ground quaked with each impact. Until finally, with one massive blow, boom, the elephant was thrown back, its towering body crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust and debris, the force of Aether's attack leaving deep craters where he lay. The principal watched in astonishment as Aether stood up, bloodied but resolute, with an intensity burning in his eyes that resembled a predator eyeing its prey. 4000 AP. The small dent he had managed to inflict on the elephant's metallic foot was enough to make her grin. However, the monstrous elephant bellowed in pain, its massive ears flapping violently, creating gusts of wind that forced both Aether and the principal to back off. But, what's more shocking was, her eyes widened in disbelief. That thing can fly, she muttered, utterly taken aback as she watched the metal beast rise into the air, defying its heavy appearance. Aether, on the other hand, wasn't surprised. A sly grin tugged at his lips. Of course, it can fly, the bolts and screws from the previous timeline weren't falling from the sky for nothing. Come at me, bastard. Aether roared, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth and slamming his chest, taunting the beast to come closer. Aether, stop, the principal yelled, sensing the irrationality in his actions. She could feel that his mind was driven by something far deeper than the battle itself. But Aether was beyond hesitation. He shot forward. In the blink of an eye, Aether grabbed hold of the elephant's massive tusk, trying to drag it back down. But the creature responded with brute force, pushing him toward the ceiling with incredible power. The elephant's sheer strength was overwhelming, and before anyone could react, it rammed Aether into the ceiling, drilling him into the stone structure. Aether, the principal shouted, her voice filled with both frustration and concern as she watched the beast drive Aether deeper into the collapsing stone above. The walls began to crumble, stones and debris raining down around her. Tisk, she clicked her tongue. Irritated by the chaos, this is why I prefer brats, she grumbled, just about to leap toward the hole the elephant had created when, Master, Snowflake appeared, hauling an enormous sack over her shoulder. The principal glanced at her briefly, then ignored the glare Snowflake shot in her direction as she grabbed her, launching herself toward the tunnel the elephant had carved into the ceiling. Her frustration was mounting, but concern for Aether outweighed it. If that idiot dies, I swear I'll kill him myself, she muttered under her breath, her teeth gritted in anger as she ascended rapidly. She burst through the top of the structure and into the open sky, the bright red light blinding her for a moment before the scene unfolded before her. The elephant was soaring through the sky, its body marked with scratches and damage from Aether's previous attacks. But there, in the distance, was Aether, floating, bloodied, and covered in wounds, but very much alive. Aether, stop now and come back, the principal yelled, her voice dead serious, her tone leaving no room for argument, but Aether didn't turn. His eyes, blank and focused, remained locked on the flying creature. I'm sorry, Isa. But this is my fight, Aether said, his voice distant and full of resolve. If I don't conquer this motherfucking fear will never leave me alone. His hands rose toward the sky, purple flames swirling around him, building into a vortex of destructive energy. Without another word, he unleashed the flames in a concentrated blast aimed directly at the elephant. The elephant soared toward him, its tusks glowing as it absorbed the flames with ease. The principal's frown deepened, confusion crossing her face. Why is it absorbing the flames now? But then, she saw it, the answer unfolding before her eyes. Chapter 522, Reward, Skill, Teleportation, SSSSSSSSSSNNNNNNNGGGGGGGGGGGGG. The monstrous elephant unleashed a blinding laser beam at Aether. Moving quickly, Aether dodged the blast, soaring into the sky, his figure trailing bright purple sparks as he ascended higher and higher, with the elephant hot on his heels. Firing continuous laser beams that scorched the air around them. What is he thinking? The principal muttered, eyes narrowing as she watched Aether leading the creature into the deep sky. This is reckless, even for him. Aether pushed himself upward, climbing into the highest reaches of the atmosphere. His vision blurred momentarily as he felt he could almost see the outer edges of space itself. Glancing down, he caught sight of the elephant, still in pursuit, its massive form trailing deadly beams, its eyes glinting with fierce intent. I'm not going anywhere, bud, Aether murmured, his gaze locked on the creature's intense, rainbow-glowing eyes. I know you can understand me. I don't care what your purpose is or whatever the reason you were created, but today, I will put to end my fear that you caused. Aether said with a calm and serious tone. The giant beast's expression seemed almost confused, its brows furrowing as though trying to decipher his words. But suddenly, it snarled, tusks bristling with intricate designs that pulsed with dark energy. They gleamed brighter, charged with raw power, and then, a flash, a vivid purple spark ignited between the tusks, lighting up the designs as they surged with electrifying energy. Without warning, it released a bolt of purple lightning straight at Aether. Crack, thunder, Aether's scream reverberated through the air as the purple thunderbolt struck him, encasing his body in burning arcs of energy. Smoke rose from his skin, which had begun to char under the intense heat. The elephant snorted triumphantly, watching its enemy collapse as it turned to leave, but just as it shifted, Aether's voice echoed through the air, not bad. Not bad at all. Just as I thought. His words, soft yet menacing, made the elephant pause mid-step and turn slowly, only to see Aether standing, his body now shimmering with vibrant streaks of purple lightning. The elephant's eyes narrowed, and Aether smirked, brushing the ash from his arm. So, you're not just storing arcane energy, you're amplifying it. Interesting. But you're not the only one with a few tricks. His entire form pulsed with an intense purple glow, the energy coursing through him like he was a god of thunder. The elephant blinked, taken aback, and Aether chuckled, feeling the surge of energy coursing through his veins, a near-overwhelming sensation of raw power. Aether had an amused expression. Well, come on, it's not like you are the only one special. Absorb arcane energy. As he felt the amount he absorbed arcane energy from that thing was really too much, as his body could feel a little bloating inside. The elephant seemed to recognize the threat, and its face twisted in a mix of anger and determination. Then, it let out a furious roar, lowering its tusks as it charged at him. The speed of its attack nearly blurring the massive creature, its rainbow crystal eyes blazed with a resolve to crush him, to end this once and for all. Aether took a deep breath, steadying himself. He extended his fingers toward the beast's ears, and two dark spheres formed at his fingertips, their black, swirling centers brimming with clarion energy. Just as the elephant's tusks were only inches away, Aether whispered, bang, the spheres launched forward, slamming into the beast's ears, drilling deep, and creating two palm-sized holes. Tada. Aether winked as he said with a cold smile, his voice dripping with a deadly calm, as Aether watched. The massive creature plummeted from the sky, flapping its whole ears in a futile attempt to stabilize itself. Meanwhile, the principal's expression hardened as she saw the beast falling. Did he plan this all along? Is he trying to destroy it by making it crash? But Will that even scratch its tough metal? She muttered, her face etched with concern. Just then, her eyes widened in shock. What the? From high above, massive chunks of mountains began tumbling down from the heavens, their descent slicing through the crimson thunderclouds like blades. They shone with an eerie beauty, mesmerizing yet terrifying, as if the clouds themselves were unleashing a storm of Arcanium mountains. Realizing the impending disaster, she clutched Snowflake tightly, darting away to find cover. BBBOM. The monstrous elephant slammed into the ground with a deafening crash. It struggled, attempting to rise, but its eyes widened upon seeing that the mountains and discover hidden stories at Empire, giggly engulfed by the descending mountains that pounded down upon it in relentless succession. BBBOM. BBBOM. Begro. BBBOM. Biagro dash. BBBOM. BBBOM. The Arcanium mountains continued to rain down in an unending torrent, hammering the helpless creature until the air was filled with the cacophony of its desperate cries and the crushing sound of earth-shattering impacts. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the mountain storm stopped, leaving a silent, eerie stillness in its wake. The once violent sky calmed, the red thunderclouds dissipating. The ground was a vast, jagged landscape of piled mountains, their crystal surfaces glinting ominously. Beneath them, the elephant lay buried, with no sign of movement from below. Is it finally dead? The principal whispered, her brow furrowing as she watched Aether descend slowly from the clouds, purple sparks crackling across his body like live wires. He's overflowing with energy, she muttered, her frown deepening. This display of raw power was both captivating and unnerving. She could sense the immense danger radiating from him. But just as she readied herself, planning to take action, Bagrarohoha, a low, rumbling sound broke the silence. From between the piled mountains, the elephant's trunk emerged, writhing with determination, pushing massive stones aside as though by sheer will. Slowly, its battered face surfaced, those intense rainbow crystal eyes glittering with unyielding resolve, refusing to surrender. Yes, that's more like it. Aether's voice rang out, low and impassive, echoing across the sky. I would have been disappointed if you had been finished off that easily. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, and with a resounding boom, an enormous Arcanium mountain appeared above him. The sparks surrounding his body slowly began to vanish, flowing instead into the massive mountain above him, charging it. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the entire Arcanium mountain began to splinter, purple energy surging through the widening cracks like rivers of molten power. The principal's eyes widened in horror as she realized what Aether was about to do. Panic seized her as she immediately teleported herself even farther from the unfolding scene, her gaze locked in awe and terror. Arcanium was known for its volatile nature, even a small infusion of arcane energy could cause explosive reactions. That was why it was strictly guarded, never to be tampered with carelessly. But now, an entire Arcanium mountain, overflowing with arcane energy, this was beyond reckless, it was catastrophic. Aether roared, his voice a primal sound of fury, as he hurled the charged mountain straight at the elephant, who was still writhing free of the debris. Bagrahoha, the principal's breath hitched as she took in the scene. It was like nothing she had ever witnessed in her life. A man, burning with a fierce inner light, his eyes locked on his sole purpose, blazing with the will to conquer something deep inside. And opposite him, the monstrous elephant, lifting its battered trunk defiantly, its eyes bright and fearless, ready to face this final onslaught. Neither of them would surrender, they would fight until nothing remained. Thunder, the scene felt frozen, like a painting come to life, each of them poised in an epic clash, two unstoppable forces colliding with everything they had. The principal watched, her eyes wide, lips parting in astonishment, yet words failed her. She could only gaze, captivated, as if nothing else existed. 5,000 AP, ding, congratulations on completing the hidden mission. Seduce Isadora Pinkheart, ding, reward, 200,000 affection points, ding, reward, skill, teleportation, ding, survival rate, 74.3%, remaining AP, 370, 563, and then, A shockwave exploded outward, so vast and powerful that it nearly tilted the entire empire, shaking the ground and sending tremors across the land. Survival rate, 79.3%. Chapter 523, That is my order. Selene, meanwhile, back at the castle, before Aether's dangerous situation, tension filled the air as Selene and her father, Velk, engaged in a heated argument within her private chambers. What is wrong with you, Selene? Are you out of your mind? Velk's voice was strained with frustration as he paced back and forth, glancing at her with a mix of disbelief and exasperation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You could be the Empress. Any woman would kill for that chance, yet you act as though it's beneath you. Selene leaned back in her chair, folding her arms with a cool, unimpressed expression. But, father, she replied calmly, shrugging. I'm not just any woman. I've told you, I'm not interested in marrying some lizard or whatever he is. Her eyes narrowed. If you're so fascinated, maybe you can go lick his boots. Slap. Velk's hand shot out, delivering a harsh slap to her cheek. His face contorted with fury. Have you lost your mind, Selene? He hissed. Ever since you entered the academy, you've become insufferable. Selene held her cheek, a blank expression crossing her face as she stared at him, her eyes icy and unyielding. Velk shook his head, his frustration boiling over. First, that pathetic brother of yours goes off, ignoring his duties, cavorting with some lowborn father. Velk turned his glare to Kai, who was sitting beside Selene, his fists clenched tightly. Don't you dare call me father, you insolent brat. Running around with some commoner girl, she's probably just after your title. Kai's jaw tightened. And so what if she's a commoner? Didn't you marry mother, who was one as well? Velk's eyes flashed with fury. And when did you start talking back? Ever since you met that peasant girl, you've become defiant and reckless. Let me make this clear, she'll ruin you. That girl will use you for everything you're worth, and you're too foolish to see it. Kai's teeth ground together, barely holding back his anger. The disrespect toward the woman he cared for stung deeply, but he bit his tongue. Trying to contain his outburst in front of their domineering father, Velk let out a heavy sigh, as if his children's defiance were an unbearable burden. His voice dripped with sarcasm and disdain. So, this is what they're teaching you at the academy? To talk back to your family, to throw away your birthright for a fling with some nobody? I swear, this must be because of Delphine. She must be doing this to piss me off. He shifted his gaze back to Kai, jabbing a finger in his direction. As for you, I don't care about your dalliances with nobodies. But the Empress herself has been watching you, hoping for a political match with the princess. Do you know how many sleepless nights I've had? Trying to smooth over your reckless behavior with her. Do you want her wrath on this family? I need you to think like a man, Kai. We can't afford for you to waste your life on childish whims. I can get you hundreds of women. Do you understand? Kai lowered his head, swallowing hard. Why yes, father. I understand. Continue your adventure at Empire. Satisfied, Velk turned to Selene, his expression hardening further. And you, he declared coldly, you will marry Leon Dragonheart. That is my order, Selene. Selene's eyes narrowed. What about mother's permission? Or have you forgotten that she wouldn't want her daughter forced into a marriage without her say? She glanced briefly at Kai. Then back at her father. Mother may be gone, but I doubt she'd be thrilled about you arranging another marriage without her consent. Velk's nostrils flared, his teeth gritted as he struggled to contain his anger. What are you talking about, Selene? Your mother ran away, abandoning us, remember? I don't need approval from a coward who couldn't even handle her own responsibilities. She is just a bit careful. Father, Selene's voice dropped, a dangerous edge in her tone. Her gaze became piercing, sending an involuntary shiver down Velk's spine. For a moment, he looked away, unnerved by the intensity of her stare. Clearing his throat, Velk composed himself and spoke firmly. Tomorrow, you will be ready for your engagement ceremony. Do you understand? Selene held her father's gaze, her expression steely. I don't care what you say, I will not. With a huff of finality, Velk stormed out of the room, leaving Kai and Celine alone. As soon as the door closed, Celine's frustration bubbled over. I don't care what he says. I won't go through with it. Her fists clenched as she vented. Kai sighed, glancing at his sister sympathetically. Cel, it might be for the best. Think about it. He's the crown prince. Not many would dare cross you as his wife. Celine rolled her eyes, crossing her arms. And what about you, Kai? You're throwing away your chance to be emperor for someone who our father will never accept. Kai's lips tightened, but he didn't flinch. Who says I'm giving up anything? I'd never abandon Aquilina, not when I know she's the one. I'll find a way to make it work. Someday, she'll see reason, and she'll accept me with open arms. Celine snorted, shaking her head in disbelief. Dream on, brother. Honestly, I am not sure whether you are naive or too dumb to understand anyhow. That is embarrassing. She cast him a pitying look. If only he'd learn a thing or two from my future husband, she thought, a sly grin curling her lips. And what about Leah, huh? Do you actually think you still have a shot with her? Kai's face hardened, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes as he rubbed his hand. But he quickly masked it, replying with forced bravado, I tried to help her, but she's too stubborn to listen. If she's foolish enough to ignore me, that's her loss. Let her regret it for the rest of her life. No, I will make sure she will regret it. With that, he turned and strode from the room, his expression one of grim determination. Celine watched him go, raising an eyebrow in amusement. As she rubbed her temples, a faint smirk played on her lips. Looks like there's a bloodbath brewing slowly. This should be interesting. Meanwhile, Chuck, Now this is a fitting look for you. Arcanes chuckled, his voice dripping with malice as he set down a glinting, blood-stained instrument. He took a step back, admiring his work with an amused expression as he gazed upon Aether, who was bound and bruised, each cut and bruise evidence of his merciless torment, but Aether's clone merely stared, hollow and unresponsive, his gaze empty yet defiant. Arcanes sighed, feigning exasperation as he shook his head, You're one stubborn, just as that wretch Victor warned me you'd be. He ran a finger over his tool, pondering with dark glee. It's going to take ages before you break. Or awaken. What should I try next? He mumbled to himself, as if relishing the thought of fresh torments. Thrum, a faint tremor rippled through the ground, causing the chains on the wall to rattle softly. Arcanes stopped, glancing around but quickly shrugging it off. He turned back to Aether with a smirk, Come on, pretty boy. Just awaken that bloodline of yours, and all this will end. No more suffering. Though, by that time, you'll be long dead. His smirk widened, cold and deadly. Thrum, the tremor came again, stronger this time. Arcanes frowned, glancing at the ceiling with narrowed eyes. Well, it seems something's amiss. I'll leave you for now, my friend, but don't worry, I'll be back before you know it. Arcanes' laughter echoed cruelly as he exited the dimly lit torture chamber, leaving Aether alone in the oppressive silence, as soon as his footsteps faded down the corridor. Tang! A faint clatter rang out as a metal pipe fell from an overhead line, and a small, dust-covered bat slipped through the shadows, dropping silently to the ground. With a burst of red particles, the bat shifted, limbs stretching, wings reforming into arms and legs until, at last, a girl stood there, her face streaked with grime and her clothes tattered. It was Leah. Her gaze fell on Aether, and she staggered back, hands flying to her mouth as a choked sob escaped her lips. Aether. She whispered, her voice thick with anguish, her face crumpling at the sight of her friend. Tears welled up, her breaths coming in shallow gasps as she struggled to hold back her cries. For a day she tracked his suffering, helpless, watching Arcanes torture him again and again. She knew the risks of revealing herself, the stakes of challenging the Dragon Emperor, but seeing Aether in such a condition broke something deep inside her. Her heart pounded with fear and rage. She took a trembling step forward. Aether. She managed, her voice breaking as tears streamed down her face. I'm so sorry, sob. I couldn't get here sooner. I was so scared he'd kill you if I tried to step in. Please forgive me, sniff, sniff, she choked on her words, her hands quivering as she reached for his bonds. With delicate fingers, she unclasped the metal cuffs binding his wrists and ankles to the cold metal chair. Every move hurt her heart more as she took in his injuries, bruises layered on bruises, cuts both deep and shallow covering his body. Her hand reached into her bag, pulling out a vial of high-grade healing potion, a last resort remedy she'd saved for emergencies. She uncorked it, tilting it gently to his lips. "Please, Aether, sniff, sniff, just swallow a little." Her voice was shaky as she tried to coax the liquid into his mouth, wiping her eyes as the tears spilled faster, and of course, it would not work on clone Aether. However, the clone knew what to do. Slowly reverted to its original condition. His broken form began to revert, slowly returning to its unblemished appearance. Leah smiled weakly, though his unconsciousness weighed heavily on her heart. She took a deep breath, her hands cupping his face tenderly. "You don't have to worry. I'll get you out of here, I promise. Just stay with me, okay?" Her fingers brushed his hair back, her gaze fierce as she looked at him. And then, the grief in her expression turned to something darker, something simmering with wrath. "This isn't over, Aether." She leaned close, her voice a barely contained growl. "Both that dragon bastard, and that wretched Victor. They'll face me after this is done." Her eyes glowed with a dangerous crimson light, a fury so intense it could almost burn. "They'll pay, and I'll make sure they never hurt you again." Chapter 524, Warning, Intruder, "We need to leave, this door isn't budging at all." Leah exclaimed, her voice taut with urgency as she struggled to pry open the heavy door to the torture room. She yanked at the handle with all her strength, but despite her efforts, the door remained shut, locked tightly and unmoving. With a worried glance, Leah looked back at Aether still unconscious. "Don't worry, Aether. I'll get you out of here, whatever it takes," she murmured, her voice carrying a steely resolve as she glanced around, scanning for any escape route. She could slip through the narrow ventilation ducts or the cracks in the pipe and cracks if she transformed, but how could she leave Aether behind? He couldn't change forms as she could. They'd have to find another way together. Just as she was searching for a way out, she froze. Click. Leah whipped her head toward the door, her heart hammering as she saw the knob begin to turn. Her stomach crunched. She knew exactly who was on the other side. No matter how much strength she had, she couldn't stand against the Dragon Emperor, yet leaving Aether to suffer here was equally unthinkable. I guess it's do or die now," she murmured, swallowing the fear tightening in her throat. Her hand shook slightly as she summoned her weapon, a thin, gleaming red sword, and braced herself. But then, tirarr, the ground shook with a sudden tremor, and, for a brief moment, the doorknob stopped turning. Leah's breath escaped in a shaky sigh. "Seems like these quakes have been getting stronger lately," she muttered, just as she turned to resume her search for another exit. Thud, thud, the door swung open abruptly, and there he was. "I'm back, my little toy," Arcanes announced with a sinister grin, stepping into the room. His eyes scanned the empty chair, and he frowned. Where did he go? His face twisted in irritation as he turned, locking the door tightly behind him. "Aether?" Arcanes called, striding to the chair where Aether had been shackled, noting that the cuffs had been carefully removed rather than broken. Someone else was here, he thought, a dark scowl crossing his face. "But there's only one way in or out, and I'm the only one with the key. He must still be here somewhere." His expression shifted to one of cold surprise. "Don't tell me. Have you awakened your bloodline, Aether?" he muttered, eyes glinting with dangerous excitement. "Come on, Aether, no need to hide, I won't hurt you." Much, with a predatory grin, he began prowling through the shadows, each step closer to his prey. Meanwhile, MFFF. Leah muffled a gasp as Aether's hand clamped over her mouth. The two of them squeezed into a cramped supply compartment filled with mops and cleaning supplies. She glanced at Aether in astonishment, her eyes widening. He was awake. Aether, now peeking through a crack in the compartment door, saw Arcanes' movement before meeting her gaze and nodded reassuringly. Slowly, he removed his hand from her mouth, his expression calm yet intense. Aether. You're awake. Leah whispered, barely able to contain her relief. I thought, I thought you were, he nodded, whispering back, I don't think we can stay hidden forever. I'll distract him, you have to find someone, anyone, to get us out of here. Go find help, Leah nodded, though her face clouded over with hesitation, but no one listened. When I tried to tell Aquilina, her voice wavered as she began explaining, but suddenly, the ground shuddered again, the tremor stronger this time, nearly making Leah stumble into the bloodied mop stacked beside them, HIKK. She gasped. But Aether quickly covered her mouth, muffling the sound. Arcanes' head jerked up, his ears twitching as he turned toward the compartment, a cruel smile forming on his face. Ah, of course. The only place left to hide, damn it, Aether thought with a grimace. He'd have to act fast. He couldn't let Leah get in the way of his mission. Until his master, Aether himself, arrived, he needed to stay here and continue gathering evidence on this mysterious golden liquid. Aether took a steadying breath, realizing he had no other choice. He'd have to reveal himself before Arcanes found them both. Arcanes' fingers stretched toward the compartment handle, his smile widening in anticipation. Come out, little kitty, I'm not going to hurt you. All you need to do is cooperate with my system. Then we can part ways, just a simple exchange, lowborn. What do you say, He yanked at the handle, but it didn't budge. Growing impatient, he laughed darkly, refuse, and I'll simply burn this whole room to ash, with you in it. The choice is yours, Aether. Leah's face turned pale as she felt the weight of her mission bear down on her. She had come here to save him, but now, she'd only made things worse. Taking a deep breath, Leah turned to Aether. Aether, listen to me, she said firmly, her expression dead serious. You need to stay here, no matter what. Do not come out under any circumstances. As if she was ready to face war to protect him, just as she reached to push the door open, Aether grabbed the handle, pulling the door back and fixing her with an intense stare. Master will be furious if anything happens to you, he said, his voice strangely hollow. Aether. Leah frowned, studying him closely. His eyes seemed distant, vacant, as if he were hollow and detached. The unsettling sight made her stomach twist. Master will be furious if anything happens to you, Aether repeated mechanically, sending a shiver down her spine. Did he hurt your head that badly? She asked, her voice laced with concern as she watched him closely, trying to gauge how deeply he'd been affected. But before Aether could answer, Arcanes' voice rang through the room, cold and thunderous. Come out, he bellowed, yanking on the door handle with all his strength. Suddenly, Stay tuned to Empire, what the? Arcanes shouted, staggering as the entire Empire seemed to tilt sharply to one side. He rolled to the floor, his eyes widening in disbelief as the walls shuddered and buckled. Tang. Ting. Tranning. The whole room jolted violently, throwing torture equipment, shackles, and debris in every direction. After a few seconds, the tremor subsided. Grumbling in frustration, Arcanes shoved aside the fallen equipment and slowly stood up. His expression twisted with fury. What in the blazes is happening here? He snarled, storming toward the door. But before he left, he stopped, his eyes narrowing as he turned and opened the compartment door with a loud bang. I know you're in here, you low-born scum. He paused when he saw the compartment empty. Where could he be? He muttered, frustration deepening into fury. He knew there was no other exit but the door. Just as he began to ponder what could have happened, Dragon Emperor, his soldiers burst into the room, shouting urgently. With an annoyed shrug, Arcanes strode past them, shooting one last frustrated look at the disarray before leaving the torture room and locked tightly and leaving few guards. Meanwhile, somewhere in a dark, hidden place, ouch. Leah groaned as she regained consciousness, clutching her throbbing head. What just happened? She rubbed her temple, trying to piece together the last few seconds in her mind. Just as the Empire tilted, she remembered grabbing onto a mop that hung loosely nearby, hoping to stabilize herself. But as she grabbed it, the hook holding the mop suddenly extended, and before she knew it, the floor beneath her vanished and, right. We fell, she mumbled, glancing around. The space was pitch black, the silence pressing in from all sides. Her eyes widened with concern as she took in the empty surroundings. Aether. She scrambled to her feet. Her pulse racing as she scanned the shadows for him. Aether. Where are you? She called, her voice echoing through the hollow darkness. She took a cautious step forward when, thud, SSSNNNGGGGGG, Leah collided with something solid, and suddenly, bright lights illuminated the room, making her shield her eyes. Welcome, a mechanical voice echoed through the space, startling her. Aether, she whispered, frowning as she squinted at a glassy wall that had lit up in front of her. Her eyes widened as she stepped closer, trying to make out the faint, shadowy figure beyond the glass. What in the... she breathed, reaching out to touch the glass wall. Her fingers barely brushed the surface when... Warning, intruder, activating poison gas, TSSSSSSH, a white gas began to pour into the room, thick and suffocating. Leah's mind fogged as the fumes filled her lungs, making her dizzy. She stumbled, clutching her head as her vision blurred, then collapsed to the floor. Thud, as the white gas continued to spread, the lights flickered, casting eerie shadows around the room, her consciousness slipping, step, but then, hearing that. Leah forced her eyes open just enough to glimpse the figure approaching. Heavy footsteps echoed, growing closer. With the last of her strength, Leah peered up, and froze, horror flooding her as the figure came into view. YU. Chuck, Chapter 525, Origin Pillars linked to this, back at the summit, ARG. Aether groaned as his eyes slowly fluttered open, his vision focusing on the figure in front of him. He blinked, realizing he was staring up at the principal. And lying on her soft thighs, Angel, he mumbled in a dazed voice, reaching up toward her cheek, but, thud, the principal shoved him aside dismissively as if he were a piece of trash. Of course, Aether landed gracefully, giving her an unimpressed look as he stretched. That's quite rude, you know, the principal merely shrugged. You passed out after exhausting every ounce of energy you had. That kind of recklessness has no place on a battlefield. She replied, her expression strict and unyielding. Aether frowned briefly, looks like she entered into a stern mood hoping to avoid something that already bloomed in her heart. Cute, he thought, then nodded. He looked down at the enormous crater left in the ground, its edges jagged and scorched. Is that thing still alive? Aether asked, a spark of curiosity in his voice. But before he could get an answer, Master Snowflake, his loyal companion, leaped onto him, licking his face frantically in relief. 4000 AP, 4000 AP, Aether chuckled, gently patting Snowflake to calm her down. He glanced back at the principal, who shrugged again and said, it's been a while. And there hasn't been any movement from that thing. She gestured to the center of the massive crater, where shards of the Arcanium Mountains lay scattered around pools of molten liquid, glowing with faint purple sparks. Aether flew over to the crater's center, his gaze fixed on the charred remains of the giant metal elephant. Impressive, the principal murmured, hovering near him as they examined the fallen creature. Its pitch-black metal body was not fully destroyed, instead it was studded with gaping holes, while on the inside, a fully mangled, molten mess, purple sparks sputtered intermittently from its remains. It's still intact. Even after all that, Aether remarked, surprised as he moved closer to inspect the interior. Everything inside was melted down, reduced to a molten pool with no sign of screws, circuits, or mechanisms. It was as if the inside had dissolved entirely into liquid metal. Let's move. I think reinforcements are arriving, the principal said, pointing up at the sky, where a squad of dragon soldiers was closing in, flying swiftly toward the crater. But Aether lingered, his gaze fixed on the still body of the creature when, Braghaga, shit. Aether shouted, leaping back as he saw the creature's trunk twitch and shift. The principal's eyes widened in surprise before she extended her hand, with gesture. A crushing force that bore down upon the elephant's body, flattening it. Even after all that, it only reached the point of recrystallization temperature. Aether thought in shock. The recrystallization temperature was the point where metals allow new grains to form, softening and removing the strain. In layman's terms, it just got soft after small heat. Aether, we need to leave. Now, the principal said firmly, grabbing him by the arm as they vanished from the crater just as the dragon soldiers descended upon the scene. Aether and the principal returned to the spot where the mechanical elephant had stubbornly defended something. It's completely destroyed, the principal murmured, surveying the destruction as they stepped through the massive hole the elephant had carved into the stone wall. Everything around them lay in ruins, scattered remnants of whatever the elephant had been shielding. We have to find it, Aether said, his voice hardened with determination. Whatever that colossal thing had been protecting was clearly significant. He needed to know why. Together, they worked meticulously, moving debris and clearing away the mess. After some time, they uncovered an object that took them both by surprise. Embedded in the rubble was a massive, circular stone slab wrapped tightly in thick, gnarled roots. Strange, bizarre symbols were etched into its surface, casting faint shadows in the dim light. What is that? The principal muttered, her brows furrowing as she studied the stone. All this destruction for a slab of stone? Aether's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on that stone. I've seen this before, he said quietly, his voice tinged with something between awe and dread. The principal glanced at him, picking up on his unease. You recognize it? Where? Aether's hand reached out to touch the slab, fingers grazing its cold, rough surface. It was in the place where they tried to sacrifice me, he said. The bizarre symbols carved into the stone looked strikingly familiar. They were similar to those on the altar where he'd nearly lost everything. The principal's eyes narrowed thoughtfully as she scanned the symbols. She wanted to ask him more about the sacrifice he'd mentioned, but she sensed that now wasn't the right moment. Can you read any of it? Aether shook his head. No. I only recognize some of these markings because of that altar. The only one who could fully decipher them was. He trailed off. Hey, look here, the principal said suddenly, leaning in closer as she gestured to a few specific markings. Aether leaned closer, too much closer that made principal frown but shrugged. Aether smiled inwardly before seeing the continue your adventure with Empire. One symbol bore the image of flames, and another resembled a mountain. These two. I've seen them before. They matched the symbols on the origin pillars. Aether blinked, surprised. The principal sighed, giving herself a small facepalm. Oh, that's right. You've never been there. The origin pillar is a sacred place where the chosen ones receive their trials. 2 pillars there carry these exact symbols. Aether nodded, contemplating. So, this is part of the same lineage. Maybe it's linked to the trials. The principal shook her head. I'm not sure. I'll have Alaric investigate this further. He's very skilled in old languages and symbols. He may be able to find some answers. Aether was about to speak when Tuck, ta'akur. The roots binding the stone suddenly began to stretch, winding themselves even further as the slab itself started to rotate. Aether and the principal stepped back instinctively, both of them frowning. Was the creature trying to rotate this? Aether asked. But why? The principal attempted to halt the rotation, summoning all her strength, but the slab continued to spin undeterred, her efforts seemingly useless. Even at her full power, the stone neither cracked nor slowed. The principal's expression darkened. An unshakable sense of dread washed over her. The energy around this stone slab felt ominous, too dangerous to linger around. We need to get out of here, she said firmly, and before Aether could protest, she grabbed him and teleported them both away. The stone slab continued to rotate with an unseen force, each turn sending a faint pulse of energy into the air. High above, Aether and the principal hovered in the sky, watching the soldiers below as they surrounded the elephant's remains, investigating the scene thoroughly. So, the principal asked, her tone expectant. Aether smirked inwardly before glancing at her, feigning innocence. So. What? She gave him a pointed look. I mean. This sacrifice you were talking about. Care to explain? Aether grinned mischievously, raising an eyebrow. Oh. Are you that curious about your disciples' past? Or some, Aether? Her voice had a hard edge to it, her face dead serious that surprised even him. How adorable she started to see me as a man, which is quite dangerous for her considering she loves her students. This is going to be a challenge, maybe I am wrong, she was little unpredictable after all. Aether thought, amusement sparking in his eyes. He steadied his expression, though, and in a serious tone, began to recount the story of his past. Aether's past, chapter 526, oh, this should be entertaining, swoosh, a gentle breeze whispered across Arcanes, stirring the air as he hovered above a crushed, monstrous elephant sprawled within a massive crater that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. The sheer scale of the destruction was almost mesmerizing. Your Majesty, one of the soldiers called out, bowing deeply with a grave expression. The origin of this creature is unknown. And we couldn't locate anyone responsible for its death. Whoever did this vanished without a trace. Arcanes continued to stare at the creature's remains, his gaze hardening as he murmured to himself, there is only one person I know capable of this level of destruction. A vein pulsed visibly on his forehead as he lifted his gaze toward the sky, where he spotted her, a woman watching him from above, a knowing smirk playing across her face. His lips tightened into a twitch of irritation before he disappeared, reappearing instantly before the principal, demanding, "What the hell do you think you're doing to my empire? And what was that thing?" His voice was laced with an edge of authority and frustration. The principal merely shrugged, her tone indifferent. Since you're off dealing with your dull little tasks, I thought, why not shake things up a bit, make things interesting. Her eyes glinted mischievously, so yeah. Veins bulged even more noticeably on Arcanes' forehead as he fought to keep his anger in check. Are you aware of the chaos that could have erupted if that creature had attacked innocent people? He pressed, voice taut with barely restrained fury. The principal gave him a disinterested look, a brow arching as if surprised that he seemed to care about such trivial matters. With a dismissive shrug, she replied, but I killed it, didn't I? So no harm done. Her tone was as flat as ever. Hinting at no remorse, Arcanes clenched his fist, his jaw tightening as he weighed his words. He knew better than to lay a finger on her, such a move would be pointless. With a scoff, he finally muttered, fine, whatever that monster was, you'd better be prepared to answer for the destruction it left behind. Turning sharply to face her, his tone shifted, laced with something almost detached, by the way, today is my son's engagement. It would be considerate if you attended. His voice was carefully neutral, giving no indication of whether he wanted her presence or not. With that, he vanished, returning to the festivities. The principal's eyes widened briefly, but she quickly masked it with a small grin. Oh, well, congratulations, then, she murmured with a glint of amusement. Meanwhile, Victor approached the towering black castle, as he mentally reviewed his new skill. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he read over the description, a pleased grin spreading across his face. Skill, teleportation, effect. Activating this skill allows the user to instantly move from one location to another within a specified range. Additional benefits, enhances spatial awareness, giving the user a heightened sense of their surroundings. As the skill level increases, the range and efficiency of teleportation improve. Limitations. This skill can be used freely within a single world/empire. However, teleporting across worlds/empires costs 1 million affection points, AP. To teleport, the user must either have visited the location before or possess a clear mental image of the destination. The skill cannot bypass magic barriers or restricted areas with anti-teleportation wards. Attempting to teleport with an unclear mental image increases the risk of ending up at a random location. Cooldown time, 2 minutes per use. Victor let out a slight sigh as he weighed the limitations. Well, it's not so bad, maybe even interesting, he thought, smirking. Let's test it out, he decided, reaching out mentally to summon his clone through their shared connection. There was no response. Victor's brow furrowed, sensing an odd emptiness as if the connection was blocked. He attempted to deactivate the skill, but, your adventure continues at Empire. Ding, error. Deactivation failed due to an unknown error. Victor's frown deepened, and his gaze flickered down to his status log, / name, Aether, sex, male, race, __________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ unique Aether bloodline Crimson Elixir of the Null, mutated, level, 81 locked, temporary, title. The progenitor of unknown species, eternal contract to ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### Freedom, active, Clone, active, Eternal Seal, passive, Clarion Energy, passive, Eternus Storage. 332/1146, passive. Crimson Veil, teleportation, attributes, strength, 810 locked, agility, 810 locked, intelligence, 810 locked, magic affinity, 810 locked, charm, 810 locked, soul, 891/255, compatibility, 99%, survival rate, 79.3%, remaining time, 177 days 21 hours 23 minutes 4 seconds, affection points, 3,378,563, seduction, 4 out of 10, Stella, error. Unable to use due to your current level, Aria Zephyr, origin weapon Twilight Eclipse, Aquilina Naiadia, origin weapon Oceanic Tempest, Helena Sunfire, desired weapon Blessed Aegis, XXX Leora Darkfang, Dreadwolf Fenrir, XXX, / Victor shook his head with an amused expression. Of course, he knew that leveling up as fast as he did would cause an imbalance in nature. So it was no surprise when the log locked certain features temporarily. Ignoring the weapons section for now, he clicked on the mutated part of his bloodline, ding, due to the consumption of the blood heart of draconic pyres, the crimson elixir of the null is undergoing a mutation process. The effects are currently unknown. The log advises naming your race as soon as possible in the Elysiumus Aurora Empire. Victor let out a heavy sigh, his thoughts dripping with exasperation. Well, that sounds like a lot of work right now, ding, otherwise, Arcane will choose the name for you, which may not, say no more. Victor flinched in horror. There was no way he'd let her name it. The last thing he needed was some cringeworthy title bestowed by Arcane, who would probably take the opportunity to fuck him up. Ding, hey. I'm not like that. Do you even realize how many powerful, majestic names I've written down just for you? And let's not forget who chose the alias Lackey just because he lacked money. Seriously. Compared to that, I am leagues better. Humph, Victor's eyes widened as he heard the voice, no longer mechanical but ethereal and surprisingly expressive. He was slightly horrified. That's not mean I was bored. Anyway, you can speak to me now, Arcane, huh? I could always speak, it's just that you were never hear me. Ah, I see. Victor's surprise turned to intrigue. Is this because I'm getting stronger? Exactly. The stronger you become, the more clearly you'll hear me and even see me. So keep leveling up, darling. Victor couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. There was something oddly satisfying in her playful tone, even if she was a wild card on his suspect list. He cleared his throat, turning serious again. So, was what she said really true? A brief silence settled. Victor clicked his tongue, but then, well, that's up to you. Believe what you will. But yes, it's true. You are responsible for disrupting the natural order, your soul, specifically. And now even your body. But don't worry about it, Aether. Just stay focused, do what you need to, and soon enough, the answers will come to you. Victor stared blankly at the log for a moment before nodding slowly. So. Where are you, Arcane? Oh, I'm in. Just as suddenly as the voice had come, it was cut off mid-sentence, like a call that had dropped. Victor shrugged it off. For now, he entered the castle, noting the decorations lining the hallways and the crowd streaming inside. What's going on here? He mumbled, glancing around with a mild frown. He stopped one of the guests entering the castle. Hey, what's all this for? The man scoffed slightly, barely glancing back as he replied. You don't know. Today is the engagement of the great and only Dragon Emperor's son. With that, he walked off, muttering something under his breath. Victor blinked, his eyebrows lifting as a bemused grin spread across his face. What? That scaly lizard really had to throw an engagement party just to stall for time. Oh, this should be entertaining. Chuckling softly, he followed the guests toward a grand hall. And then, just about to enter, he spotted Velk. Velk had an enormous grin, was busy greeting each guest with a seemingly bottomless enthusiasm. The moment he saw Victor approaching, he paused, his eyes catching Victor's finely tailored clothes and the unmistakable aura of power. Immediately, Velk hurried over with a slight bow of respect, his smile never faltering. "Hello, dear sir. You seem to be looking for something. Might you be a friend of my soon-to-be son-in-law, Leon?" he asked, his tone both curious and respectful. Victor blinked, taken aback by Velk's sudden humility. "Son-in-law?" he echoed, a flicker of surprise in his voice. Velk's grin widened as he nodded proudly, "Yes. Today, my daughter is to be engaged to the great Prince Leon Dragonheart." He spread his arms with dramatic flair, his face glowing with pride, but just as he finished, he froze, his body stiffening under an intense, frigid pressure, a pure killing intent that felt like the breath of death itself. Sorry, I didn't catch you correctly. What did you just say?" The voice was cold, emotionless, and utterly lethal. Chapter 527, You Look Absolutely Stunning. Sister, meanwhile, inside the grand hall, a buzz filled the air as people gathered to witness the engagement ceremony, the grand event drawing nearly everyone of importance to the room. "Sigh, why now, of all times," Aquilina muttered, her expression reflecting deep dissatisfaction as she sank back into her chair. She could hardly believe they were postponing something as critical as the trial just to attend an engagement. The entire situation was, frankly, absurd to her. "Well, maybe this is actually the ideal time," Talia replied with a casual shrug, glancing around the packed hall. "With all the chosen ones gathered here, it could be the perfect opportunity for a grand engagement that will go down in history." "Or something like that," she said, a hint of irony in her voice as she sat across from Aquilina. Aquilina shot her a sideways glance before her gaze shifted to Raven, who sat beside Talia, eyes locked on the groom. Or, more specifically, on Leon, dressed in an overly formal suit that made him look out of place as he waited for Celine, who was still nowhere to be seen. Talia gave a slight, pitying smile. "Look at him," she said, barely concealing a smirk. "He looks like a poor, abandoned puppy, standing up there all by himself. But honestly," she added, noticing Kai making his way over, "I think those two would make an interesting match. What do you think, Aquilina?" "PFFFTT." Raven let out a light chuckle. Aquilina merely shrugged, a glint of disinterest in her eyes. "Honestly, I couldn't care less about Kai's love life," she said, and added inwardly, "unless it somehow involves the slave contract I need. That's the only thing I care about when it comes to him." Just then, Helena appeared beside them, her face alight with curiosity. "Hey, have any of you seen Arya or Leah around?" she asked, her gaze sweeping over the group. Aquilina's expression darkened slightly, a look of irritation crossing her face as she snorted dismissively. "I don't know, and don't really care," she replied, though inwardly she muttered, "Bitch," under her breath. Helena's cheerful expression faded for a moment as she noticed Aquilina's attitude, but she brushed it off, assuming Aquilina was just in one of her difficult moods. Instead, she shifted her attention back to Aquilina with a hesitant look. What about Aether?" she asked, almost shyly. The trio, Aquilina, Raven, and Talia, reacted visibly. Aquilina's face twisted with mild disgust, while Raven frowned, and Talia watched Helena with an amused, knowing expression. "Aether? Why do you even care about a servant?" Aquilina said, her tone dripping with disdain. Inwardly, she added, "Bitch." Helena chuckled awkwardly, a soft blush spreading across her cheeks. The sight made Aquilina raise her eyebrows in shock. Wait, is she blushing? What exactly did she do to him, or rather, what did he do to her? Aquilina mused suspiciously. Before anyone could continue that line of thought, Kira suddenly appeared, interrupting them. "Has anyone seen Victor?" she asked, her voice tinged with impatience. The group exchanged glances before collectively shrugging. Kira clicked her tongue in irritation. "Just where could he have gone? I've been searching for him everywhere," she muttered, her eyes drifting over to Leon. Her face softened as she watched him. "Poor thing, look at that awkward expression on his face. Standing up there alone like that. Do you think Celine doesn't actually like him? The others shrugged again. Helena finally answered, I actually asked her if she needed any help, but she said she didn't need my help, only him. I have no idea what she meant by that. Do you think she's planning to kill him? Helena laughed, only half joking, but the group turned serious. Meanwhile, Kai, standing beside Leon, gave his shoulder a light, reassuring pat. Relax, Leon. My sister is just taking her time making sure everything's perfect. She'll be here soon, Leon smiled, nodding. I don't mind the wait, especially if it means she'll look even more beautiful when she arrives. Kai chuckled, though the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. True enough, Leon glanced at him. Then grinned, I think it's high time you start calling me brother to now, maybe even big brother, if you're feeling generous. Kai's lips twitched in response. Not a chance, that would mean acknowledging you as the elder. You'll be my little brother, always. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Leon laughed heartily along with him, the tension in his face softening slightly. Congratulations, Leon, Vesperine chimed in, her voice warm and gentle as she approached them. She was dressed in a stunning outfit, her clothes on par with the finest the royals could offer. Leon's eyes widened slightly as he took in her appearance, a slow smirk forming on his face. Wow! You look absolutely stunning. Sister, he said, his eyes lingering on her curves. Vesperine gave him a radiant smile, replying, Thank you, Leon. You look rather handsome yourself in those clothes. Leon chuckled, his voice softer now. Ha ha, thank you. Though, if I'm honest, I think you outshine me. Kai, not missing a beat, piped up with a grin, see? I picked out her attire. She looks incredible, right? My fashion sense is unmatched. My taste is best. Leon raised an eyebrow, smirking, well, yes, it's quite, Tastahem I'd say your choice is rather, eye-catching, he said with a hint of a laugh. Kai's grin widened as he glanced at Vesperine, pulling her close and pressing a light kiss to her lips. And what about you, my love? Do you like what you see? He asked, his voice warm. Vesperine smiled gently, her fingers tracing his cheek. Of course, Kai. I love it more than anything in this world, she murmured, returning his kiss. But a flicker of worry crossed her face, clouding her usual serene expression. Kai's brow furrowed as he pulled back slightly, looking into her eyes. Is something on your mind? You look a little troubled, he asked softly, his voice full of concern. Vesperine hesitated, then spoke in a low voice, I haven't seen your father anywhere. Kai's face hardened slightly as he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, he said, his tone steely. You'll see him soon enough, I promise. Just then, boom, a massive crash shook the hall as something, or someone, collided violently with the podium where Leon had been standing moments before. The crowd gasped, many instinctively crouching down or looking around in alarm, while a few turned to face the disturbance with guarded expressions. Hello, everyone, hee. A sinister voice rang out, the sound laced with chilling amusement. A wicked laugh followed, making several guests shiver as they turned to see Victor walking toward them. Leon's face twisted in confusion. What is he doing, father? Kai's voice cut through the room, shocked and filled with panic as he spotted his father. Velk, sprawled out where the impact had landed him. Without hesitation, Kai rushed over to help him, eyes wide with concern. Cough, cough, Velk coughed up blood, struggling to rise as he clutched his stomach in agony. The last thing he remembered was the masked man's brutal kick to his abdomen, knocking the wind out of him. Victor, meanwhile, casually flipped his white hair back, the motion almost graceful. He looked completely unfazed, and a small, almost charming smile played at his lips, catching the eye of a few innocent women in the crowd. 1000 AP, 1000 AP, 1000 AP, Leon's face contorted with rage as he yelled, Guards, arrest this bastard. Now. His voice was laced with fury as he pointed toward Victor. At his command, the guards sprang into action, some forming a protective barrier around Leon while others advanced on Victor, but before they could reach him, I'm warning you, he said, his tone dangerously low, if you want to die today, go ahead and take another step." The guards froze mid-step, flinching as his words seemed to grip them, not with fear, but with something almost primal, a powerful presence that made their blood stir. It was as if their very bodies were compelled to heed him, a sensation they couldn't shake, like standing in the presence of a dragon emperor. "What are you waiting for?" Kai shouted, his anger rekindled. "Catch that bastard!" The guards blinked, snapping out of their trance, and resumed their approach. But just as they were about to reach Victor, "Please, don't do it." Ashara's voice rang out as she appeared before the guards, holding her hands up in a desperate attempt to stop them. "Trust me, you don't want to mess with him. I know him better than any of you, and if he's promised to kill, he will do it, without a second thought. Let's not turn this wonderful celebration into a bloodbath, right?" The guards exchanged uneasy glances, visibly disgusted to see a low-class succubus standing in their way. Even Victor's expression softened in mild surprise. "Now that's what you call a friend showing up at just the right moment." He thought with an inward nod of approval. "Are you all right, Mr. Velk?" Leon asked, his voice edged with worry as he looked at the injured man. I am. "I'm fine," Velk managed, though his pained expression betrayed him. His eyes shifted to Victor, and he asked, Who is this man?" Leon and Kai's expressions turned grim as they responded in unison. "He's the disciple of the sovereign, known as Victor." Velk's eyes widened in shock, a mixture of fear and astonishment washing over him as he locked eyes with Victor, who returned the stare with cold, unwavering intensity. What? Why are you looking at me like that?" "I haven't done anything wrong, sir," Velk stammered, his voice calm yet clearly seeking to diffuse the tension. Wary of making an enemy out of someone so formidable backing, Victor let out a low chuckle, almost amused by the display. "Nothing wrong, you say? Then tell me, how do you explain this? Read new chapters at Empire, what do you mean?" Velk's brow furrowed in confusion, and both Kai and Leon looked equally puzzled. Victor's eyes remained locked on Velk as he called out, "Sell." Thud, the doors swung open, and Celine stepped into the room, her expression shadowed by a small, almost mocking smirk. She wore a stunning black ensemble with blue accents, her long, dark blue hair flowing behind her like an icy waterfall. Each step she took seemed to drain the warmth from the air, leaving a trail of frost and a chill that spread across the room. Chapter 528, With you, every second feels like a new beginning. Celine stepped forward with a stony, ice-cold expression, each footfall turning the floor beneath her to pristine ice, as though she were laying down her own frigid carpet. The sheer aura of her presence made the crowd instinctively step back, eyes wide with awe and trepidation. Her icy blue gaze scanned the room, sharp and unyielding, landing first on Velk, who was coughing as Kai supported him. Her expression didn't soften in the slightest, even as her gaze drifted to Leon. He managed a welcoming smile, but her stony expression only hardened further, causing his smile to falter into a frown. But the moment her eyes found Victor, the cold facade softened. Her lips curved just slightly, like frost melting in the first rays of dawn, a smile subtle but enough to capture the attention and heart of nearly every man and, even a few women present. "Did you call me?" she asked Victor, her tone casual but with a hint of intrigue as she took her place at his side. Victor's gaze warmed, his expression gentle, a look that had never graced his features before. Many women, including Vesperine, felt their hearts break at the sight, realizing they could only hope for such tenderness. Reaching out, Victor brushed a lock of Celine's hair behind her ear. "You look stunning," he murmured, his words soft yet filled with deep admiration. Celine's eyes sparkled, her expression slipping into one of dangerous affection. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she lowered her gaze, looking almost like a girl caught in the throes of a reckless, consuming love. The tender exchange sent murmurs rippling through the crowd. For the first time, everyone saw the truth, her heart clearly belonged to Victor. Gasps echoed, and whispers buzzed around the hall as guests speculated on whether the bride was here by choice or if she'd been forced. A vein bulged on Velk's forehead, his expression one of outrage. What do you think you're doing, Celine? Letting another man touch you, publicly, before you're even fin?" Her gaze turned icy as she cut him off. "Only one man has the right to touch me," she declared, her tone unwavering as she fixed him with a piercing stare. And he's standing right here. Father, Aquilina, sipping tea nearby, raised an eyebrow at the unfolding scene, her surprise barely concealed. I thought she was in love with Aether. Did I misread the whole situation? She mused, frowning as she processed the unexpected turn. Oh. Well, lower the bitches, the better for me, she thought. Leon's face contorted, his expression darkening as realization dawned. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Beside him, Kai's shock quickly turned to fury, his voice rising angrily as he shouted, I will never allow that filth to marry my sister. The weight of Kai's hatred was palpable, his animosity toward Victor stirred up again. After everything Victor had done to him, wounding his pride and his body, there was no way he would stand by and let this happen, especially not after how he had humiliated his friend. Celine released a long sigh. Kai, did I ask for your permission? Kai's breath hitched. For the first time, she hadn't addressed him as brother or big brother. The cold way she said his name made his blood run cold. Celine. Have you lost your mind? He snapped, disbelief mixing with outrage. How dare you call me by, Mr. Kai Frostblade? Her voice was emotionless, each word landing with a weight that silenced him. She held his gaze, her expression one of profound disappointment. You are not the one to advise me on whom I should respect, let alone marry. You betrayed Leah simply because she didn't meet your standard of talent. From that moment, you lost half of my respect, and now you think it's acceptable to play with some women behind Aquilina's back, the woman who's supposed to be your fiancé. Her eyes drifted to Vesperine, who shrank behind Kai, trembling. You don't deserve to advise me, nor my respect. So. Get the fuck out. Celine's words left her feeling as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her chest. She had been carrying the burden of her brother's misdeeds, as much as she wanted to support her brother, but what he did was something terrible, but he never realized what he did was wrong or right. He continued hurting those around him, acting as if nothing was amiss, that was not right, and yet he was hoping to be right and everything turned out in the way he wanted. Kai stared at her, stunned, his mouth opening and closing as he tried to muster a response. Her words had hit harder than he'd ever expected. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Aquilina's pitying gaze, and his hands clenched into fists. Leon, however, could contain his rage no longer. Guards, he bellowed, his face flushed with fury. Arrest them both. Throw them in the underground cells. His voice shook with outrage, his face a storm of hatred. Velk, horrified, took a step forward, his hands raised in a desperate plea. And no, please, your highness. Have mercy. She's just rebellious. She's not herself right now. If I could just speak to her, hey. A low, chilling voice reverberated through the hall, making everyone freeze. Victor was advancing toward Leon, an eerie calm in his expression. What about guards? The guards moved to block his path, but they couldn't even lift their weapons. A suffocating pressure weighed them down, forcing them to their knees, their heads bowed in submission. What are you standing there for? Leon's face contorted with both fear and anger. He shouted desperately, "See, capture him. Now, discover stories with Empire." Even the dukes and high-ranking royals in the room found themselves unable to move. Helpless against the oppressive aura radiating from Victor. Who is he? A guest murmured, their voice trembling. What power level could he possibly be? Another whispered, eyes wide with fear. Someone call the Dragon Emperor. We can't stop him. The whispers grew frantic, yet not a single soul dared step forward. All eyes remained fixed on Victor as he reached Leon, his calmness in stark contrast to Leon's visible panic. Leon's hand instinctively covered his crotch, his confidence and bravado visibly shrinking before the overwhelming force of Victor's presence. Victor couldn't help but smirk, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Seems like your body hasn't quite forgotten me. He taunted, grinning as Leon stiffened. Leon's frown deepened as he glanced down, realizing his hand was instinctively covering his crotch, a reflex he hadn't even noticed. Victor gave a small shake of his head. Anyway. Listen closely, lizard, he declared, his voice reverberating through the hall with an intensity that made the very walls seem to shudder. I don't give a damn who you think you are, or what legacy your family boasts. He gestured toward Celine, who strode forward to stand proudly by his side, eyes shining with fierce joy. Is mine. Those words, laced with a possessiveness that matched her own, echoed through the hall, filling Celine's heart with a molten warmth. She was drowning in a warm ocean. She bit her lip. She really wanted to kiss him. Could I? She thought, but quickly tempered herself, unwilling to do anything that might disgrace him before everyone. She needed to act like a queen that was suitable for her king. Leon's entire body trembled as his lips tightened in rage. Yet before he could muster a retort, Victor's voice echoed, "What exactly are you going to do, Leon?" Victor mocked, his tone dripping with disdain as he took a slow, deliberate step forward. "Your father will make me pay." "Is that it?" Leon's face twisted with anger. "Yes, and when he returns, Victor laughed, cutting him off with a dismissive wave. "Still hiding behind Daddy, are we? Tell me, how can anyone take you seriously as a ruler when you can't face your own problems? What, exactly, are the mighty dragons offering here, a spoiled prince who runs to his father at every turn?" He cast a derisive glance around the room, letting the impact of his words sink in. "Is this what your great lineage has come to?" The aristocrats shifted uneasily, their faces twisting into expressions of outrage. Some murmured, their voices seething, but when Victor's cold gaze swept over them, silence fell. Each glare he received melted into something unsteady, unspoken, as if his words had burrowed into their minds and made them question their own assumptions. "Who is he?" was the silent question etched across their faces, their confusion and fear palpable. Leon's eyes burned with rage, and his mouth opened to shout back, but the words stuck in his throat, his own emotions nearly choking him. With an almost tearful expression, he turned sharply on his heel and stormed toward the exit. Victor's voice rang out again, pulling him to an abrupt halt. "Oh, don't think you're leaving yet," he called, a dark smirk stretching across his lips. Then, addressing the entire room, he continued, "Since you all came for a grand engagement celebration, I'd hate to waste the opportunity." His sly smile sent a ripple of unease through the room as he pulled Celine close, his arms sliding around her slender waist. She giggled softly, her laughter as light and joyful as a child's, and wrapped her arms around his neck. "You may kiss the bride," she murmured with a smirk, her eyes glittering with mischief. Victor chuckled, his eyes bright with laughter. "A bit early, isn't it? That's usually saved for the wedding, you know." Celine's gaze softened, her voice a tender whisper only he could hear. "With you, every second feels like a new beginning." And before another word could be said, she leaned forward, capturing his lips in a kiss that was filled with an intensity and hunger that left the guest stunned. Gasps rippled through the hall, not merely from the sight of Celine kissing him hungrily as if she could not wait. Maybe a little. But more importantly, for the prideful dragon line, this was a blow unlike any other. Chapter 529. Vesperine is sister, right? Or, who is she? Gasps rippled through the hall, not merely from the sight of Celine kissing him hungrily as if she could not wait, maybe a little. But more importantly, for the prideful dragon line, this was a blow unlike any other. Taking away the bride of a dragon was not something you could without rationally, as dragons would come and hunt everyone who tampered their pride. Leon's face contorted with fury, his rage twisting into something dark and resentful. Unable to endure another moment, he turned and stormed out, leaving the hall without a word. As the kiss lingered, a sense of finality settled over the crowd. Slowly, guests began to trickle out, the murmurs among them carrying an uneasy sense of anticipation. They knew there would be repercussions, particularly when the Dragon Emperor returned and learned of the events that had unfolded here. No one wanted to linger for the fallout of what they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, Leon stood alone on the balcony, staring up at the vast night sky as tears slipped silently down his cheeks. This was his first love, his damned first love, his fucking first love. The one person he had cared for so deeply had slipped away, swept up by the same man who had humiliated him so brutally before. Now, Victor had claimed her too. What kind of messed up life is this? He muttered bitterly, his chest tightening with a mix of anger, pain, and confusion. "El Leon," came a soft voice, breaking through the silence. Startled, he quickly wiped his tears and turned around to see Vesperine approaching him with a concerned expression. "Are you okay?" she asked gently, offering him a glass of water. He forced a weak smile. "I'm fine," he said, taking the glass and trying to act nonchalant. "Where's Kai?" he asked quickly, attempting to shift the focus away from himself as he sipped the water. Vesperine watched him, her gaze unwavering as he drank, a little too fast, under the pressure of her silence. Gulp. "I'm really fine. It's okay, Leon," she interrupted, her voice soft and soothing as she reached out and wrapped her arms around him in a comforting embrace. Leon's body went stiff in surprise, and the glass slipped from his hand, shattering on the ground. "Tuck." Vesperine gently patted his back, her voice almost a whisper. "You don't need to hide your pain, Leon. Let it out. It's just the two of us here." Her words, tender and understanding, broke the fragile hold he had on his emotions, and before he knew it, tears started falling freely. I really loved her," he stammered between soft sobs. "You know, I thought she'd see me." Vesperine nodded, holding him tighter. "I know, Leon. But listen to me, you don't need someone like her. She couldn't see who you really are, and that's her loss." Her tone shifted, a hint of bitterness in her words. "You deserve someone who values you for who you are. There's no point in wasting your tears on someone who's quick to run to anyone else." He nodded, wiping his eyes as a glimmer of strength returned to his face. "Why yeah. You're right. She missed out on me. I'll be the great dragon emperor one day, and she'll regret it. No, I will make her regret it." Determination flared in his gaze as he clenched his fists. In a matter of seconds his impression turned normal as he gently hugged her. "Thanks, Vesperine. You really helped me see things clearly when I needed it." Vesperine chuckled softly. "I couldn't just stand by and let my boyfriend's best friend suffer all alone, now could I?" Leon's eyes lingered on her, his gaze softening as he watched her. Vesperine was different, he realized. She wasn't just loyal to Kai, she genuinely cared for those around her. She was there for him, compassionate and comforting in a way that left him feeling vulnerable yet grateful. What kind of luck had Kai found in her? What's more, she even smells good. Lost in his thoughts and smell, Leon's gaze grew more intense, and Vesperine shifted uncomfortably under his stare. "Well, I should probably get going," she murmured, pulling back from the hug, but before she could step away, Leon's arms slipped around her, holding her in place. He reached up, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, his voice lowering to a murmur. "You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, Vesperine," he said, his hand slowly reaching on her ass as he leaned in closer. Vesperine's eyes widened in shock as his hand tightened slightly, pulling her even closer. What are you doing, Leon?" she stammered, her voice laced with confusion and rising anger. She tried to push away, her face twisting into a fierce glare. "Let go of me, now." Her words cut through the haze of Leon's emotions, and he froze, realizing he'd crossed a line. He released her immediately, shame and regret flooding his face. "Vesperine, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just," he stumbled over his words, looking down in embarrassment. "I just thought." "No, I'm sorry." Vesperine took a step back, her expression hurt and disappointed. "Leon, I came here to comfort you as a friend. Don't mistake my kindness for anything else." Yet, he caught her ass tightly again and, Leon leaned in, a sly grin stretching across his face as his hand roamed boldly. "How cute," he whispered, voice thick with amusement. "You look sexy even when you're mad." His hand squeezed her enough for, the sound slipped out before she could stop it. And Leon's eyes gleamed with a dark thrill as he licked his lips. "Dragons have a higher libido than any other race, you know," he murmured, his tone almost playful, yet with an unsettling edge. Vesperine's eyes widened in horror, and she struggled against his grip. What are you talking about, Leon? I thought we were friends. Please, let me go." Her voice trembled, a mixture of fear and revulsion as she looked up at him, helpless, his face mere inches from hers. He ignored her protests, leaning in closer until his lips hovered dangerously close. "It's fine, right? Just let me. It's just the two of us here. Release some stress." Without warning, his mouth crushed against hers, capturing her lips with a force that left her stunned. LEOMFFF, Vesperine's body went rigid as a strange, dizzying warmth washed over her. Her flower trembled with hot, what did you do to me? She gasped, pulling away, her breaths shallow as her skin flushed with an unnatural heat. Leon's grin widened, and his hand moved slowly, sliding into her skirt, squeezing her ass. Nothing much, he said casually, just dragons release a bit of pheromone when we're in. Got too much horny. Similar aphrodisiac. His eyes glinted with satisfaction as he moved in for another kiss, this time rougher, his hand venturing lower, igniting a strange conflict within her. Makes things a little more enticing. Discover hidden tales at Empire, Vesperine whimpered, her voice laced with protest, though it sounded distant to her own ears. And no. I don't want this. I won't betray Kai, Aahak, but her voice faded, her body betraying her, her mind caught in the tug-of-war between horror and an unwilling physical response. Did you just come? Leon whispered with a wicked grin, watching her face flush even darker. And no, I didn't, she protested, her voice shaky, cheeks burning red with embarrassment. Leon's grin widened, and he leaned in. Then I'll make sure you do, he said with a seductive voice before placing her on the table, lowering his lips to her neck. Trailing downward as he reached beneath her skirt, his fingers teasing her flower while sucking her nectar. No mama P, please stoop mama, yes Ananu. Vesperine's body trembled, not under the fear of being raped or pleasure but rather something only visible to her eyes. Target, Leon Dragonheart is under the influence of high-level aphrodisiacs. Target, Leon Dragonheart succumbing to your heavenly nectar. With a wicked smile, Vesperine's hand gripped his head, pressing him closer to his pussy, her voice wavering as she cried, P, please no ma'am, I have a boyfriend. A dark grin curled at the corners of Vesperine's lips as she thought, yes. Drink deep. Bastard, while she continued to act. And no, Leon. Please. Leon thought she was enjoying this slowly as if he was seducing her. He was so thrilled to sleep with his best friend's girlfriend, which made him even more harder. Target, Leon Dragonheart is now irrevocably bonded to your heavenly nectar. Target can no longer love or desire anyone but you. Congratulations. You have successfully seduced Leon Dragonheart. Reward for Mother Goddess received. Vesperine allowed herself a satisfied smile, her eyes gleaming with victory as she murmured under her breath, 3 more to go. Chapter 530. I'm different than before. Far stronger than you think. Thud. Velk groaned as he crashed into the corner of the room. He shot a pained glance at Victor, who stood before him with a calm yet chillingly furious expression, and then looked over at Celine. She was seated before a mirror, slowly unbraiding her hair with an indifferent expression, almost as if she hadn't even noticed the commotion. The party had been abruptly cancelled, or more accurately, completely ruined. Velk had called Celine to her room, desperate to speak with her privately about the situation. What he hadn't expected was for Victor to follow them so boldly, and to strike him down without a second thought. Are you really going to keep ignoring your own father? Velk shouted, his voice edged with both pain and desperation. Celine's response was a soft, humming tune, as she continued to untangle her long hair, entirely unaffected by the tension filling the room. Velk's face twisted with frustration as he glanced up at Victor, who loomed over him with a dangerous smile that sent a chill down his spine. What do you want from me? Do you even realize who my father is? Velk sputtered, a man who had spent his life avoiding his father's shadow now clutching at it like a lifeline. Victor held back a sneer, aching to tear off his carefully controlled mask and reveal his true identity to this pathetic man, but he resisted the urge. Not yet. It takes real nerve to try marrying her off to just anyone for the sake of your own social status, Victor said, his voice cold and unyielding. He reached down and clasped Velk's neck with one hand, lifting him as effortlessly as if he were nothing more than a rag doll. Cough. Velk gasped, writhing and clawing at Victor's grip. He could feel the power radiating off this man, someone far stronger than him, far more dangerous. What kind of monster is he? Velk thought, his mind screaming as he struggled to speak. I swear. I don't know what you're talking about, please, believe me. Victor frowned slightly, his gaze shifting over to Celine. She was watching them in the mirror, her face expressionless. Meeting his gaze through the reflection, she gave a slight shake of her head and murmured, "I told him I didn't want to go through with it, but he forced me, and..." She softly touched her cheek as if recalling something painful. Victor's expression hardened instantly, his jaw clenching as he turned back to Velk with a dark glint in his eyes. "Did you lay a hand on her?" Velk's eyes widened in panic, and he swallowed hard, stammering, "And no, I would nev, slap." Velk's mouth fell open, shocked that a mere boy would dare slap him, a man of his status and age, like this. Victor asked, his smile taking on a cruel edge, Please, I didn't slap." A vein bulged on Velk's forehead as he barked out in fury, "Why you think, cough, you can get away with this, cough, I'll see to it that you and everyone you love pays for this, you filthy bastard." Victor merely chuckled, shaking his head, "Look at you, putting on a brave face. Good man, good." He nodded mockingly, his words dripping with scorn. Then, "Slap, wah, slap, no, continue your journey with Empire, slap, it who, slap." The merciless slapping continued, and Celine watched her father's humiliation through the mirror, her face still devoid of emotion. She loved her father, yes, but what he had done was beyond forgiveness. He had tried to marry her off to a man she despised, dismissing her desires and feelings, even when her body and heart were already filled with someone else. So, she continued to watch calmly, her thoughts detached, her heart unshaken. Suddenly, thud, the door burst open, and Kai stormed into the room, his face twisted in rage. Upon seeing Celine, he shouted, "I can't believe you did this. Our mother would be devastated if she saw you like this, letting yourself fall for some filthy man with a past no one even knows." His voice trailed off, however, when he noticed Victor seated on the bed, rubbing his reddened palm with a look of mild annoyance. Kai's fury reignited as he took in Victor's presence. "You! What the hell are you doing in my sister's room? Get out! You damned lowlife!" He moved forward, reaching to grab Victor by the collar. Victor glanced at Kai, an amused smile crossing his face. "Oh. Welcome, brother-in-law," he said with that same dangerous edge, his voice laced with mockery. Kai's face contorted with disgust, and he growled, "Don't you dare call me that. I'd rather die than have anything to do with a scum like you." He clenched his fists, preparing for a fight. Is that so?" Victor shrugged, unbothered, as he flexed his knuckles in preparation for the next round, but then Kai heard the faint sound of sobbing. He frowned, scanning the room until his gaze settled on a sight that horrified him. There, in the corner, was his father, Velk. His cheeks were swollen like balloons, streaked with tears that poured down his face, his dignity shattered. Father?" Kai's voice trembled, barely able to recognize the once proud figure reduced to this state. Velk, a man of strength and pride, was now battered and broken, his spirit crushed before his eyes. His shock quickly ignited into rage. "You motherfucker!" Kai roared, his fury uncontainable as he grabbed Victor's collar, pulling him close. "What did you do to my father?" he spat, fury darkening his face as he stared into Victor's impassive expression. Victor didn't flinch. "I simply returned what he'd done to my beloved," he replied, his tone cold and calm. "Nothing more." Kai processed Victor's words, his gaze shifting to Celine in disbelief. "Why you let this happen? To our father, your father?" His voice wavered, caught between rage and disbelief. "You watched, while some outsider beat our father," he accused, his eyes flashing as he saw her continue to comb her hair as though nothing was happening. Kai's grip loosened on Victor, his fury now directed fully at Celine. He took a step toward her, hand reaching out, ready to pull her by the hair. His sister, his own blood, had allowed this. He needed to teach her some manners. Celine continued combing her hair, her expression unreadable, careful. One calm word from Victor made Kai's hand freeze midair. He glanced back, and Victor's indifferent stare bore into him. "Choose your next move wisely, Kai, because no one knows what might happen to you next." Kai's face twitched, and his body visibly trembled as he wrestled for control. He looked at Celine again, his voice breaking. "Do you see this, Celine? He even dares to threaten your own brother." your big brother. And yet you're still going to marry this monster. Kai's eyes were becoming hollow, his voice desperate and shaky, but Celine offered no response. She merely continued to comb her hair, her gaze unfazed. Ha, ha. Ha 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 ha. Kai's laughter turned into a manic cackle. He finally choked out, I see it now. You've been manipulated, haven't you? That's it. There's no way my sister would ever do something so reckless, so disgraceful. Victor raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. And what, exactly, are you talking about? Kai's hand fell on Celine's shoulder, his grip firm as if trying to shake her back to reality. You did something to her, didn't you? He glared back at Victor with venom. This isn't her, she would never act like this. Celine looked at him, her expression cold and distant. What are you even talking about, Kai? But Kai's mind was too far gone, consumed by denial and anger. His voice lowered, venomous. There's only one way to save her now, and that's to kill the bastard responsible. With a shout, Kai summoned his sword, its blade gleaming with power as he slashed toward Victor's neck, yet, Victor caught the blade effortlessly between his fingertips, Kai's eyes narrowing in mild surprise. But then, Kai grinned, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes turned hollow. You're in for a surprise, he sneered. I'm different than before. Far stronger than you think. The sword began to glow, its radiance blinding as power surged through it. Victor's eyes widened, sensing the shift in energy. Then, boom! The entire room erupted in a deafening blast, obliterating everything within. Chapter 531 Probability of Death, 90%. Are you alright? Victor asked, his voice edged with worry as he held Celine close. Wisps of smoke curling off his clothes. Celine coughed. Why yeah, she managed, her voice raspy as she tried to catch her breath. Victor gave a relieved nod before setting her gently on the ground. Celine turned, looking up just as one of the rooms, her room of course, flames spilling out in violent, storm-like waves. Father? She hesitated, a flicker of worry crossing her face. Victor noticed the expression and sighed internally. As much as Celine loved him, he knew she still cared for her father. Despite everything, no one in their right mind would want their father to die right before their eyes, and it wasn't as though she held any deep hatred for Velk, so he reassured her. He's fine, Victor said, pointing to a corner where he'd tossed Velk out of harm's way just before the blast. Celine turned and saw her father sprawled awkwardly, his legs twitching while his head was half buried on the ground. She sighed, visibly relieved. Thank goodness. I'd hate for him to die now. If he did, how would Mother come and kill him by her hand later? She muttered, wiping her forehead. Oh, Victor nodded absent-mindedly. Victor's eyes widened slightly. Wait, what, did he just hear that right? Before he could fully process her words, a mocking laugh echoed. Ha ha ha. How's that, bastard? Both Celine and Victor frowned as they turned toward the flames, watching Kai emerge from the fire. A manic grin on his face. Kai. Celine shouted. Do you even realize what you nearly did to father? If not for Victor, he would've. Kai shrugged with an indifferent sneer. Oh, now you care about him. Spare me the act, you slutty bitch traitor. His voice dripped with venom as he leapt down from the burning floor, landing heavily with his sword, which now blazed with an icy blue flame. He raised his sword and pointed it at Celine. Move, dear sister. I won't ask twice. Celine's frown deepened, but before she could speak, Victor stepped forward, pushing her behind him. That sword he's holding, it's different, Victor muttered, feeling a powerful energy radiating from it, one that carried the unmistakable pressure of a sovereign. Victor barely had a second to process before Kai vanished, reappearing instantly in front of Celine, his blade inches from her neck. Celine's eyes flashed as she instinctively summoned an ice blade, bringing it up just in time to intercept the attack. Or so she thought. In a moment of slow-motion horror, she watched Kai's glowing sword slice effortlessly through her weapon, inching toward her throat. Bam! Victor struck Kai's wrist, deflecting the blade, then kicked him with brutal force. Kai went flying, crashing hard into the wall. Boom! Victor turned to Celine, his face tense. You need to leave now. Celine nodded but hesitated, glancing back. If things get really dangerous, She bit her lip, the words catching in her throat. Victor gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry. He's not as dangerous as he thinks. She offered a faint smile in return, then went to retrieve her father, grabbing him by the leg and dragging him out, his head bumping heavily against the ground with each step. Victor watched her go, a strange thought crossing his mind. Does she actually care about him? He was honestly baffled. Ha 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 ha. But his attention snapped back as Kai's chuckle broke the silence. He rose slowly from the debris, his sword brimming with violent energy, his eyes cold and hollow. Experience more tales on Empire. Victor narrowed his gaze. Are you really Kai? Kai's grin only widened, his voice taunting. Who else do you think I am? He rested his sword on his shoulder, adopting a smug stance, though his eyes remained disturbingly empty, almost possessed. Victor studied the blade, his suspicion deepening. Is this really the weapon you desired? Kai frowned for a moment, before brushing it off with a sneer. Of course. It's mine. My beloved's gift, as he softly rubbed his sword as the memories of his beloved Vesperine upgraded for him. As Kai reminisced, his thoughts lingered on Vespertine, the woman, his beloved helped him during his grueling hard work to level up. She possessed a rare and mysterious gift. An ability to empower weapons just by touching them, something he'd never even heard of before. She claimed it was a gift from her god, and in a single touch, his weapon had transformed, pulsing with power so immense that he'd struggled to hold it steady. She'd given him that strength, just for him. And that's why he could never abandon the woman who'd sacrificed so much to help him reach his potential. Meanwhile, ah yes, harder, Leon. Vesperine moaned, her face twisted in ecstatic pleasure as she rode Leon with wild abandon, his powerful thrusts driving her over the edge. Target: Kai Frostblade is under the influence of the demonic weapon. Status: possessed by the demonic weapon due to failure to subdue it. Vesperine clicked her tongue in annoyance, dismissing the notification without a second thought. Her attention quickly returned to the dragon in front of her as she moved eagerly. Ah yes, a dragon's dick really is one of a kind, she mused with a wicked grin. Back with Kai, he focused, pulling himself from his thoughts. He pointed his weapon at Victor, his face steeling with grim determination. With this sword, I'll cut down evil like you and free my sister from your demonic grip. Victor raised an eyebrow, barely concealing his amusement. Didn't you just try to kill her moments ago? Kai's eyes narrowed. Did I? I was only trying to rid her of the demon inside her. With that, he disappeared, leaving only the faintest ripple in the air. Victor's brows knitted together as he scanned the space around him, alert and listening. You can't see me, Kai's mocking voice echoed around, taunting Victor. Victor turned his head, searching for any sign of him. Ha ha ha. The laugh was dark, growing closer. Slice, a shallow cut appeared on Victor's arm. He flinched, his vigilance spiking as he looked around. No matter what you try. Kai's voice sneered. Slash, another cut, then another, and another. Each time the mocking laughter grew louder, filling the air like a haunting chorus. Slash, ha ha ha, slash, ha ha ha, slash, ha ha, slash, ha ha ha. Slash, ha 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 ha. Victor's body was soon covered in cuts. Finally, Kai appeared before him, grinning as he surveyed his work with a twisted satisfaction. Told you I'd grown a lot since last time, he sneered, licking the blade's edge. But then he froze, eyes narrowing at the blade, confusion seeping onto his face. There was no blood. The tearing of fabric drew Kai's attention back to Victor, who was nonchalantly ripping off his shredded shirt, revealing unmarked, uncut skin underneath. His muscles were intact, untouched. How, sigh. Victor cracked his knuckles with a grin. How? He repeated Kai's earlier question mockingly. Because you're still as weak as fuck. He vanished, reappearing instantly at Kai's side, gripping his left arm tightly, right where he held the sword. He. Kai involuntarily flinched when heard the uncanny smile, as if he remembered something. His empty, hollow eyes flickered back to normal, and a momentary glimmer of confusion appeared, but Victor delivered a punch straight to his gut. Bam! The force reverberated through Kai's body, a shockwave blasting outwards as his spine arched from the impact, sending tremors through the air like a bullet. Arrgh. Kai's scream ripped through the air. Meanwhile, Vesperine, lost in the haze of pleasure, suddenly stopped mid-thrust, her expression darkening as she spotted a flashing notification. Alert! Kai Frostblade is in imminent danger, probability of death, 90%, FUCK. Vesperine shrieked, her tone shifting to horror as she read the warning, Chapter 532. Alright, ladies. Come at me. To be honest, Victor could see every movement Kai made. Heck, he could track each step as though Kai were trudging through water. The truth was, Victor's focus wasn't on Kai, but on the sword he wielded. That blade wasn't just powerful, it was radiating a pressure only a sovereign's weapon could command. It was far beyond what Kai could handle. The sword's energy throbbed, unstable as if straining to synchronize with its wielder. Victor couldn't help but think of it like shoving a top-tier processor into a cheap phone, impressive on paper, but wasted when it can't be used to its full potential. If Kai had leveled up even a little more, maybe he'd have stood a chance at wielding it properly. Yet the assault continued. Boom, boom, boom. The entire castle shook with each impact, cracks spidering across the ground as the mountain felt the pressure. One by one, students and servants began to trickle out from their rooms, confused and frightened by the tremors. Among them was Vesperine, although she emerged slightly delayed. Having put Leon to sleep and dressed quickly, a drowsy expression painted on her face. What's happening? She asked, looking to Kira and the other attendants. Kira chuckled, though there was a hint of nervousness in her tone. Well, let's just say your boyfriend might not make it to see tomorrow's sunrise, she said, pointing down toward the ground below. There, Victor was crouched over, repeatedly slamming his fists into Kai's bloodied form, each punch landing with brutal indifference. Vesperine's eyes widened, her heart skipping a beat as her gaze locked on the beaten body on the ground. Before she knew it, she was running. Kai, she screamed, voice laced with both fury and fear. Victor's knuckles were stained red as he delivered punch after punch, his face expressionless, but each blow carrying a simmering anger that had been held back far too long. Thanks to his freedom skill, he could finally unleash all that pent-up rage without violating his contract. For now, at least. Warning, killing Kai Frostblade is not advisable, Victor chuckled under his breath. Who said I'm killing him? Please refrain from killing your contractor. Victor ignored the log's interference, gazing down at Kai's barely conscious, bruised face, his voice lowering to a dangerous growl. You thought you were stronger than me? Hee hee. I haven't even used half my power. Kai, boom, experienced new stories on my virtual library empire. Crack. Blood splattered from Kai's mouth as cracks spread outwards from his broken form, the plain ground beneath him resembling a shattered spider web. If you ever call Celine those filthy names again. Victor leaned close. Voice low and deadly, mark my words, it'll be the last thing you ever do. Victor's muscles tensed, his fist drawing back for a final, punishing blow, when suddenly, a thin, shimmering blue blade appeared at his throat. Stop. Aquilina's voice was sharp as steel, her expression set in a tight frown. But it wasn't just her. Victor, you need to stand down. Helena's voice echoed from behind him, her fingers crackling with golden energy, her expression firm and unyielding. No. Vesperine arrived at Kai's side, her face pale with fury and fear, shielding Kai as she glared at Victor with tearful eyes. Victor's gaze shifted to each of them. Aquilina held her blade steady. I can't let Kai die, not before he signs the Aether over to me, she thought, her jaw clenching as she tried to steel her nerves. Helena, fingers glowing brighter, I might not like Kai, he might be a good guy, but I can't afford to lose Aether, who might become stray slave, she reminded herself. Meanwhile, Vesperine trembled outwardly, but inwardly, her thoughts betrayed her composed exterior. Damn, he really is something. Those muscles, that strength. If only he were my target, she thought, biting her lip as her eyes flickered over Victor's bare, muscular chest. Each of them had their own reasons, their own agendas. But Victor, smirking as he regarded the situation, took a step forward, defying the blade at his neck. Did you really think you could stop me? He leaned into Aquilina's sword, brushing his fingers over the blade, his eyes flashing with amusement. Or hold me back. Aquilina's grip tightened, and her voice shook with barely restrained anger. Victor, don't test me. Oh, he raised an eyebrow, a grin breaking across his face. Or what? Aquilina smirked, her excitement barely contained. She'd always been curious about the sovereign's disciple. Could she take him on? Without hesitation, she angled her slender blue sword, her eyes sparkling with challenge. Shall we put it to the test? She taunted, pushing her blade toward him. Victor's eyebrows lifted in amusement. Catching her sword with his bare hand, he gripped it tight as blood seeped from his hand and, boom, Helena, who was standing behind Victor, blinked because she didn't see what happened just now. She turned back and saw Aquilina, who was hit on the wall as she crumbled on the floor. Victor barely glanced over his shoulder. "How about you?" he asked, his tone dripping with invitation. Helena flinched, but a spark of defiance lit her eyes. "I'm much stronger than her," she stated, gathering energy in her hands. "Oh." Victor turned fully, a smirk playing on his lips. "Then let's find out." With a flick of his hand, the golden fireball she'd summoned shot outward, nearly slipping from her grasp. She tried to summon another spell, but Victor was faster, landing a swift kick to her midsection that sent her hurtling into the sky like a meteor. Helena's voice faded into the distance. Victor chuckled, watching her disappear into the clouds before refocusing his attention on Kai's crumpled form. But Vesperine, trembling yet resolute, stepped between them, her eyes wide with fear but her stance unwavering. Please. Don't hurt him," she stammered, legs shaking. Victor grinned, stepping closer. "Look at you. Even terrified, and yet you stand your ground. What a brave little thing you are." 100 AP, Victor blinked, glancing at Vesperine once more. Her face was painted with fear. "Anyway." He moved forward, raising his hand dismissively. "Step aside, and I'll mind if I join in the fun." A voice interrupted, a hand suddenly clasping Victor's shoulder. Victor grinned, twisting just in time to dodge Talia's swift kick. "Of course," he murmured, catching her ankle and knocking her off balance. But she managed to twist in midair, narrowly avoiding a collision with the ground by flipping out of his grasp. "Not bad," Victor said, eyes narrowing in appreciation. "I didn't expect you to grab my sword without hesitation." Aquilina's voice dripped with frustration as she regained her footing beside Talia, brushing the dust from her clothes. Thud, Helena landed nearby. Fury blazing in her eyes. "I held back because you helped me before, Victor, but now." She raised her hand, light pouring from her fingers. Victor smirked at the growing crowd, rolling his shoulders as he prepared himself. "If only they knew I was Aether." He couldn't help but savor the thought. "All right, ladies. Come at me," he declared, voice laced with dark amusement. SSSSSH. Meanwhile, Arcanes, after dealing with the remains of a monstrous elephant, held two gleaming, rainbow-colored crystals in his hands, his gaze fixed on them. "What are these?" he muttered, frowning at the unusual energy radiating from each stone. He'd thought they were merely the creature's eyes, but there was something different about them. "They hold a strange power. Yet strange as I never felt this before," he mused, pocketing them for later examination. Satisfied, he turned back, eager to check on his son. Pushing open the grand hall doors, he was met with a sight he hadn't expected. Emptiness. "What's happened here?" Arcanes demanded. One of the guards immediately dropped to his knees, recounting the events that had transpired. But before he could finish, thud, his head fell to the floor, lifeless, with Arcanes gazing down at the rest of the guard detail with an icy expression. "What were you all doing while my son was dishonored?" the remaining guard stammered. "And no. Dragon Emperor." Thud, another head rolled. "Did you enjoy watching?" Arcanes' voice was devoid of warmth as he advanced, his killing intent stifling. "And no, Emperor, please." In seconds, the grand hall floor ran red with blood, the guards lying motionless in his wake. With furious eyes and a voice booming with unrestrained wrath, he shouted, "Victor." His words echoed, shaking the empire itself. Back in the castle courtyard, Victor held both Aquilina and Talia in each hand, their necks held tightly as they struggled. A grin spread across his face, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. "Ah. Look who we have now." Chapter 533. With great power comes great responsibility, that is if. "Are you all right?" Helena asked, her voice soft as she knelt beside healing Aquilina, who lay sprawled on the ground with a defeated, empty expression. "Yeah," Aquilina murmured after a long pause. Her lips quivered as she bit down, hard, so hard that blood began to bead, trailing down her chin. For what? Because she'd been utterly and humiliatingly defeated by Victor. She had imagined there might be some difference between them in skill. After all, he was the sovereign's disciple. But after that fight, she realized the bitter truth. She wasn't even close to his level. "There's no need to be so hard on yourself," Talia said gently, her voice a rough mumble as she lay on the ground nursing her own broken limbs. She glanced over at Aquilina, understanding her thoughts without a word needing to be said. Because she too having the same thoughts, "That guy, he's something else," Talia said, irritation flaring in her expression. She, too, had been single-handedly taken down by Victor. "How the hell is he getting this much stronger? Is he even human?" she mumbled, her expression darkening as she recalled the fight. Her gaze then flicked to Helena, who, while bruised and battered, hadn't suffered the same degree of injuries. "But seriously, why didn't he hurt you like the rest of us? Did he show mercy on you?" Helena shrugged as she finished healing Aquilina and looked up at the shifting clouds. "Do you think the Dragon Emperor would ever forgive him?" Talia scoffed. "Forgiveness? He'd rather die than bear the shame of his son's broken engagement." Helena's expression grew slightly worried. "Do you think the principal will intervene to stop them?" Aquilina's gaze drifted upward to the sky, where two figures hovered, distant against the slowly moving clouds. "Since he's her only disciple, I doubt she'd let him be killed without a fight," she murmured. Her words were soft, but a tinge of bitterness clung to her voice. "And Kai?" He lay unconscious nearby, being healed by Finian, while Vesperine sat beside him, tears streaking down her face as she clutched his hand. Meanwhile, above, Victor and Arcanes hovered in tense silence, a gust of wind catching their hair as they faced each other. The atmosphere was thick, as if the air itself braced for something inevitable. Arcanes broke the silence first, his voice dripping with fury. "I thought we were friends, Victor, yet you took it upon yourself to destroy my son's engagement. Do you even understand the disgrace you've caused? The pride we've lost? Do you realize I'll be a laughingstock if I don't hang your head above my castle gate?" Victor wiped a smudge of blood from his knuckles, his expression thoughtful. "Maybe I shouldn't have gone so hard on them," he mused, then replied with a cool tone. "And here I thought we'd agreed to stay out of each other's affairs. And as for pride. You call it pride? After you tried to take away someone's lover and force her into a marriage? You can't be serious, Arcanes." Arcanes clenched his jaw, hands twitching with the urge to strike. He longed to kill the man in front of him. And yet, with Aether missing, Victor was his only remaining link. He couldn't afford to let his rage ruin his last chance to find him. After a tense moment, Arcanes gritted his teeth and said, "If I'd known that human female was yours, I wouldn't have encouraged my son." Victor raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with surprise. "Oh. Well, that changes everything. Guess we're all good now. Let's just take a break, then," he said as he turned to leave. But in an instant, Arcanes appeared in front of him, mere inches away. "Lowborn. Killing you would be like." Arcanes snapped his fingers and continued, "Just like that. The only reason you're still here is because of the sovereign's influence. Otherwise, you know you'd be dead, right?" Victor's gaze turned icy as he regarded Arcanes. He moved slowly, almost mockingly, until his fingers brushed against Arcanes' cheek. Arcanes frowned, eyes narrowing in confusion. Victor's smirk was cold. "Not bad, maybe I should keep you as my pet." Something inside Arcanes finally snapped. Meanwhile, back on the ground, "Looks like they're just talking," Talia mumbled, a hint of disappointment creeping into her tone as she stood shakily, still sore from her injuries. She glanced at Aquilina, who was still fixed on the scene above, frustration written all over her face. Helena glanced over at Kai, who was now fully healed thanks to Finian, and then at Vesperine, who was supporting him as they moved away. Then Helena's gaze landed on Celine, who had just returned after securing her father somewhere safe. Celine's eyes were wide with a mix of worry and curiosity as she watched the sky. Helena leaned in, whispering, "I still can't believe you actually love him. Celine glanced at Helena, an urge rising inside her. But she caught herself, took a calming breath, and finally smiled. Yeah, he's just different, she said softly. Helena blushed, her cheeks tinged pink as she stammered, and me too. I mean, the person I love is different too. Celine's lips trembled as she chanted inwardly, don't kill her, don't kill her. Please don't kill her. She forced a smile and whispered through clenched teeth, so, did you finally confess to him? Your love? Helena shyly lowered her gaze, tracing circles on the ground with her toe before nodding. Fuck. She's adorable. How is she this cute? Was this the reason she was his target? Celine screamed inwardly, barely containing her killing intent. She grinned, well, then, you have to tell me everything. But before they could settle into their girly conversation, move out, now. Aquilina's voice roared as she and Talia shoved both Celine and Helena aside just in time. Boom, all four turned, staring in shock as Victor emerged from the crater in the ground, a smirk on his face as he looked skyward. There, a monstrous blue dragon hovered, its scales gleaming with indigo sparks. The beast's voice bellowed, echoing through the air, how dare you call me a pet, you lowborn. Its booming roar reverberated as its massive maw opened, gathering energy before SSSSSSSSH. A torrent of indigo flames shot straight at Victor, blazing through the sky with deadly precision. We need to get out of here. Aquilina shouted, but they couldn't tear their eyes away from the scene. Victor simply raised his hand, and with a wink, said, bang, as a purple flame ignited from his fingertips, meeting the dragon's attack. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS and yet, Victor's own fire was consuming the dragons with ease. Arkanes' eyes widened, but his rage only intensified as he surged forward with all his might. Pouring everything he had into the flames, he was using everything. Explore stories at my virtual library empire. The two forces clashed, filling the air with an intense heat as each flame vied for dominance. At the exact point where the flames collided, something extraordinary began to form, a sphere of blinding white light growing steadily at the junction. Talia's eyes went wide, her instincts screamed for her to run, and she screamed, "Run!" She bolted without a second glance, and the others quickly followed, sprinting away as fast as they could. SSSSHNNNNGGGGGGGGG. The white light expanded, pulsating like a time bomb on the brink of explosion. But then, that's enough, snap, in an instant, everything stopped. The flames, the light. All of it vanished as if nothing had happened. Arkanes paused mid-flight, his wings stilling as he looked with fury at the principal, who hovered between them, her gaze calm and commanding. "Control yourself, Arkanes," the principal said in a tone as sharp as steel. "How dare you," I said calm. Down. Then she turned to Victor, her expression critical. "Victor, don't you think you might be getting a bit too full of yourself?" Victor blinked in surprise. "What do you?" Before he could finish, the principal motioned her gaze and he followed her gaze to the students, huddled together in fear. Realization dawned, and he looked down at his own hand, suddenly aware he might have taken things too far. The principal let out a short, disapproving sigh. "Never forget, Victor, with great power comes great responsibility. That is, if you wish to remain as you are." Her gaze shifted back to Arkanes. "Tomorrow morning, they leave for the summit. No more delays." Her voice was firm and unyielding, leaving no room for argument. Chapter 534. What a load of bullshit. With great power comes great responsibility. Ahaha, what a load of bullshit. Jack laughed, his voice ringing through the quiet room as he leaned back on the couch across from Victor, clearly amused by the principal's words. Following the principal's intervention, a tense calm had settled over the castle. Everything had returned to normal, for now. But tomorrow, it was an important day that no one could ignore. Jack's laughter echoed before he noticed Victor's stern, unwavering expression. Realizing he'd crossed a line, Jack cleared his throat and tried to mask his grin. "Ahem. So, what brings you here, anyway? What do you need from me?" Victor's gaze stayed steady as he replied, "You saw what happened at the engagement ceremony, didn't you?" Jack's grin returned, a glint of surprise flickering in his eyes. "Oh, I saw. Trust me, I saw," he replied with a touch of excitement, seeing those pompous faces, disgusted and beaten. It was a beautiful sight. He smirked as if savoring the memory of Leon and other dragons' deep shit faces. Victor nodded, letting the silence weigh in before he asked, "And now, what's your take on Leon?" 4000 AP, Jack's brow furrowed, then arched with intrigue. "Leon, huh? Well, now we're talking. Need a hand with him?" Jack's voice turned sinister as he leaned closer, an edge to his grin. "You know I'm a little too good at taking people out of the picture." Victor held Jack's gaze, his expression unchanged. "No. I'm not killing him. At least, not quite," he added, voice laced with mystery. Jack listened closely as Victor laid out his plan, his eyes slowly brightening with excitement. "Damn, that's genius," Jack breathed, looking at Victor with newfound admiration. He practically had the look of a fanboy. After dealing with Jack, Victor returned to his own room, exhaling deeply as he removed his mask and rubbed his temples. The memory of the principal's disappointed gaze still lingered, heavy and disapproving. He clenched his fist and took a deep breath. Murmuring to himself, "I guess, power really can change people. I made the reckless move there." A part of him recognized that he might have let it get to his head this time. Gathering his thoughts, he reached out telepathically, "Celestia, how's it going on your end?" / Meanwhile, the outskirts of the Pyra Fulgur Empire, "Oh, well," Celestia's pause was long as she surveyed the bloody ground, casting a wary glance at Arya. Arya stood there, her armor splattered with blood, but not her own. Before her lay a man, his body pierced by countless arrows. She frowned with disdain as she wiped her bow clean, her eyes coldly scanning the remaining soldiers. "Is this all you've got?" Arya sneered, shaking her head in disappointment. "I expected more from the general of an army." Her voice was cutting, filled with contempt as she turned to the remaining dead soldiers. "But then again, you're as weak as your leader." One brave soldier sneaked and dared to move behind her, clutching his weapon. "You, bitch, arr." Arya's arrow struck his groin before he could finish the insult, and another followed, silencing him with brutal precision. "Sorry, but my hubby needs my help to clean your filths," she mumbled with a wicked smile as she glanced at Celestia. "Good, / Celestia said with a strained smile, "Ha, well done, then. As soon as you guys finish up there, return here tomorrow." Aether replied with a note of seriousness, ending their telepathic link. Celestia nodded. "Arya, we need to leave now." Everyone got alerted. Arya sighed and said with an annoyed face, "I know, you don't need to order me. With this we have only one remaining general, let's see whether they will cooperate with us or not." Meanwhile, Aether paused, taking a deep breath before connecting to someone else, mother-in-law, / in another empire. Melona, speaking with her tribe's elders, flinched as she heard Aether's voice in her mind. She excused herself, stepping away to a quiet spot. Oh. Finally, remembered your dear mother-in-law. Melona's voice held a teasing warmth. "Read new chapters at my virtual library empire. Of course. I could never forget you. So, any news on your end? / Melona's eyes sparkled with triumph. Alaric finally stepped down from the throne. We won with overwhelming support from the elders. Ha ha ha. She could hardly contain her glee, pride shining in her words. Aether smiled softly, savoring her joy. If only I'd been there to see it. I bet his face was priceless, like he'd swallowed something sour. / Melona chuckled, glancing at the attendants nearby who bowed respectfully. Oh, you missed quite the show. He looked like he'd eaten shit, absolutely priceless. Her laughter faded as she walked to the balcony, gazing up at the starlit sky. So. What are you doing? / Talking to you, obviously. / Ha. Ha. So funny. Melona's voice was full of dry sarcasm. But seriously, have you eaten? How are you holding up? / Oh. Sounds like my mother-in-law's more worried about me than her daughter, Aether teased, enjoying her reaction. Melona's lips twitched, keep teasing, and I'll end this connection, she replied, though a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Aether chuckled softly, I'm doing fine. Better than fine, actually. As for Arya, well, she's got her hands full I see, Melona murmured, twirling a strand of her white hair absent-mindedly as she gazed into the starlit sky. Their connection fell into a brief, comfortable silence before Aether cleared his throat. I think we'll be back in a few days, but there's a chance Alaric won't let this go quietly. He might try something. Trying to get back Arya or, perhaps use Kaelin to claw his way back to power, Aether said, his brow furrowing as he spoke. Melona hummed again, her mind seemingly elsewhere. Aether tilted his head mother-in-law, Melona blinked, snapping back to the present, oh, don't worry too much, Aether. They're not children anymore. They know how to handle things. Besides, she paused, her tone turning thoughtful, we'll always be here if they need us, Aether relaxed a little, appreciating her confidence, and, how are you? Has there been any improvement in your health, Melona's lips softened into a gentle smile, not much difference, really. It's your potions keeping me going. For that, thank you, Aether, Aether shook his head, his tone quiet. If it weren't for you, I'd have died back there, you know that, right? You don't owe me anything, Melona's smile turned tender, her voice a faint whisper. Even so, you're saving me every day, helping me see another day, Aether. You don't understand how much I am grateful for that, Aether paused, then said, please, don't worry. One day, we'll find a way. Arya and I, believe me, we won't let you go, 2000 AP, Melona's eyes glistened as she softly replied, I miss, yo, Aether's voice hinted a confusion. Realizing what she'd almost said, Melona's cheeks flushed a deep pink. She cleared her throat quickly. I mean. I miss my daughter, I see. But, what about me, he asked playfully. There was a small silence before Melona replied briskly, the meeting's about to resume. We'll talk later, she cut the connection, heart pounding as she covered her face. What's wrong with me, she screamed. Meanwhile, Aether shrugged, chuckling to himself, looks like she's just busy. With that thought, he reached out to Leora, eager to connect with her, Wolfie he greeted warmly, but was met with an abrupt reply, I'm busy, Aether, Aether blinked in surprise, taken aback by her tone. Busy? With what? Curiosity piqued, he pressed for an answer. He knew Melona was the one who handling Empire now, so why Leora was busy, building our mating home, and with that, the connection abruptly cut off. Aether stared, his mind racing as he murmured, mating home. He blinked and added, what in the world is she up to? He could even feel a strange sense of pride coming through the connection. With a small, wry smile, he shook his head. Well, as long as she's not getting into any real trouble, sighing, he rose to his feet, steeling himself. Now, it was time to check in with Raven and the others. Chapter 535 I don't go for weak men, where have you been? Talia asked. Her curiosity obvious as Aether slipped into Raven's room. Aether chuckled awkwardly, glancing between Talia and Raven before heading toward her, just, setting things in motion for our plan. Plan? They both frowned in unison. He'd rejected their brilliant plan earlier, so now they wondered what he was up to. Yes, he replied, his face suddenly serious. Taking Raven's hand gently, he said, trust me, Raven. Everything will work out. I promise you'll be happy, soon enough. Talia tilted her head, confusion plain in her eyes, but, what exactly have you been doing? Aether gave Talia a playful wink. That's a secret. Now, have you both spoken with the princess? Talia nodded. A grin forming on her lips. Yeah, Aquilina is really something else. I mean, our plan is practically cough, I mean, it's good, cough, not, cough. Cough. Cough, Talia narrowed her eyes at Aether, hands on her hips. Oh, come on. It's at least decent, you know, decent. Aether echoed, suppressing a grin. Like walking straight into Arcani's chamber. Sounds like a shortcut to death. Talia's cheeks turned pink. Anyway. Aquilina's plan is actually solid. She even found this rare artifact for it. She held up an unusual orb, shimmering faintly in her hand. With this, we can get in without worrying about getting lost. Aether raised his eyebrows. Intrigued, and what, exactly, is that? Talia smirked, winking mischievously. That secret, she whistled innocently, keeping the orb close. Aether's lips twitched with amusement as he glanced at Raven, who was watching him closely, almost intently, her eyes unwavering. He raised an eyebrow. Is something wrong? Raven didn't answer. She just took a step closer. She removed her sunglasses and revealed her two heterochromatic eyes, her gaze locked on his face. More specifically, on his eyes. Talia watched Raven's advance in surprise, eyes wide. Is she actually making a move? Talia thought, her heart beating faster as she peeked through her fingers, anticipating Raven's next move. Raven's lips hovered just inches from his, her gaze still piercing, as if searching for something beneath the surface. She was close, closer than ever before, but Aether knew she wasn't going to kiss him. No way. As expected, she stopped mere centimeters away, her gaze never leaving him. What are you doing? Aether asked, his tone light yet curious. Still, Raven didn't answer. Her attention remained fixed on his eyes, on their crystal blue depths. Something in them was different, something dark and unrestrained, lurking just beneath. It's the same as usual, but she could sense something within them, as if something hiding in it. Flick. Suddenly, she flinched. A faint spark of purple flickered in his eyes. Just for a moment, but enough to make her body shiver with a mix of fear and excitement. This power, it was dangerous, something that hadn't been there before. What happened to you? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper, her expression serious. Aether raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. There's something strange about you. I can feel it. Your power, it's familiar, but different, she said, a hint of doubt in her voice. Aether smirked, leaning just a little closer. Didn't I mention I had a plan? Raven's curiosity flared, but Aether changed course, his tone softening as he looked at her. Raven? He took a step closer, and instinctively. She took a step back, but he reached forward, his hand resting lightly on her waist. Tell me, who are you? Raven's eyebrows knitted slightly, a faint frown appearing as she looked up at him, caught off guard by the question. Raven or Moirix? The name struck Raven like a silent storm. She flinched, her mouth parting as though to answer, but her voice caught, the words trapped. Who was she? She had asked herself that question countless times in those hundreds of years, and each time, she had come up empty. No matter what, she could not find a perfect answer for that question. She was born Pyra Raven, but after everything, the losses, especially her sister, she couldn't bear the loneliness. When her sister's memories surfaced, she clung to them, absorbing her sister's essence. She'd decided that if she couldn't have her sister, she could at least keep her close by accepting those memories as part of herself. Aether's expression softened, his hand brushing tenderly against her cheek. Raven, it's okay. You're not alone anymore. We're here, I'm here. Even if Talia left you, oi. Talia pouted slightly. Aether chuckled, then continued, his gaze never leaving Raven. I'll never leave you, Raven. Believe me. Your sister lives in your memories, not as you. You are Raven, the only Raven I love. So, accept yourself. Not just for her, but for you. Raven's chest tightened. Her heart missing a beat. Could she let go? Could she release her sister's shadow? But those steady, sincere eyes offered a warmth she hadn't felt in years. She swallowed, then nodded slowly. I'll try, 700 AP, Aether smiled, satisfied. He knew she wasn't there yet, but that was okay. She didn't need to be perfect, all he wanted was for her to begin. She was already trying, and for him, that was more than enough. Just as he shifted to leave, Raven reached out, her hand clutching the corner of his shirt. Her eyes met his with unknown emotions. Aether's lips curled into a gentle smile as he stepped closer, cupping her face and leaning in until his lips brushed hers in a soft, tender kiss. 800 AP, Raven's eyes fluttered closed as she leaned into him, her uncertainty melting away for just that moment. Oh. Talia gasped, a look of astonishment lighting up her face as she watched them kiss. When they finally pulled apart, she flashed a teasing grin. Raven, you're quite the cute one, you know. Aether said with a playful smirk. Raven's cheeks flushed pink, and she cleared her throat, glancing away. Why don't we go see Aquilina? She stammered before striding out of the room, clearly flustered. Talia and Aether shared a chuckle as they watched her go. Ha ha ha, ah. Huh. Talia turned to Aether, her smile softening into something fond. You're something else, Aether, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Aether arched a brow, acknowledging the compliment with a slight nod. Your sister lives in your memories, not as you. That's quite a line, Aether, Talia murmured, glancing in the direction Raven had gone, her eyes thoughtful. Aether nodded, his gaze reflective. If her sister were here, she wouldn't want Raven living under her death. She'd want her to live her own life, as herself. Raven is Raven. There's no one else like her. 300 AP, Talia's smile turned mischievous as she leaned into him with a playful nudge. You know, if my family were around to witness all this, they'd probably be throwing a big celebration and pushing me into marriage. Aether raised an eyebrow. Oh. And why's that? Talia gave him a mock look of exasperation, clearly holding back a laugh. Because, believe it or not, you're ticking all the boxes, fighting for her, risking your life, supporting her in every way, and you even know how to handle a woman's heart. You've checked off everything on my list except. She paused, her lips curling into a smirk. You're not exactly strong enough for me. Weak. Continue reading at my virtual library empire, that's right. Talia smirked, crossing her arms. I don't go for weak men, weak man. He asked again. Exactly. You may have your charms, but I'm not interested in men who can't handle a real fight. She tossed her hair with a smirk, then turned, already following Raven's path out the door. Aether watched her go, shaking his head with a chuckle. Weak, she says. After I practically wiped the floor with her just a few hours ago. Chapter 536 Before Usurping the Throne Part 1. Aquilina, Raven, Talia, and Aether stood in a tense circle within Aquilina's chamber, voices barely above a whisper as they discussed their plan for the coming day. Aether listened carefully, nodding to himself as he observed the trio. She's really got this all under control, he mused. His gaze fixed on the orb Aquilina, Raven, and Talia held between them. It was no ordinary object, it was a signal orb capable of bypassing the constraints of time and space, a critical tool for the last perilous step in their game. So, once you enter through the final door, Aquilina explained, all you'll need to do is pour in energy and activate the orb. She continued, demonstrating by placing her hand on the glowing surface. Instantly, the orb in her hand lit up, casting a warm light that resonated with the orbs Raven and Talia held, illuminating each in turn. See? After this, we'll synchronize and activate the system at the same time. That way, we'll be able to bypass its defenses together, she said, her voice unwavering and commanding. Raven and Talia both exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, but Aether's brow furrowed as he absorbed her words. Despite his confidence in her abilities, he couldn't shake his unease. He possessed the heart, but it remained whole, not shattered or whatever that required for the trial, and since his card did not take the heart as it did with the flower. Aether wasn't certain what trial was. Aquilina's gaze sharpened. Remember, she said in a low, firm voice, the three of us are the only ones who know about this plan. So, whatever happens, don't mess it up. She paused, her tone darkening. And if anyone even thinks about betraying us, I guarantee you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Raven raised an amused eyebrow, while Talia smirked, clearly entertained by Aquilina's deadly seriousness. Finally, Aether broke the silence. I've been thinking. Aquilina's gaze darted toward him. Yes. What is it? He hesitated, then proposed. What about adding Helena to your group? Aquilina's expression tightened, her lips twitching with irritation. Helena? You're suggesting we bring another chosen one into this? Her voice held a note of disbelief. Aether maintained his calm demeanor. Her healing and purifying abilities could help you guys. With her, you might have a stronger chance against anything unknown we might face. Raven and Talia exchanged contemplative glances, giving serious thought to the suggestion. Meanwhile, Aquilina seethed inwardly, suspecting Aether's motives. So he wants that bitch involved in this, she thought. Her teeth clenching as she fought back a grimace. Hell, it's actually a good idea, Raven interrupted, a soft smile playing on his lips. With her abilities to cure and purify, she'd be an invaluable addition. Talia nodded too. Aquilina felt the weight of their agreement press down on her. Forcing herself to remain composed, she managed to say, why not? If she'll be useful. I suppose I don't mind. Should I go and bring her in? Aether asked, a soft smile gracing his lips. Aquilina shot him a sharp glare. I'll talk to her personally, she replied curtly before motioning to Raven and Talia to leave. As soon as they exited, Aquilina turned to Aether, her expression darkening as she pushed him back against the bed, straddling him in one swift motion. Her voice was low and laced with frustration. You have some nerve, Aether. Bringing that woman into this? Do you like her that much? Her fingers traced over his lips, lingering. Aether responded by biting her fingers playfully before speaking in a calm, measured tone. It's not about her. I'm only thinking of what lies ahead. With Helena in your group, you'll be covered against wounds, curses. Anything unexpected. He paused, letting his sincerity shine through. I just want us to be ready for whatever comes. Aquilina searched his eyes, probing for any trace of deceit. But his gaze was soft, warm, and utterly genuine, leaving her little room for doubt. Finally, her expression softened, though a hint of bashfulness colored her voice. I want a kiss. Then, she mumbled the words, her cheeks warming with embarrassment. Aether chuckled, his gaze filled with affection. Anything for you, my princess. He pinched her ass teasingly before adding, and maybe a little more than a kiss. Aquilina's heart skipped a beat. She coughed to cover her reaction, her face flushed as she attempted to regain her composure. Then I'll talk to her and bring her with us, she stammered, trying to rise from his lap. But before she could, Aether caught her by the waist, pulling her back down to sit across his legs. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her close as he whispered softly into her ear, it's been a few days. How have you been holding up? Any more nightmares? His warm breath tickled her skin, making her shiver. Aquilina squirmed, feeling the warmth radiate from his closeness. I've been fine, she replied, her voice laced with a soft chuckle. No nightmares since that night, she murmured, a blush creeping up her cheeks as her mind drifted to the memory, a familiar warmth blooming in her womb. Aether smiled and leaned in, brushing his lips softly against her cheek. Just be careful, okay? Don't lose yourself out there, and no matter what happens, promise me you'll keep our promise, right? Aquilina chuckled, playfully rolling her eyes. Okay, Mom, she teased. Aether grinned, and before she could react, he tilted her head slightly, lowering his face to hers to kiss her. But just as his lips neared hers, wait, I should brush my teeth, mmfff. Aether ignored her half-hearted protest and captured her lips in a firm, passionate kiss. Aquilina's initial resistance faded quickly, her strength melting away as she gave in, her hands sliding up his chest as the kiss deepened. The quiet room soon filled with the soft sounds of their embrace, as Aether's fingers drifted over her hair, exploring gently as the kiss lingered, pulling them further into each other. Read new chapters at my virtual library empire. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Pyra Fulgur Empire, in a grand, darkly lit mansion, an older man with a bulky frame and countless scars across his body sat at a heavy wooden table, his eyes fixed intently on the woman before him. Arya, so. Eliminating the generals before usurping the throne, HM. Not a bad strategy, he muttered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He let out a dry laugh, but why us? He gestured to himself with a rugged hand. We're nothing but old, long ago shoved to the border by the Dragon Emperor himself. They wanted us far from the Empire's core, to keep us out of sight, and out of trouble. We're cut off from the capital, the Empire practically forgot we even exist. His face tightened as he spoke, Arya's lips curved in a sly smile. She crossed one leg over the other, leaning back comfortably on the plush couch opposite him, precisely. And as for why I came to you. She leaned forward, her smile widening as she continued, because you're old and, let's be honest, a bit senile. But that's exactly why you're the most dangerous ones. You know the Empire inside and out, and the people trust you. If word spreads that the Dragon Emperor is dead, you could unite the border forces, and the people would rally to your side against any new face on the throne. It's a coup waiting to happen, she finished with a smug smile. The old man gave a slow nod. His expression shifting from annoyance to intrigue, humph. Not a bad perspective, he muttered. But then, actually, it's a brilliant plan, a cool voice interrupted from the shadows behind him. Celestia, dressed in a sleek black suit, stepped forward from the shadows. The old man barely flinched. Celestia's voice was measured and unwavering, because you've been isolated from the Empire, no one would expect an attack from your side. We could eliminate you quietly without alerting the Lizard Emperor, she added with a smirk. The old man raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of amusement. You've got quite the nerve, young lady. If you'd uttered those words in front of the Emperor himself. Even your ashes would. He stopped mid-sentence as Arya broke in with a grin. And yet, my husband said much worse to that lizard and is still very much alive and walking, she said with a wicked gleam in her eyes. The old man's brows lifted as he studied her for a long moment, then finally nodded, his tone laced with interest. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Chapter 537 Before Usurping the Throne Part 2, you're telling me that, by tomorrow, a human intends to rule the Pyra Empire? The old man's voice was low and dangerous, a visible aura of fury radiating from him, crackling in the air like a storm on the verge of breaking. Both Arya and Celestia flinched, feeling the oppressive weight of his aura. They thought in unison, damn, his strength is leagues above the other generals. This could get messy. Sensing their shift in posture, the old man took a deep breath and eased his energy, allowing the tension to dissipate. Calm yourselves. I won't kill either of you. His tone was almost amused. You've already taken down 4 of generals, that itself earns you a degree of respect. And approaching me without a shred of fear. He inclined his head slightly. That deserves admiration as well. So, relax. With a clap of his hands, 2 maids entered the room. They immediately spotted the intruders. They readied themselves, their muscles tensing as they awaited instructions. But the old man raised a calming hand. Tea, he said simply. The maids exchanged brief glances but moved efficiently to prepare tea. Without question, he turned back to his visitors. You see, it's not as though I bear any inherent grudge against humans, elves, or whatever other race you two might be, he said, quirking a brow, but this empire belongs to the dragon tribe. Only dragons have the right to rule. If you think that by killing our emperor you'll have us bowing our heads in submission. His eyes glinted dangerously. You're gravely mistaken. We'll never bow to anyone who isn't one of our own. Celestia and Arya exchanged a brief look, silently communicating before Arya raised an eyebrow. Should we take that as a no? She moved her hand. About to summon her weapon when, Did I say that? The old man's face broke into a smirk. You misunderstand. He paused to accept the cup of tea handed to him by one of the maids, taking a moment to inhale the steam before continuing. I live here peacefully. I don't care who sits on the throne, as long as they don't meddle with me or my soldiers. I have no interest in a coup d'état, I'm not hungry for power like the rest of you, Celestia frowned, pressing him. So, is that a yes, then? The old man chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound, and if I say no, you'll kill me, won't you? Without missing a beat, both Celestia and Arya replied in unison, yes. The old man laughed heartily. You two are quite in sync. Arya's lips twitched with irritation, while Celestia remained stoic, waiting. He took a leisurely sip of his tea, eyes twinkling. What would happen to my soldiers, then? Arya responded bluntly. We'll kill them too, Celestia added calmly, only if they interfere. We'll be in and out as soon as we're done. I see. The old man nodded slowly, thoughtfully. If I side with you, I betray my empire. But if I resist, I invite conflict. Quite the dilemma, he mused, tapping his fingers on the armrest. He knew he could take down these two, but something tells him they were hiding something, and since they able to kill 4 generals, he didn't believe it would a simple assassination. Celestia and Arya watched him, silently debating whether to press him further or allow him to ponder. But before they could act, he looked up, his expression resolute. Fine. I won't interfere. He raised a hand, surprising them both. I'll stay neutral. Whether you kill him or he survives, it's no concern of mine. I won't lift a finger to help or hinder you. Unless the Dragon Emperor himself orders me to intervene. Celestia narrowed her eyes. So you won't protect your so-called Lizard Emperor? Discover exclusive tales on my virtual library empire. The old man let out a dry, mirthless laugh, saying nothing more. Celestia and Arya shared a look of mutual understanding before Celestia produced a rolled-up contract from her coat. Handing it over, in that case, we'll need your formal agreement. The old man took the contract, unrolling it slowly and reading each line with meticulous care. As he reached the end, he looked up and asked, how many others have allied themselves with you? No one. His expression shifted to one of genuine surprise. Are they truly that loyal to the Dragon Emperor? This surprises me. Arya let out a dry chuckle. No, they're not loyal to him. They merely thought they could use us. So we eliminated them. Her lips curved into a half-smile. The old man raised an eyebrow, an expression of mild respect crossing his face before he dipped his quill and signed the contract with a flourish. As he finished signing, Celestia suddenly asked, by any chance, do you know of the Crimson Claw household? Or who was behind their massacre? The old man paused, his quill hovering just above the ink. A shadow flickered across his face as he met her gaze. The Crimson Claws. Meanwhile, back in Aquilina's chamber. Ha ha ha. Aquilina panted heavily, her face flushed a deep red. Her entire body was slick with sweat, and she felt a strange, warm power radiating within her womb, a powerful sensation flooding her senses, making her feel dazed and energized. As she lay sprawled against Aether's chest, she murmured, I still can't believe leveling up works like this. She stared at her status with a slight smirk. Her level had soared to 50 after just a few rounds. What happened to working hard? Slaying monsters. Collecting arcane crystals to level up? None of it mattered. All she had to do was raid his dragon and Vola. She leveled up. If anyone knew, they'd be horrified by how simple it was. Aether chuckled and brushed a strand of hair from her face, placing a kiss on her forehead. Care for another round? He teased, a mischievous glint in his eye. As he pushed his hips, his soft that was already inside her went even deeper, making her entire body quiver. Aquilina gasped, blushing deeply, and no. I'll end up fainting if we keep going like this. But then, after a pause, she whispered with a soft, hungry smile, give me an hour. She leaned in, pressing her lips to his in a lingering kiss before studying him with curious eyes. Aether arched an eyebrow. What's with that look? You look different. She squinted slightly, as though trying to solve a puzzle. I can't quite put my finger on it, but you seem more mature. Stronger somehow. Did something happen? Aether's smile turned reflective. A lot has happened, he replied, thinking over the past few days. But enough about me. What's been going on here? Aquilina nodded, filling him in on recent events. though she was equally curious about his mysterious ventures. She knew better than to push, though, he would tell her in his own time, but then, Aether's brows knitted in concern. "Leah, yes," Aquilina said with a sigh. "The day you left, she came to me, frantic, claiming you'd been kidnapped by the Dragon Emperor and needed help. I wanted to believe her, but I trusted you had your reasons for being with the Emperor." Still. Her expression grew serious. "Ever since that day, she's been missing," Aether blinked. "Fuck." The next morning, everyone was gathered and ready to depart the castle grounds. "Vesperine, are you all right?" Kai asked gently, noting the troubled look on her face. Nothing, I just felt dizzy," she mumbled. Her gaze shifting uneasily to Leon, who looked equally uneasy. His face was pale, his eyes shadowed by guilt. "What did I do?" he thought, horrified. "Fuck, did I force myself on her? Come on, everyone, into the carriages." The principal called out, gesturing for the students to board one by one. As they settled in, she counted each name aloud. Aquilina, Celine, Aria. Kai, Leon. She paused, frowning slightly. "Where's Leah?" Just as Celine opened her mouth to answer, but then, "I'm so sorry. I overslept." Leah suddenly appeared, looking flustered and breathless. The principal nodded with a slight sigh of relief. "Glad you made it. What about Victor?" Kira's voice cut in as she looked around. Noticing his absence, the principal shrugged dismissively. "He said he had a headache," she replied, securing the door to the carriage just as Kira seemed poised to protest. And with that, the carriage rose, borne aloft by the powerful wings of their dragon escort. Chapter 538 Before Usurping the Throne Part 3, Wow. The students stood, expressions of awe spreading across their faces as they gazed at the highest peak, the death of thousands of dragons. "Welcome to Inferno Pyremorn Summit," Arcanes announced with pride, his voice carrying as he studied each of them, taking in their expressions. "But then, look at that," one of the students exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "What happened there?" They pointed at a massive crater as if something monumental had crashed from the sky, tearing apart the earth and leaving devastation in its wake. "Is this what caused the Empire to tilt?" Aquilina asked, her face full of curiosity. "What exactly happened here? Was this caused the Empire to tilt? What exactly happened here?" Aquilina asked with a curious face. Arcanes cleared his throat and spoke up, "I know you're all curious, but we don't have time to linger." He gestured for them to follow as he led them to a set of spiraling stairs descending sharply downward. They reached the ground in silence, still visibly stunned by their surroundings. Then, just as before, everyone signed the contract, a solemn formality, and one by one, they entered the summit, each showing signs of anticipation and wonder. "If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask me," Leah offered, standing close to Aquilina with a gentle smile. Aquilina raised an eyebrow, slightly wary of her sudden friendliness. "And where exactly have you been all this time, Leah?" she asked, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Leah offered a soft chuckle. "Oh, I've been preoccupied with personal matters," but the truth was, this wasn't Leah at all, it was Celestia, disguised as Leah, under Aether's orders to protect Aquilina just in case. With Leah currently missing, Aether couldn't risk anything suspicious happening under his watch. Aquilina studied her, a trace of suspicion lingering. There was something different about her, though she couldn't put her finger on it. Eventually, she nodded, though a small frown remained on her face, as the last student entered the summit. Arcanes watched the door and glanced at the principal, speaking quietly, "I have something urgent to attend to. Will you keep an eye on them until I return?" The principal shrugged, waving her hand dismissively. Arcanes offered a quick smile before vanishing, his expression now tense with urgency. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Victor stood in Leah's room, her clothes in his hands as Snowflake sniffed each item carefully, her small tongue flicking out as she tried to catch any lingering scent. Since Victor couldn't connect with his clone and Leah had mysteriously gone missing, he figured she must have either gotten caught up trying to help his clone or, worse yet, she might have been captured. He glanced at Snowflake. The little snake coiled back, shaking her head as if in confusion. Victor sighed, frustration clouding his face. He rummaged through her bag, pulling out a bra and a pair of undies. Nothing. Not even these, Snowflake hissed a few times. Meanwhile, Victor found himself momentarily distracted by the red lingerie. He couldn't help but imagine Leah in it before he shook his head, clearing the image from his mind. Focus, Victor, he muttered, clearing his throat. Snowflake, any luck? Yes, she responded with a nod, and then she leapt from his shoulder, beginning to slither slowly toward the door. Victor followed her quietly, glancing over his shoulder. He knew Arcanes could return at any moment, and considering he'd chosen to stay back from the others, as they moved through the castle halls, Snowflake suddenly stopped by a small metal pipe. This is it, she hissed with a serious expression. Explore stories on my virtual library empire. Victor frowned, crouching beside her. That's a drainage pipe, Snow. There's no way Leah could have entered it, but it's hair, she insisted, nudging the pipe with her nose. Victor shook his head. How in the world did she get in there, he thought, activating his crimson veil ability. The world around him shifted into a crimson hue, revealing the intricate winding of the pipe as it snaked through the walls. He could see the direction it took, going deep into the castle. All right, Snowflake, go on in. I'll follow along the outside. Got it, she responded before slithering inside, disappearing into the pipe. Victor traced her path from outside, walking along the corridor. A thought struck him as he continued, if this veil lets me see through things. A mischievous idea crept into his mind before he dismissed it with a quiet curse. Damn it, Victor. Get it together. You don't need to be sneaky. You already have a free pass if you wanted to. He shook his head, realizing that in anyone else's hands, this ability would be dangerously perverted. Finally, he arrived at a section of the castle where well-guarded door. Victor frowned, noting the guard stationed firmly outside the room. Stop. You are not allowed to enter here. Hold it right there. The guard's hands moved toward their weapons, ready to draw. When, freeze. Victor commanded, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson as he used his power to manipulate their movements. The guard stiffened, frozen in place. Victor's grin widened as he rendered them unconscious with swift precision. Stepping over them, he peered through the door. His gaze settled on the room beyond, and his expression darkened. A torture room. He muttered, noticing various instruments of pain scattered inside. Victor's eyes returned to their normal color as his skill deactivated, leaving a slight itch. He rubbed his eyes, glancing at the locked door that required a key. He checked the guards for a key but found nothing. Snow. Can you get it open from the inside? He shouted, pounding on the door. Snowflake, from inside, coiled herself and attempted to nudge the lock but quickly hissed in frustration, it's locked, master. Victor clenched his fists, eyeing the sturdy black metal of the castle walls. Even his strength wouldn't be enough to break through. Biting his lip, he weighed his options, but then a thought struck him. He'd already seen the inside of the room. That was enough. Victor smirked. Activate teleportation, he murmured, picturing the room with vivid clarity. For the first time, he was about to try self-teleportation, and a thrill of curiosity washed over him. But nothing happened, leaving him staring at his hands in confusion. What's the issue? Just as he was about to check his log, a notification appeared. Please close your eyes before teleporting. Victor raised an eyebrow. Why? I'd rather see where I'm teleporting. This is your first self-teleportation. Open-eyed teleporting may cause brain imbalance, resulting in headache, nausea, vomiting, temporary mental instability, imbalance while walking. All right, I get it, he interrupted, closing his eyes reluctantly. Then, right before teleporting, he opened them just a crack, catching a glimpse of a strange black mist before. Whack! Victor doubled over, vomiting as an excruciating pressure squeezed his temples. Master. Snowflake hissed, alarmed, as Victor materialized beside her, gasping and sick. Told you so. After several minutes, he managed to steady himself, slowly standing and waving Snowflake's worry away. I'm fine, he said, taking a breath before scanning the room. Damn that bastard, what's he doing in a place like this? Victor's fists clenched as the violent energy around him surged, shaking the room. If he's done anything to Leah, the floor quivered beneath his anger, and a few of the instruments rattled ominously. Master. Snowflake hissed, pointing with her tail toward a small compartment in the corner. Victor frowned, walking over to the compartment and opening it. Inside, only cleaning supplies stared back at him. There's nothing in here, he muttered, half to himself. Her smell. It ends us here, Snowflake hissed with a serious expression. Victor's brow furrowed. Don't tell me. A wild thought occurred to him. He scanned the compartment, using his crimson vision to detect any hidden mechanisms, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Are you sure her scent ends here? He asked Snowflake, looking puzzled. Yes, Snowflake confirmed, unblinking. Victor wiped his forehead, muttering, what if this is a switch or something else? His gaze fell on an old mop hanging inside. He reached out, grasping the handle, ready to pull when, thud, the entrance door swung open, and Arcanes stood there, his face flushed with fury. Victor turned slowly, a grin spreading across his face. Well, look who we have here. Chapter 539. Before usurping the throne Part 4. How did you get into this chamber? Arcanes asked cautiously as he entered the torture room, his gaze narrowing as he spotted Victor standing amidst the equipment. Victor merely shrugged, replying, I have my own ways of getting in where I'm needed. He casually picked up a sharp piece of equipment, examining it with mild interest. So, tell me, what are you doing down here? Arcanes frowned. I asked you a chew, did you? Victor interrupted, his voice calm and unsettling. Torture ether. His fingers traced the edge of a long, tapered cutter as he studied Arcanes. Arcanes met Victor's gaze. So what if I did? He retorted, stepping forward. It's not as if you have any right to judge after betraying your own friend, do you? Victor sighed, setting the instrument down and nodding slowly. True, after all, I'm nothing but a traitor to a friend I once swore loyalty to. He gave a faint, humorless smile before fixing Arcanes with a sharper look. But even so, where is he? What did you do with him? Explore more at my virtual library empire. Arcanes scowled, the reluctance clear in his expression. As much as he detested relying on Victor, he knew he couldn't manage this alone. He's gone, he admitted, frustration tightening his features. Victor raised an eyebrow. Gone. What, did you kill him? Arcanes shook his head quickly. No. He went missing somehow, he said, then clenched his jaw, swallowing his pride before continuing. I need your help. Victor's eyes sparkled with amusement, and he raised an eyebrow. You need my help, do you? After failing miserably? And what if he's already with the principal? In that case, we're both in trouble, aren't we? Arcanes' face twisted with anger as he replied, no. I didn't fail. This isn't my fault. He looked away for a moment, composing himself before adding, it must be something Aether pulled off. He may have awakened his bloodline and used it to escape from here. That's the only explanation. Victor chuckled softly, shaking his head as if amused by Arcanes' deflections, so quick to dodge responsibility, it's almost childish. He paused as he saw Arcanes barely holding his anger. Victor grinned seeing this and his tone turning serious. But I've already checked around. My dear Snowflake assures me Aether never left this place. He stroked the white snake coiled around his arm. Arcanes eyed the snake skeptically. You're saying you used that reptile to track his scent and locate this place? He sounded both skeptical and impressed. This room was designed to mask any trace of scent or sound. Just how keen was that creature's sense of smell? Victor offered no real answer, merely smiling. Snowflake tracked his scent to this very room. Which means he either hid here. He made a sweeping gesture around the room, but no one here. That leaves only one option. He somehow vanished from this very spot. Arcanes' frown deepened. Vanished? That's impossible, there's no way he could have. His voice trailed off as if a thought had struck him. Victor's grin widened, sensing the dawning comprehension on Arcanes' face. So something does come to mind? He prompted, crossing his arms and waiting expectantly. Arcanes' expression shifted as he grappled with the revelation. Why didn't I think of this before? He thought, cursing himself inwardly. He was always hanged on the thought of Aether awakening his bloodline. That's why Aether escaped. But now, after thinking through this, Arcanes finally found his answers. Finally, Aether had not contacted others for help till now, so that means he was still here. Trapped, as he grinned, "Hello, pirate," to Arcanes. Victor drawled, snapping his fingers to bring him back to the present. Arcanes straightened as she stared at Victor. Another thought entertained his mind: should I put him there too? An almost smug grin spreading across his face. "I might have an idea," he replied, his voice holding a new confidence. "I may know exactly where he is." With that, he gestured for Victor to follow him. Victor frowned, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully, but then he followed Arcanes, who led him to his private chamber. The room was a display of excess and wealth: gold, jewels, and treasures piled high, all crafted from the finest materials. The space could only be described as opulent, every detail reflecting Arcanes' taste for luxury. "That's Emperor for you," Victor thought, amused. Without a word, Arcanes walked to an ornate bookshelf and selected a specific book. Suddenly, thud, the bookshelf split apart, revealing a staircase that descended into darkness. Victor smirked, an old-school trick. "Huh," he thought as he followed Arcanes. As they descended, the walls were illuminated, not by torches or candles, but by a faint, ghostly glow from the walls themselves, casting just enough light to navigate. As they walked down the dim corridor, Arcanes spoke: "This castle holds countless secrets, things even my father never discovered." Victor raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" "Yes," Arcanes replied, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. "I stumbled upon this hidden path when I was much younger. This castle, it's ancient." He trailed off, lost in thought, until they reached the bottom, standing before a plain, unmarked door. Victor's curiosity piqued as he watched Arcanes approach the door. Suddenly, a thin, red beam flickered to life, scanning Arcanes' eyes. Victor frowned as the beam changed from red to green with a faint click, and another holographic interface materialized. Victor had amused thoughts, he remembering Resident Evil scene where some lasers about to pop up. Because this situation so similar to that, Arcanes caught Victor's bemused expression and smirked inwardly. "Poor country bumpkin," he thought, amused. Out loud, he said, "Turn around. I need to enter my password." Victor's eyes narrowed. "A password?" Arcanes chuckled with a smug look. "That's right. Not something you'd understand. Now, turn around, or I won't enter it." With a shrug, Victor turned his back. Satisfied, Arcanes quickly focused on the hologram. Just about to enter the password, he immediately turned back, only to see Victor looking opposite. He sighed, turning back and once again glancing over his shoulder to ensure Victor hadn't moved. Seeing him obedient, Arcanes exhaled and started entering the password. However, he forgot something, or someone: Snowflake, who slithered silently along the ceiling, watching as Arcanes typed the code into the glowing panel. After a few seconds, Arcanes finally spoke. "All done. You can turn back now," he announced, watching as Victor turned around and Snowflake quietly slipped down to rest on his shoulder. Thud, the door unlocked. And Arcanes stepped inside, motioning for Victor to follow. The room lights flickered uncertainly before brightening fully. "Welcome, the great and only Dragon Emperor," announced a mechanical voice, echoing through the chamber. Victor couldn't hide his distaste, wrinkling his nose. "The great and only," he thought, trying not to roll his eyes. But as he stepped inside, something else quickly claimed his attention. "What the hell?" Victor's voice dropped as he took in the scene. What did Victor see? Nothing. Just children, but not just any children, or rather, dead bodies of children. The room was filled with cages, row after row of them, lining the walls like grotesque storage shelves. Inside, he saw what looked like the remains of children. The sickening smell of decay wafted through the room. "What happened here?" Victor whispered, his voice tinged with disbelief. He moved closer, horrified as he inspected the bodies. These weren't just children, they bore strange, mutated features: huge horns, leathery weird wings, and scales overgrown. Everything grown unnatural. "Wait, are these even children?" His horror grew as he realized how grotesquely altered these small bodies were, as if they'd been experimented on. He turned to confront Arcanes, only to find him grinning beneath a gas mask he had somehow donned without Victor noticing. A warning blared through the room. Warning! Intruder detected, activating poison gas. Victor's eyes widened as he spotted a white gas starting to flood the room, swirling up from vents in the floor. His vision began to blur, his head growing heavy and disoriented as the gas seeped into the air around him. He staggered, clutching his head, trying to force himself to stay alert. What? As he wobbled, Arcanes' grin widened as he took a step back, his voice gleeful and mocking. Die, you motherfucker, he shouted before revealing a hidden sword from behind his back and, with a gleaming arc, lunged forward. Chuck, Chapter 540. Before usurping the throne. Part 5, Master. Aether knelt before Victor, lowering his head respectfully after striking down Arcanes, who had been mere moments away from attacking him. Victor stared blankly at the unconscious Arcanes, his face had a cold indifference, before finally turning his gaze to his clone. The moment Arcanes opened the door, Victor had connected with his clone, who'd silently warned him to hold his breath. From the moment he entered the room, Victor had been doing just that. And when Arcanes tried to strike, his clone had silently moved in and knocked him out before the attack landed. Can you shut off the poison gas? Victor asked, his voice calm but laced with urgency as he noticed the toxic fumes still seeping steadily into the room. Aether shook his head. Only he has access to the controls for this place, he replied, nodding toward the unconscious Arcanes. Moving swiftly, Aether removed the gas mask from Arcanes and offered it to Victor. Since Aether was just a clone, the poison gas didn't affect him. He didn't suffer any physical damage or discomfort from it. Victor accepted the mask and secured it over his face. Are you all right, Snowflake? He asked, his voice softening with concern as he turned to her. To his surprise, she seemed completely unaffected by the gas. If anything, she was inhaling it eagerly, almost as if it delighted her. A thought struck him, and he shook his head, almost amused. Oh. I forgot she practically sprayed acid. I guess, poison's probably nothing to her, he mused as he watched Aether firmly binding Arcanes with ropes. Once that was done, Victor turned back to Aether. Where are we exactly? And how did you get here ahead of me? He asked, his curiosity piqued as Aether began to recount the events that had led him to this hidden place. I see. After listening, Victor gave a weak, almost tired smile. Who would have thought she'd come all this way to try and save me, only to get tangled up in a mess like this, he thought, his expression softening for a moment before he straightened, his gaze sharpening. Where is she now? She's deeper inside, Master, Aether replied, gesturing to another door just beyond. Victor nodded, sparing one last glance at the restrained Arcanes. Put the mask back on him. I don't want him dying here, not yet. I need answers. After ensuring Arcanes was masked, Victor moved toward the door, pushing it open and stepping inside, only to be met with yet another shock. What the actual fuck were they doing here? Victor muttered, his eyes widening as he took in the circular array of large glass tubes. Inside each tube, women floated in eerie silence, their bodies entangled in wires, faces peaceful yet unnaturally still. Aether stepped forward, answering in a low, controlled voice. From what I gathered, they're experimental subjects, Master. This entire facility seems dedicated to creating something unnatural. Victor shook his head slowly, absorbing the scene. He walked toward one of the tubes, brushing his hand over the glass as he peered inside. A woman floated there, naked, with delicate horns and small wings on her back. Her chest rose and fell faintly, confirming she was still alive. How twisted, he murmured, eyes narrowing as anger simmered beneath his composed expression. Beside him, Aether continued with calm indifference. From my investigation, they're all still alive but being used as breeding grounds to create these creatures. He handed Victor a stack of documents he'd found, filled with notes on artificial insemination, DNA manipulation, and experiments that pushed the boundaries of ethics and sanity. Don't tell, then those children. Are they? Victor's mind raced, connecting the pieces just as he was interrupted by a chorus of voices. Papa, Papa. You've come to save us, Papa. Please help. Victor froze, the voices cutting through his thoughts. He turned and saw a group of children staring at him with wide, hopeful eyes, shouting in unison toward the restrained Arcanes. Aether moved between the children and Arcanes, and instantly, the children cowered back, fear etched on their strange, hybrid faces. "Please. Please don't hurt us," cried one child with large horns protruding from his back, his small body trembling as he struggled to hold himself up. "We're so sorry," whimpered another, a child with a dragon-like face but a frail human frame. "We promise we'll be good. Just don't hurt us," pleaded a third child, whose arms were feathered wings and whose legs bore the scales and claws of a dragon. Victor stared at them. He couldn't find the words. It wasn't just the children's bizarre, mutated appearances that were similar to the dead children he had seen before, but rather, their faces. They looked just like Leon, he whispered, barely able to voice the name. These children didn't just resemble Leon. They had his face. A chill crept up his spine, and his brow furrowed as he tried to comprehend what he was seeing. What in the actual hell is going on here? He scanned the room, taking in the scene around him with mounting dread. Was Arcanes trying to create something here, Master? Aether's voice broke the silence. Victor turned to see his clone pointing toward one of the glass tubes. Following Aether's gesture, Victor noticed a faint golden liquid dripping from the machinery connected to a particular woman's tube. He needed to investigate that liquid that keeping Arcanes young. But not now. There were too many mysteries here, and his priority was clear. "Where's Leah?" he asked, urgency tightening his voice. Aether's gaze flickered to a nearby table. "Over there, Master," he replied, nodding toward Leah, who lay motionless atop it. For a brief, terrifying moment, Victor's heart seized. "Leah," he called. Rushing to her side and placing his fingers on her neck, his tension eased slightly as he felt a steady pulse. "Leah, wake up." He shook her gently, but there was no response. Aether, kneeling beside him, spoke up. "Please forgive me, Master. I had to knock her out. I was worried she might do something." Impulsive, he admitted, casting a look toward the women suspended in the glass tubes. Victor sighed, understanding all too well. Leah's curiosity often led her into dangerous situations. Considering the twisted nature of this place, she would have undoubtedly explored recklessly. Since the facility couldn't be accessed or exited without Arcanes' clearance, they could do anything recklessly. Carefully, Victor lifted Leah into his arms. As he turned to leave, his gaze fell on the mutated children still huddled in fear. He sighed and crouched, taking a small candy from his pocket and extending it to one of the kids. "Hey, kid. Here," he offered gently. The child hesitated, fear evident in his eyes, but a sharp glance from Aether finally persuaded him. Tentatively, the boy took the candy and quickly retreated, eyeing Victor warily as he unwrapped it. Victor managed a weak smile. He really made them fear him. "It will be tough," he thought. "Stay here, all right? We'll be back." As one of the children licked the candy, she looked toward the unconscious Arcanes. "Papa," she whispered. Her voice trembling, Victor's gaze softened. "Your father. He'll be fine," he replied, managing a slight grin before turning away. He signaled to Aether, who slung Arcanes over his shoulder like a sack of grain. Aether forcefully opened Arcanes' eyelids so the scanner could verify his identity, while Snowflake keyed in the access code. With a low hum, the door slid shut behind them. Once outside, Victor cast Aether a calculating look. "Give him back what he gave to you," he ordered, his tone dark. Aether's grin widened into something truly sinister. "Yes, Master." Victor carried Leah to her room, laying her down gently. He brushed a few strands of hair from her face, taking a deep breath to steady himself, and removed his disguise. Meanwhile, clone Aether dragged Arcanes into the torture chamber, positioning him in the same chair, a device forged from the same indestructible material as the castle walls, rendering any attempt to escape futile. Arcanes' eyes fluttered open, disoriented. Where am I? Victor? Yes. I was about to kill him, and then, tang, the realization hit him, and his face went pale as he looked down, noticing his wrists and ankles shackled tightly to the chair. He struggled, panic flashing in his eyes as he took in the cold room around him. What's going? "Oh, hello, shitty lizard." Aether's voice cut through the room like a blade. He stepped into Arcani's line of vision. A wicked grin stretching across his face as he held up a power drill, its bit glinting ominously in the dim light. Arcani's eyes widened, his body trembling. And no. No, no. He fought against the bindings, but they held firm. Aether's grin twisted into something even darker. Relax. This won't hurt a bit, he said, feigning sympathy. Well. Not if I do it just right. Continue your journey on my virtual library empire. Chapter 541 I am in love with you. Aurelia Scarlet's POV. The last thing I remembered was darkness. In that murky void, I saw a strange figure, a distorted version of Leon, twisted as if transformed into a child with massive fangs protruding awkwardly from his small frame. He looked like he could barely stand. Why you? I managed to whisper, but my strength was fading fast. Just before I lost consciousness, I saw someone strike down that weird child Leon, Aether. I mumbled as I caught a glimpse of his familiar blue eyes. He gave a soft, reassuring smile, but I felt hollow for some reason, and everything went black. Wakey, wakey, a gentle voice pulled me from the depths. My eyes fluttered open, vision blurred, as I tried to make out the figure hovering nearby. I rubbed my eyes, and finally, everything came into focus. Aether. I muttered. Yup, he replied with that cheeky smile I knew so well, the one and only. A soft chuckle escaped me. Slowly, I pushed myself up from the bed. Where am I? What happened? The fog in my mind began to clear, and a sudden urgency filled me. We were still in enemy territory, and my instincts kicked in. I attempted to get out of bed. Aether, we need to leave this place but Aether placed a hand on my shoulder, gently pressing me back onto the bed. Don't worry, everything's fine, he said with a calm confidence that only frustrated me. Fine. I stared at him, incredulous. What in the world was he talking about? Did he even realize we were still trapped in the Dragon Emperor's territory? Discover stories at my virtual library empire. That monstrous tyrant could have us killed with a mere flick of his wrist. And yet here was Aether, telling me, it's fine, he repeated, this time with a wink. Victor's taking care of it. Just trust him, Victor. The name left a bitter taste in my mouth. My face twisted in disgust. That backstabbing bastard, whatever you think you saw, it wasn't real, Aether interrupted, holding my gaze. It was all part of Victor's plan. I was just playing my part, and now it's his turn. His words shocked me, not because of some elaborate plan or covert operation, but because Aether had endured torture for it. My mind raced, piecing together the implications, and the fury within me boiled over. What the? Without thinking, I grabbed the collar of his shirt and pulled him close. Anger flaring in my eyes. Why did you go through that torture, Aether? Why? My voice cracked as the emotions I'd been bottling up burst free. Are you insane? Do you have any idea what that inhumane treatment did to you? How could you put yourself through that? Even I felt pain watching him suffer, as I shouted, tears I hadn't realized I'd been holding back spilled down my cheeks. I remembered every wound, every bruise, every moment of suffering he'd endured, all because of some plan. The flood of anger, pain, and relief was overwhelming. Was that plan so important? Ha! I shouted. Aether watched me, completely silent. He didn't interrupt, didn't try to quiet me or push me away. He simply let me pour everything out, waiting as my tirade gradually weakened, my voice growing hoarse. Finally, I had no more words, just a dull ache in my throat. I slumped, breathless, feeling utterly drained. Aether reached up, brushing away a tear with a gentleness that surprised me. Feel better now? His voice was soft, his gaze tender in a way that made my heart skip a beat. Embarrassed, I looked away but gave a small nod. Aether gave me a faint smile, tinged with awkwardness. I'm sorry, I scoffed, wiping my face. Sorry? What on hell do you have to be sorry for? With annoyance and answer. Why was he sorry? He hadn't done anything wrong. It was all Victor's doing, that scheming, manipulative bastard with his absurd plan. But Aether's expression turned soft and sad. For making you worry. For putting you through that. He scratched the back of his neck, looking uncharacteristically shy. I felt my cheeks flush. Well, what else was I supposed to do? Let my friend suffer. Of course, I had to come after you. I tried to keep my tone light, brushing it off with a smile. But deep down, I couldn't shake the image of Aether enduring that pain alone. Aether chuckled softly, his eyes meeting mine. Friend. Ah. He mumbled quietly, but that was enough for me to understand. His words hung in the air, the implication clear. My heart pounded as I thought back to that impulsive kiss. I'm sorry, Aether, I stammered, feeling uncharacteristically flustered. About that. The kiss. It was just an impulse, okay? I was. Kind of out of it, and drunk. I let out an awkward laugh, hoping he'd dismiss it as easily as I tried to. After Kai, Aether was only my boy, friend. I didn't want to have an awkward relationship between us, especially knowing he was with Celine and AR. Wait, but then something clicked in my mind, and I froze. I looked at him, dread pooling in my stomach. Wait. Are you with Celine and Aria? Aether didn't even blink. There was no shock, no hesitation, just a calm acceptance that made my stomach twist. He gave a slight shrug as if he hadn't a care in the world. Yes. I love them both, he replied simply, his tone even. For a moment, I couldn't speak, my heart twisted painfully as if something deep inside me had shattered. Is that so? I mumbled, my gaze darting everywhere except at him. Do they know, or are you Che? They know. His voice was steady, his face serious. Oh. I see. I murmured, sinking back onto the bed. I couldn't quite place what I felt. Sadness, yes, but also an odd relief. My thoughts were a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. Aether's eyes softened as he watched me, and for a brief moment, he reached out as if to hold my hand. But I instinctively pulled back, and he hesitated, a faint smile on his lips. All I can say is, don't live with regrets. He turned to leave, but I grasped his sleeve, stopping him. Regret? I asked, a frown forming on my face. Why do both you and Victor keep saying that? What should I regret? Why should I regret? Frustration bubbled within me. I couldn't understand any of it. Aether nodded knowingly, because you are like an open book, Leah. I can see it, plain as day. He gestured to the mirror, and reluctantly, I turned to look. I turned and caught my reflection. Shock rippled through me as I truly looked at my own expression, hurt, longing as if I wanted something desperately but was too afraid to ask. There was a pain there, a raw ache that I couldn't hide. And a glimmer of regret. It wanted something but it couldn't ask for it. That expression was like I was hurting myself more and more with pain that I could not bear. I lowered my head, feeling my lips tremble as the truth welled up inside me. Because deep down, I knew. I damn well know. I shouted, voice trembling, I am in love with you. My chest tightened as I slammed a fist against my heart, which pounded so wildly whenever Aether was near. Of course, I know these stupid feelings. My voice broke. But I'm scared. I'm terrified that I'll be hurt again. The tears came, pouring down like an unending storm. The fear, the pain of what happened with Kai. It haunted me, an endless shadow. I covered my face with trembling hands, sobbing. I'm so sorry, sob, sniff. I just can't shake these fears. I had tried to ignore these feelings, pretended they were just friendship, nothing more, but deep down, I'd known. The ribbon Aether gave me, I cherished it more than anything, guarding it like some precious treasure. Because I was falling all over again. And that was terrifying, knowing that my feelings would never be reciprocated, knowing that he'd only ever see me as a sister. It was a nightmare I couldn't bear to relive, and yet, when I kissed him that day, it felt like a weight had lifted off my shoulders, like he would finally see me as more than just a sister. That kiss replayed in my mind over and over. That night, I hadn't slept, reliving the kiss, replaying the look of surprise on his face over and over. The thrill it had sent through me, it was beautiful. So beautiful, and so bittersweet, regret. No. I didn't regret a single moment. As silence settled between us, I slowly lifted my head, afraid he might have left. But he was still there, grinning at me with an amused sparkle in his eyes. What? I stammered, my cheeks burning. His grin grew wider as he reached over and pinched my cheeks playfully. Look at you, falling for me. He sighed dramatically. Tisk, tsk. I mean, I get it, I'm incredibly handsome and all, but come on. It's tough being me, you know. Too many girls, not enough hands to fend them all off. His tone was so playfully arrogant that it made my lips twitch. Here I am pouring my heart out, and this. I gritted my teeth, but a part of me felt relieved that he hadn't changed, that he was still the same infuriating Aether. Then his expression softened, the playfulness vanishing. Yeah. If that's truly how you feel about me. He extended his hand, his face now serious. Then take my hand. But, understand this, my life isn't simple. It's complicated. He hesitated before continuing. You won't be the only one in my life. So, if you choose this, choose it carefully. Because, as much as I'd love to pretend otherwise. His face turned awkward. I'm not your only option. Don't think that just because I'm here, I'm the only fish in the sea. He gave a small, almost regretful smile. Chapter 542 Before Usurping the Throne Part 6, Third Person's POV. Aurelia Scarlet was not his target. Aurelia Scarlet was not his real sister. Aether understood better than anyone what it meant to fail in his mission. He had seen it all unravel before his very eyes. As soon as he failed, everything around him began to collapse, like a line of dominoes. One small mistake, one flick, that was all it took. So, whether he liked it or not, whether they were blood-related or not, he wanted, no, he needed, to seduce them at any cost, no matter what it took. Yet, just like Celine, Leah was not his target. He had no reason to pursue her, no justification to go that far. Aether had always thought of her as his sister. Even if he sometimes jokingly called her that. She was someone he cared about in that way. Until the moment she kissed him, if she wanted to forget about the kiss, he was ready to let it go. He didn't want to risk the bond they shared, he didn't want to break their relationship. But the look on her face, like she wanted to say something yet was holding back. It was painful to watch. Even for someone like him, who was playing around, it stung. If he found it painful, then who knew the depths of what she was feeling? That's why he gave her a choice, a way to do what she truly wanted. As he'd told her before, he was not the only fish in the sea, she had options, it was up to her. Aether was not perfect. He knew his flaws well. No matter how much he tried to correct his mistakes, there would always be things that couldn't be changed. That's what made him who he was. That's what made him Aether. Yet, what's this supposed to mean? He asked, his voice laced with a faint amusement as he looked down at his hand, feeling her slender fingers shyly clasping one of his finger. Instead of taking his hand, Leah's cheeks flushed a soft pink, and she looked away, stammering, I don't know. Aether chuckled softly, though his gaze stayed serious. Come on, Leah, you know there are plenty of men who would do anything for a chance to be with you. You don't have to be here. Sharing me, he said, his voice dropping lower. You're beautiful, powerful. If you wanted, you'd have a line of suitors waiting. Yet, despite his words, Leah's grip on his finger tightened. She looked down, her eyes shadowed by emotions she couldn't quite hide, and finally muttered with a mix of awkwardness and vulnerability, Aether. I'm scared. Her voice trembled as her eyes shimmered with uncertainty. Aether's gaze softened, and he tilted his head. What are you so afraid of, Leah? His voice was gentle, laced with understanding. He knew that her mind was crowded with fear, weighed down by her own uncertainties. Considering her past experiences, he understood why any girl in her position would hesitate. But she didn't answer. Her eyes just continued to tremble, like she was grappling with words she couldn't quite find. He leaned closer, lifting his hand to her cheek. his thumb brushing softly along her skin. Gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, he murmured, "Take your time, Leah. I'm not going anywhere." His voice was low and reassuring. "No matter what you decide, I'll always be by your side, whether as a brother or a lover. When you need me, I'll be there. You can tell me anything, you know I would never judge you for it." Leah stared up at him, her teeth gently pressing into her lower lip. To be honest, even when Kai had been engaged, her only thought was to compete with Aquilina for who would be his first. Not who would ultimately win him over. It wasn't about him being married to multiple people, she only wanted to be his first. Why first? Because of what had happened between her mother and father. Her mother had always been different, a little unusual, and her father. Her father was a man of great influence, a man surrounded by many women. He was married to many, and her mother was merely one of his concubines. In their vampire society, this was not wrong. It was simply the way things were. But Leah had grown up watching her father ignore her mother, simply because she was just a concubine. And a little unusual. Her father focused on others, treating her mother as if she barely existed. Her mother always wore a smile, always laughed. But Leah knew it was a facade. She had seen how her other mothers would smile and giggle, doting on her father, while her own mother stood quietly, apart from him. Even when they spoke, her mother's face remained cold, like stone. Find your next read at my virtual library Empire. That was why Leah didn't want to be second. Or third, she wanted to know real love. She wanted to feel cherished in a way her mother never had. She was scared. Terrified that Aether would treat her just as her father had treated her mother. That was the root of her fear. After all, the man she had once loved, Kai, had changed, hadn't he? That's why she hesitated so much. Torn between wanting and fearing, Aether, sensing her sudden silence, was about to change the subject when, "Aether," he paused. Leah's face flushed a deep red as she hesitated, her voice barely a whisper. "Can you see, could you kiss me?" Aether blinked, momentarily surprised, before a soft, amused smile spread across his face. As much as he was tempted to tease her, he knew this wasn't the moment. After all, he had told her she could ask him for anything, hadn't he? So, without a word, he leaned down, drawing closer. Leah's heart thundered in her chest, her breath catching. She wasn't sure why she'd asked for this, but one thing was certain: at this point was very important to her and might regret so. She didn't want to regret falling in love with him. Even if it complicated things, how did he manage to reach my heart, she wondered, her eyes drifting closed. Aether's lips met hers in a soft, simple kiss, a gentle moment that somehow calmed the storm within her. She felt relieved, as though something heavy had lifted from her heart. "Feel better now?" Aether murmured, his forehead resting against hers. 6000 AP, Leah's eyes lowered, her cheeks a bright red as she held his gaze. This kiss was for her to understand herself and was to make him see her as more than just a friend or sister. Her silence said it all, but as her heart continued to race, Aether could feel his inner desires stirring, threatening to take control. He quickly pulled back, distancing himself. "All right, get ready." Leah tilted her head, frowning. "For what?" "To go to the summit, of course," he replied, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Her eyes widened. "Wait, everyone already left for the summit. And no one even bothered to look for me? Are you kidding me?" She felt a pang of betrayal at the thought that everyone would leave without her, but as she glanced at Aether, she noticed he was avoiding her gaze. A suspicious feeling crept up on her. "You don't tell me you had something to do with that." "What did you do?" Aether cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance. "All I can say is that no one abandoned you or anything of the sort." Leah narrowed her eyes, unconvinced, before letting out a sigh. "Why do I get the feeling that you're only getting more and more mysterious?" Aether's face broke into a smug smile. "Because I am, my lady," he replied, giving her a playful bow. Leah couldn't help but snort, though her grin betrayed her enjoyment. She quickly gathered her things, still eyeing him with suspicion. "All right then, so how exactly are we getting there?" Aether's grin widened mischievously. "Close your eyes if you don't want to feel nauseous." before she could respond, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close. Leah's body was pressed against his, her pulse racing wildly. What are you? Activating teleportation, he murmured, holding her tightly. Chapter 543 Usurping the Throne Part 1, Wow. How did you do that? Leah asked, her eyes wide with shock. One moment, she was in her room, all she did was close her eyes, and now, she was somewhere entirely different. Only higher-level people are able to teleport, so, what level are you? She asked curiously. Aether's grin widened as he reached over and playfully pinched her nose. That's a secret. Leah blushed slightly, flicking his hand away. One day, I'll definitely uncover all your secrets. Just you wait. Humph, Aether chuckled, clearly amused. As Leah turned her attention to the dark wall in front of them, she frowned. Inspecting it. Intricate carvings of a peace symbol covered the stone surface. So, how exactly are we supposed to get in? She asked, glancing back at him, but when she turned around, Aether was gone. Confused, she called out, Aether. Suddenly, he reappeared, now holding a test tube filled with a dark red liquid. What's that? Leah asked, curiosity lighting up her eyes. Oh, just some lizard blood, Aether said, half joking as he splashed the contents onto the wall. The blood spread across the surface, and a moment later, the stone began to shift and open, revealing a dim pathway beyond. Oh. Leah muttered, watching in surprise. She peered into the darkness, her eyes narrowing as she clenched her fists. Determined, she took a step forward. All right, let's go, Aether, she declared, ready to charge in, but Aether didn't move. She turned, a confused look on her face. Aether. Aren't you coming? Sorry, Leah. This is something you have to do alone, he replied, his expression turning serious. Leah frowned. Why? If there are treasures in this summit, rare items and artifacts we could sell. More hands would mean we could collect more. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought. Aether raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at his lips as he thought, Leah's back to her usual self. But still, for fuck's sake, you are noble, please act like one. He sighed, crossing his arms. No. Leah. This summit isn't about collecting things or making money. It's about growth, your growth. Leah tilted her head, puzzled. This trial or game or whatever that shit was, they needed, in this summit. The time flows differently for everyone, and considering the beginning was around the corner, they didn't have enough time to grow more. So one way or another, this place was indeed a good place to grow. Aether's gaze softened, though his tone remained firm. You need to become stronger, Leah, both physically and mentally. She looked at him, uncertain, before nodding slowly. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself. Just as she was about to step forward, she hesitated. Glancing over her shoulder, I won't take too long. I know how painful it is to wait for an answer. And with Arya and Celine already inside. I'll talk to them. Her face glowed with newfound determination as she entered. Aether's eyes widened, surprise flickering across his face. He hadn't expected her to talk with them directly. Fuck. As the door began to close, he quickly threw a small, black box toward her. The box disassembled mid-air, dispersing like a swarm of nanobots, attaching themselves to Leah's back just before the door fully shut. Kaya. What the heck is T? Leah shrieked before door shut. Aether chuckled, though his expression held a trace of worry. Well. Sucks for me, he thought, shrugging, silently hoping Leah would emerge unscathed from the summit, and from the two notorious Yandras. He looked around, expecting to see someone, and frowned. Where's the principal? She wasn't there, which struck him as odd. With a shrug, he turned to head back to the castle, when, Aether, he froze, and the principal suddenly appeared before him, her face set in a grave expression. What's going on? Aether asked, his brows knitting together in concern. You need to see this. Come with me. Aether watched, his gaze fixed on the massive stone slab that was slowly rotating as it lifted from the ground, roots wrapped around it like threads on a screw. Gradually twisting out of the ground, when the slab had been on the ground, it seemed a rotating disc, but now it rose almost twice his height, like a screw. Aether frowned, his curiosity piqued. What's happening? Is it unscrewing itself? The principal shook her head. No, it's not unscrewing. Look closer, she instructed, pointing to the roots being pulled taut from the ground. It's not just spinning, it's pulling the roots up. Aether squinted, piecing together what she meant. So, the slab rotates, and the roots that are connected to it are getting twisted and drawn upward, he murmured. Realization hit him, and his eyes widened. Wait. Don't tell me it's pulling the empires together, the principal finished. Her tone grave, Aether's jaw clenched. He understood what she meant. Those 5 empires, though separated by vast distances, were all connected by one entity, the mother root. The roots are what bind the empires together, she continued, her voice low and steady. And now, as these roots are pulled in, the empires themselves will be dragged toward each other. Until they inevitably collide, it was like tangle of kites in the sky, their strings twisted together and slowly drawing closer until each kite would crash into the other, destroying them all. He remembered the words from the Arcane Hunter Association's head, the beginning, the complete destruction of everything. So this was the destruction he had hinted at. We have to destroy it. Aether said as he moved forward, ready to break the slab or stop the roots somehow. Zap, a sudden spark shot out, striking his hand with a sharp, numbing pain. Ouch. Aether jerked back, wincing as he looked down at his hand. What the? It's protecting itself, the principal said, disappointment lacing her tone. She reached forward cautiously, and as her fingers neared the roots, sparks flickered up defensively, preventing her from making contact. She sighed, brushing her fingertips against the static air around it, lost in thought. Mother Goddess's roots. It seems she intends to end everything. But why? Aether gritted his teeth, frustrated. So what now? The principal stepped back, considering the slab with a critical eye. I'll need to check the Academy's archives. There may be records or ancient texts that explain this phenomenon. Somewhere, there must be answers, she murmured, turning to leave when, wait. Aether called after her, his voice uncharacteristically hesitant. He knew this situation was important, but for him, what? What's your name, Master? This was important. She paused, looking back at him with an amused smile. I thought you already knew my name. Find your next read at my virtual library empire. Aether shrugged, offering a sheepish smile. I've only heard bits and pieces. I wanted to hear it from you. The principal stared at him. Aether sighed. If you think I am unworthy to he, Isadora Pinkheart, she interrupted. Aether echoed it, as if trying it out. Isadora Pinkheart. That's a pretty unique name. She softened slightly, her voice turning wistful. It's one people often remember, for better or worse. She turned back toward the path, ready to leave. I'm sorry. Isadora froze, glancing back over her shoulder. His expression had changed, a hint of guilt in his gaze as he continued. I let my power and arrogance get to my head that day, Aether said quietly. I know that hurt you. So, I'm sorry. 6000 AP, Isadora blinked, taken aback. She hadn't expected him to apologize, especially now, considering all he was handling, and his rapid rise in power. She thought to herself, even with all his strength, he's still Aether, deep down. Perhaps he hasn't changed as much as I vow. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted when Aether suddenly grinned. As a token of apology. Let me give you a hug, my dear Dora, he said, vanishing and reappearing behind her in an instant, his arms wrapping around her in a mischievous embrace. Her eyes widened in shock. When did he? Fuck, this brat has not changed at all, though there was a hint of anger in her. She smiled gently. Until his hand squeezed her ass as he mumbled. Busted Dora. Before she could process it, her instincts kicked in. She grabbed his head and swiftly flipped him to the ground, pinning him with a fiery glare. Bastard. Don't you ever call me Dora, she growled, her pink cheeks betraying her flustered state. I hate that nickname. Aether grinned with a deep shit face before. Oh, Dora, Chapter 544 Usurping the Throne Part 2, Dora, alright, Dora, let's go, Dora the Explorer, Doria, the strange tune echoed in the room. Arcanes' eyes fluttered open, heavy with exhaustion. His vision swam with blurred shapes, and his blood-clotted eyes struggled to focus. But as his sight cleared, he saw Victor, grinning ear to ear, and Snowflake, the white snake, dancing and chanting in a bizarre performance right in front of him. Arcanes tried to speak, but a surge of blood cut him off, spilling down his chin as he coughed painfully. Victor paused mid-step, turning to Arcanes with a too bright smile. Oh. Finally awake, are we? Good morning, Mr. Arcanes. How are we feeling? His tone was almost sickeningly sweet. Arcanes glared, forcing words through the agony of his broken body. If you're so concerned, why don't you, take off these cuffs and ask me properly. Victor clicked his tongue, shaking his head in fake disappointment. Oh, that wouldn't be wise, my friend. His grin darkened. You're not exactly in a position to make demands, Arcanes. If I were you, I'd shut both my holes and count my blessings. He mimicked zipping his mouth shut, then gave a wicked smirk as he pointed toward Arcanes' back. The insult made Arcanes' face flush with pure rage, but his body was shackled tightly to the torture chair. Read latest stories on my virtual library empire. Victor observed him with a smug look, then casually produced a hand mirror, angling it so Arcanes could see himself. It's time to see the art. Arcanes' eyes widened, horror filling them as he took in the sight of his own mangled reflection. The once proud emperor, once adorned with vibrant blue scales that had bewitched so many, was now almost unrecognizable. His chest was a mess of torn flesh, skin peeled away in patches, his fingers, his pride, were severed, the beautiful blue horns that marked his status had been snapped off, one leaving a bloody hole on his forehead that dripped down into his eyes, blinding him on one side. His right leg, too, was missing, leaving only a twisted stump in its place. What have you done to me? He whispered, his voice barely a shadow of its former strength, filled with horror and fear. Victor chuckled darkly. Not me, dear Arcanes. All of this. It was Aether's doing. Funny, isn't it? He leaned closer, his smile turning cold and merciless. How does it feel to be on the other side of the torture? Do you like the taste of your own medicine? Before Arcanes could retort, Victor broke into a sing-song voice, laughing gleefully, because I feel good. Even Snowflake joined in, letting out a strange, hissing laughter, though it sounded bizarrely warped. Ha ha ha, ha ha, SSSSSSSSSSS. It was indeed weird, desperation seeping into his voice. Arcanes mustered up the last of his arrogance. My people, they'll come for me. Once they realize what you've done, Victor scoffed, pushing the chair forward as he rolled it out of the torture room. Oh, I'd be more concerned about what they'll think of you, Arcanes. Especially when they discover their emperor's little secrets. His voice dripped with ominous satisfaction, cutting off Arcanes' futile cries for help. Arcanes' eyes darted around as Victor pushed him through the desolate halls, his heart pounding. There was no one here. Not a single guard, no servants, nothing but silence. What did you do to everyone? He stammered, his fear deepening as he realized just how alone he was. Victor chuckled, never missing a beat as he pushed the wheelchair down another shadowy hallway. Oh, don't worry. I didn't kill them. His voice dropped lower. A sinister, yet, finally, they reached the underground chamber, and Arcanes' gaze lit up as he recognized it. His confidence returning, he wouldn't dare try anything in here. His mind raced, formulating a desperate plan. If you think you can threaten me into submission. But before he could finish, Victor seized a handful of his remaining hair, yanking his head forward so his eyes could be scanned by the door's sensor. I've had enough of your mouth, Arcanes, Snowflake hissed as it slithered forward, inputting the password with an unnatural precision. The heavy door creaked open, releasing a cloud of toxic gas that billowed out from the room. Victor's eyes narrowed. Now, where's the control panel? He demanded. Arcanes smirked, clinging to a last shred of defiance. I'll never tell why. Slam! Victor smashed Arcanes' head against the wall, blood smearing from the impact. I won't ask again. Where is it? Even as he reeled from the pain, Arcanes' grin returned, teeth bared in a bloody smirk. He could withstand Victor's rage, he still had leverage. He would not let his fear betray him, Victor sighed, shaking his head at Snowflake. With a hiss, the snake sprayed a foul, burning liquid directly onto Arcanes' face, SSHPPP, ARRGGH. Arcanes' scream echoed, his voice tearing with agony as his skin blistered and bubbled under the acid. The pain was unbearable, it burned this, ripping any resolve he had left to shreds. Victor stood, unmoved. I can do this all day. Arcanes, he said calmly, watching as Arcanes writhed. Eventually, the tortured emperor broke. Deactivate the system protocol. Arcanes shouted, choking on the words. The gas halted instantly, cut off by his voice command. Voice activated. Interesting, Victor noted, then he leaned down, expression cool and predatory. Now, hand over full control. Now, Arcanes, panting, his face twisted in agony, shook his head weakly. I don't know. He coughed. Snowflake was about to spray another acid when Arcanes shouted in fear with a hoarse voice, I don't know. Cough, cough. I only stumbled upon this place first, huh? Victor raised his hand as he stopped Snowflake. Victor raised his eyebrows in surprise. So, you didn't create this place? Silence hung heavy in the air as Arcanes remained tight-lipped, refusing to respond. Snowflake slithered closer, its forked tongue flicking out as it prepared to spray another wave of acid directly onto Arcanes' exposed chest, already marred by deep wounds and peeling skin. The scream tore from Arcanes' throat, raw and desperate, echoing off the stone walls. As the agonizing pain subsided to a dull throb, he mumbled, please. Yes, ha, ha. I didn't create this place, Victor nodded, satisfied with the response. With a flick of his wrist, he splashed cool water over Arcanes' scorched body. The liquid stinging as it met the acid burns. He then poured a small amount into Arcanes' mouth, his expression deceptively gentle. Listen, all you need to do is cooperate with me, and I promise I'll let you go. Believe me, as if I could trust you. Arcanes thought bitterly, feeling his teeth grind together. He had been a fool to ever trust this bastard in the first place. The regret clawed at him, but deep down, he knew that Victor wouldn't kill him. They were in Arcanes' territory, and eliminating him would be the last thing any rational person would consider, so Arcanes was fine for the time being. Very well, Victor said, breaking through Arcanes' dark thoughts. I see you're not eager to cooperate. He sighed, but then a sly smile crept across his face. I know how much you love contracts. Here. He produced a document. Arcanes narrowed his eyes as he scanned the parchment. The terms were astonishingly simple, he only had to tell the truth, and Victor would let him go, untouched. No harm would come to him or even his empire. This arrogant fool. Arcanes chuckled inwardly, reassured that Victor remained within his grasp. Masking his confidence, he put on a show of reluctance. Why, you're sure? He asked, voice trembling. You're promising not to harm me? Just wait, you bastard. I'll bring my entire army to destroy everything you hold dear, he thought, holding the pen hesitantly before finally signing. Victor mirrored the action, sealing the deal. Victor's gaze settled on Arcanes. So, are we in agreement now? He asked with a faint smile as he removed his cuffs. Arcanes nodded, wearing his own sly grin. Yes, of course. He leaned back, crossing his arms as he began to talk. This is the place I stumbled upon when I was young, a hidden passageway in the castle that's older than the rest of it. Seems someone centuries ago built more than just walls and towers. Truth be told, this castle holds more secrets than my forefathers ever knew. Victor watched him intently, pushing his wheelchair forward, positioning himself for every word. Go on, he prompted. Arcanes obliged. His eyes flicking to Victor with feigned sincerity. In this hidden room, there are records, experiments, documents about creating new species, bizarre mutations, things you wouldn't believe possible. As Arcanes slowly told everything he knew, Victor's expression morphed into one of horror and, was that disgust? His eyes widened, the lines around his mouth tightening as he listened, unprepared for the twisted revelation spilling from Arcanes' mouth. The longer Arcanes spoke, the more Victor's face changed, caught between horror and disbelief. It was as if he couldn't fathom that someone, anyone, could even consider such vile ideas to their own kin. The confession dragged on for what seemed like an eternity. When Arcanes finally finished, he looked at Victor with a faint glimmer of satisfaction and dared to ask, "So, that's everything you wanted? I can go now." Yes, it took Victor a long moment to process what he'd heard, to even come back to reality. He blinked, staring blankly at Arcanes, his fingers drumming against the armrest of his wheelchair as he collected himself. Arcanes frowned, an uneasy feeling stirring within him. "Why, you signed the contract? You agreed. You have to let me go," he insisted, his voice gaining a slight edge. Victor nodded. Yes, of course I will let you go. You'll leave, all right. But first." His voice lowered. "First, you're going to summon every noble and high-ranking officer in this empire. And you're going to do it now. I want them here immediately." As he handed over high-level healing potion to Arcanes, Victor's eyes flickered with crimson as he activated his crimson veil. Chapter 545 Usurping the Throne Part 3. As dusk settled over the empire, the city streets grew quiet, with people returning home to rest after a long day. But the sudden blare of an unexpected announcement jolted them from their evening routines. It was a summons from the Dragon Emperor himself. They didn't know what the call was for, nor why it came so urgently, but they knew one thing: if their emperor commanded, they must respond. Without delay, people hurried to assemble, watching as a massive screen flickered to life above the towering black castle. Visible from every corner of the empire, anticipation filled the air as everyone awaited the grand words of their emperor, their godlike ruler. Inside the black castle, deep within the throne room that had recently been remodeled, the atmosphere was tense. High-ranking officials, adorned in their ceremonial robes, were gathered around a polished round table at the center of the room, each looking as eager, and as anxious, as the crowd outside. "I can't believe he summoned us so suddenly." Without any warning, one noble grumbled, his face pinched in frustration. "I had other pressing matters tonight." "Pressing matters?" another official snapped, his voice dripping with disdain. "Do you think you're above the emperor's orders? When he summons you, you come, no matter the hour, no matter your so-called other matters. Understand? Enough." A third voice broke in, laced with authority. "This is no place for petty arguments. Show some respect." One noble gave a derisive snort, followed by another. "Where is the Dragon Emperor, anyway?" a man at the far end of the table muttered, his eyes fixed on the empty throne that dominated the room. "He called us here, and yet, it seems His Majesty is taking his time." An old man finally spoke up, leaning back with a heavy sigh. "Oh. If it isn't General LACKEY'S," another noble remarked, casting a curious glance toward the old man. "It's been some time since you graced these halls, General." LACKEY'S gave a slight nod but held his silence. If even General LACKEY'S is here," another noble mused, "then this must be truly serious business. Why only him, though? Where are the other generals? Perhaps he's here to remind everyone of his importance," another noble muttered under his breath, then gave a mocking laugh. "Perhaps hoping His Majesty might favor him a little more." The laughter quickly faded as everyone fell silent, awaiting their emperor. The citizens outside, too, watched the giant screen with bated breath. Then, at last, the screen flickered. A tall, imposing door appeared on the screen. Thud, the door swung open, revealing a towering figure cloaked in shadow. The crowd collectively held its breath. They couldn't see it clearly, but they knew it was their Dragon Emperor. That must be him. "The Dragon Emperor," someone murmured, eyes wide with reverence. "All hail the Dragon M." The masses were about to kneel when they stopped, frozen in place as their eyes fell on an unexpected sight. A white-haired boy wearing a mask stood in the doorway. "Who is he?" The question rippled through the crowd, but before anyone could voice an answer, the sound of heavy metal echoed. Clang. Clang. Every onlooker gasped in pure shock and, bloodlust igniting in their eyes as they took in the sight on the screen. In the throne room, the nobles' faces twisted in shock and fury. Their dragon emperor, chained like a mere beast, Victor stood in the doorway, holding the chain with a look of smug amusement. Without an ounce of fear, he strode confidently forward, pulling the chain as he went, his lips curling into a twisted grin. Clang! Clang! Arcanes, the mighty dragon emperor, followed on all fours, his once fierce eyes vacant, as if he were under some unbreakable charm. Woo-you-you-you-you. One of the nobles leapt to his feet, his face contorted in rage. How dare you humiliate our emperor like this? I'll tear you apart. The rage in his eyes was palpable. The emperor's humiliation was an insult to all of them. It was as if their pride of pride was being wounded, but Victor only turned his head slowly, his gaze icy and calm. Roar! The noble froze mid-stride, horrified as he looked into the furious eyes of the dragon emperor himself, eyes that now glared at him, as if protecting the very man who held his chains. The room fell into a stunned silence. It was as if their emperor himself was shielding this intruder. Everyone's eyes widened as they realized, he's bewitched him. Someone finally whispered, the words barely audible. A vampire, murmured the crowds outside, their hatred simmering as they realized what they were witnessing. If he's a vampire, he'll suffer the fate of every blood drinker in this land. He must be like that one. The woman they call Bloody Mary, one noble muttered, his face twisted in disgust as he eyed Victor. Victor moved slowly to the round table and sat, crossing one leg over the other as he leaned back. Arcanes, still chained, sat obediently at his side, casting menacing glares at the nobles as though guarding his captor. With a soft smile, Victor ran his fingers through Arcanes' hair, watching the dragon man growl lowly at the crowd, ready to bite. Victor's eyes scanned each face before him, taking his time as he studied their reactions. His gaze finally fell on an older figure, watching Victor with a look of calm rather than rage. Victor recognized him immediately, LACKEY'S. He was the same man who had once saved Arcanes in previous timeline, whisking him away before Victor could kill Arcanes. The general hadn't fought him, he had simply taken Arcanes and stared at him before disappearing. Victor's lips curled into a dangerous grin. Sit down, sit down. You arrogant bastard. Who do you think you are? One of the nobles spat, fury blazing in his eyes. His gaze darted to their emperor, chained and on his knees, his lips trembling with barely contained rage. Let our dragon emperor go, now, he growled, his form beginning to shift, scales flickering along his skin as he slowly transformed into a dragon. Yet, before he could fully transform, roar. Whoa, easy there, big guy. Victor's voice was steady, almost mocking as he held up a hand. There's no need for violence, is there? I just wanted to have a little chat with you all. His words were calm, unruffled, and he barely blinked. The nobles exchanged dark glances, their fury simmering, and the room crackled with tension. Outside, the citizens watching the live broadcast seethed with rage, their voices uniting in a relentless chant, kill him, tear him apart, how dare this lowlife disrespect our emperor. The cries echoed through the castle, reverberating like a thunderstorm around the empire. The nobles sneered at Victor, one of them stepping forward with a cruel smile. Hear that, scum, he taunted, his tone dripping with contempt. Even if you begged for your life, you wouldn't make it out of here alive. Not with all of us, and certainly not with the whole empire after you. Victor sighed, glancing over at LACKEY'S with a raised eyebrow. Are they always like this, LACKEY'S? He asked with an amused smirk. LACKEY'S frowned. Enough, he said, his voice low and calm. Everyone, calm yourselves and sit down. The room fell silent, though the nobles exchanged incredulous looks, their faces twisting in anger. One of them couldn't hold back, leaning in to snarl, calm down. Do you even understand what's happening? This filth, has chained our emperor before our very eyes. And you're suggesting we should stay calm? Are you forgetting who you're speaking to? LACKEY'S voice dropped to a deadly whisper, and with it came a wave of crushing pressure, filling the room with a terrifying weight that made even the boldest nobles gulp in fear. Victor watched with an intrigued smile as the nobles slowly sank into their chairs, cowed by LACKEY'S overwhelming aura. He's stronger than I expected, Victor thought, noting the resemblance in strength to Alaric. Drakkar swept a hand toward Victor, who was now casually running his fingers through Arcani's hair, treating the once feared emperor like a mere pet. Look at him, Drakkar said, his voice hard. Do you think he's a fool for coming here? For chaining our emperor in the heart of this empire, within this very castle? I assure you, he's not afraid of any of us. A ripple of understanding spread through the room. Even those watching the broadcast outside fell silent, uneasy murmurs replacing their shouts of fury. Something isn't right, they whispered to one another, their anger momentarily overshadowed by confusion. Victor gave a nod of approval, a satisfied smile touching his lips. Well said, Drakkars. It's true, wisdom comes with age, he quipped, glancing at the old man, who responded with a sharp snort. Victor turned his gaze back to the assembled nobles, giving them a calm nod. Now that we've all settled down, he said with a faint, knowing smile, so. One of the nobles frowned. What do you mean, so? What do you want? You're the one who called us here, remember? Victor raised his brows as if he'd only just realized something. Oh, yes. That's right, I did call you here. He paused, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Now, why was that again? A vein throbbed visibly on one of the nobles' foreheads. Enough of this farce, he shouted. What's your purpose in all this? Speak now, Victor blinked slowly, feigning surprise. My purpose? His lips curled into a devilish grin. Now that's a good question. What do I want, bam? Another noble slammed his fist down on the table. His voice a furious snarl. If this is some kind of sick joke, know that it won't end well for you. You can't possibly believe you'll escape unscathed from this. Our entire empire will hunt you down, even if you're a disciple of the sovereign herself. I doubt she'd dare to protect you after you've disgraced our emperor. He motioned to the citizens outside, his voice a rallying cry. Isn't that right, my fellow citizens? Yes, came the thunderous response, a surge of rage from the empire as they seethed, their collective wrath palpable. The noble smirked, turning back to Victor. See? There's no escape for you. Go on, try it, touch a single hair on our dragon emperor's head. I dare you. Wheel, but his words stuck in his throat as Victor's hand shot out, grabbing Arcani's by the hair. In one swift motion, Victor slammed the emperor's head down onto the table with brutal force, drawing a gasp from the room. Then, with a flash of steel, he drew a long butchering sword, raising it high, slice, the blade descended, and in a single, fluid motion, thud, a solitary head rolled across the polished surface of the table. Explore new worlds at my virtual library empire. Drip. Drip, blood poured from the lifeless body of the dragon emperor, pooling on the table in a dark, silent flood, pure silence. For a long, agonizing moment only silence stretched. Outside, the crowd watching the broadcast was equally stunned, their horrified eyes fixed on the screen displaying the severed head of their beloved emperor. The entire empire turned total silent. So silent that one could hear the faintest pin drop, except, he. Chapter 546 Usurping the Throne Part 4, Pride. It was the only word that could capture the very essence of dragons. Pride was their lifeblood, their reason, the core of everything they stood for. Their pride was so towering, so indomitable, that they would go to unimaginable lengths to protect it. Anyone who dared to wound that pride would be facing a wrath so intense, it would turn dragons into mindless beasts, blind with fury and thirsting for vengeance. However, there was something else that all creatures held within them, something buried deep beneath scales and power. That thing was fear, the one element no creature, no matter how mighty, could fully escape. Even the proud dragons hid their fear, concealing it beneath layers of bluster and confidence, masking it with their unyielding pride. The truth was that their rage wasn't always born from pride alone. It was often fear, cleverly hidden behind displays of dominance. The dragons hadn't slaughtered the phoenixes simply out of pride, they had done it because, deep down, they feared them, feared the day when the phoenixes would rise, spread their fiery wings across the sky, and claim dominion over the heavens. They feared what they could not control, so, all Victor need to do was, he would unearth that fear, drag it from the dark corners where it hid beneath their pride, every single dragon. From the youngest hatchling to the eldest ancient, would confront the raw terror. Their pride, the great end. One and only dragon emperor was reduced to a mere dog, that itself wounded the pride but. That's not fear, they needed more, like the blood for the prideful dragon emperor. In the silent hall, Arcani's head rolled across the polished table, finally coming to rest in the center, the once mighty dragon emperor reduced to nothing, blood splattered across Victor's face, the butcher's sword in his hand dripping with crimson. He looked at the blade, then let his gaze drift over the nobles, one by one, drinking in their expressions. What he saw pleased him. Fear, ding, 5 umbra, soul, 896/255, tang, a metallic sound rang out, snapping the nobles back to reality. The butcher's sword clanged against the table as Victor stabbed it into the wood, the blade still wet with the emperor's blood. With a swift kick, he sent Arcani's headless body tumbling from the table, then propped his foot up, leaning back with an indifferent expression. What? Victor's tone was casual, almost bored. Didn't you all ask if I dared? He pointed to the severed head on the table, his eyes cold and unblinking. Well, I dared. I plucked his head. Now. What are you going to do about it? The room was silent, every noble frozen in place. They couldn't understand it. Yet there it was, a chill clawing up their spines, an involuntary lowering of their heads. For the first time in their lives, they, who had bowed to no one but the Dragon Emperor, felt uneasy. The spark of fear they usually suppressed beneath their pride was slipping through the cracks, visible for all to see. One of the younger nobles tried to rally, his voice shaking. Why are we feeling fear? He's just a. Before he could finish, hisses echoed through the chamber. Out of the shadows, a gigantic white serpent lunged, its fangs gleaming. In one swift motion, it wrapped its maw around the noble's head and clamped down. Crunch. The room filled with a sickening silence as the other nobles looked on in horror. Their eyes widening as the serpent slithered back, leaving only a headless body slumped over. Victor brushed his fingers over the table as if nothing had happened, his voice smooth. Shall we talk now? Numb with terror, the nobles nodded, their heads bobbing in unison. They could feel the overwhelming presence of the serpent, a beast of pure gold aptitude with 5 stars, a monster among monsters. It's a fucking level 100 monster. Its mere existence in the room was enough to tell them one thing: none of them could stand a chance against it. No one, that is, except Drakkars. Drakkars, for his part, sat in stunned silence, his old brows raised in shock. His mind was reeling. What on earth is this madman doing? He wondered. He'd thought Victor intended to use the chained Arcanis to command the dragons into submission, to rally them under his will. That would be a perfect plan, right? Yet. Victor had simply killed him, just like that, their emperor. The dragon who had held control over them all, slaughtered as if he were nothing. Either Victor was a fool or he was more dangerous than they'd ever imagined. Slowly, Drakkar straightened, rubbing his temples. At last, he spoke, his voice firm. So. What is it you want, disciple of the sovereign? There was an edge of disbelief in his tone, his eyes narrowing as he met Victor's gaze. Victor glanced at him, giving a slight sigh. What do I want? He leaned back, seeming almost thoughtful, then shook his head. Nothing, really. The nobles exchanged confused glances, unsure of what to make of this response. What? One of them sputtered, incredulous. Then why? But Victor cut him off, his voice carrying a chilling finality. From this moment on, I'll be taking his place. He gestured to Arcani's blood-soaked head, his voice calm and resolute. What? What nonsense are you spouting, human? One of the nobles spat, his face contorted with contempt while trying to hide the fear again. Do you truly think you're worthy, simply because you bested our dragon emperor with cheap tricks? We have Prince Leon Dragonheart. His voice rang out, echoing through the hall, and outside, the masses watching the live transmission shouted in unison, yes. We have Prince Leon Dragonheart. He will kill you, they chanted, a furious, unwavering chorus. LACKEY'S, seated at the table, shook his head. No matter how many you kill, no matter what you've done, none of us would ever bow to you. We would rather die than submit to a mere human. His tone was sharp, and every noble in the room nodded, heads held high, unified in their defiance. Victor's gaze swept slowly over the room, his eyes gleaming with amusement beneath his mask. He allowed a moment of silence to stretch between them, as if savoring their conviction. Then, he spoke. His voice calm, almost bemused. I see. So that's your decision. For a brief, heavy moment, he went silent. The nobles, sensing something, felt a sudden chill clawing at their spines. They fought the instinct to tremble, to drop their gazes. A few shifted uncomfortably in their seats, feeling an unfamiliar pressure in the air. Are you sure? Yes, of course but LACKEY'S voice faltered mid-sentence, as a fierce heat coursed through his body, spreading rapidly like fire in his veins. He clutched his chest, gasping as his blood seemed to boil, the sensation of raw power filling his entire being. Find your next adventure on my virtual library empire. The other nobles around him paled, clutching their throats and arms as the same force tore through them. They felt it, the unmistakable, overwhelming presence of the Dragon Emperor's power. But it wasn't possible. How? LACKEY'S stared at Victor, his face etched with confusion and a spark of horror as he lowered his head instinctively, feeling the unmistakable dominance of their emperor, that power. Those horns. But how could this human? He was neither the emperor's descendant nor a dragon. Yet there he stood, emanating the same commanding power that had once compelled all of them to submit. Victor looked out over the room, satisfaction glinting in his eyes as he watched them struggle. What's wrong? He asked. A faint smirk playing on his lips as he observed their horror. Victor's smirk widened. The stick was working perfectly. Now it was time for the carrot. Clap, with a sharp clap, he signaled toward the chamber doors. A line of women, faces veiled and bodies frail, entered one by one, their heads bowed. Each looked pale, as though they had been deprived of sustenance and rest. The nobles frowned, looking at the women with confusion, unable to understand the significance of their presence. Victor changed a somber expression to cross his face, his eyes softening as he looked over the veiled figures. Believe it or not, I didn't come here with the desire to kill him. His voice was gentle, almost regretful, as if he were confessing a painful truth. He let out a sigh, adding in a low murmur to himself, perhaps I should have burned his remains to ashes for you all to witness. But that would backfire on me too much. Anyway. Victor moved his hand, and a small crystal orb rolled across the table, coming to a stop beside Arcani's severed head. With a small spark of magic, he activated it. The orb flared to life, casting an eerie glow over the room as it projected a flickering image. In this hidden room, there are records, experiments, documents about creating new species, bizarre mutations, things you wouldn't believe possible. The video played, everyone frowned seeing Arcani sitting on the wheelchair saying something while. Dead bodies of children, that I used my own people as test subjects to find a cure for this curse. Arcani's voice echoed through the hall. Behind him, the projection showed the bodies of young dragons lying lifeless, their small forms marred with burns and scars. Everyone's eyes widened in shock while Victor let out a sly grin. Chapter 547 SIR. Yes sir. No sir, all Arcani's wanted was to live longer, much longer than his father had, but he knew the curse running through their blood, through these cursed horns. He knew his fate was sealed, he would die soon. What's more, his kin would suffer the same fate, dying young and cursed just like him. Arcani's couldn't stand that thought. Even if he himself had to face death, he wouldn't allow his kin to be tormented in this way. No father wanted that, so he realized he had no choice but to harness this new technology, to create a cure. Even if it only delayed the inevitable, it would be worth it. For his initial test subjects, he took the children of the servants who worked tirelessly for him, testing the new unknown device on them slowly, bit by bit. Since it was their beloved Dragon Emperor who had asked, the servants didn't question him, they simply offered their children, and never inquired again, because they never returned. Those children ended up as nothing more than meat paste, but he didn't care. When he ran out of test subjects, he turned to the orphanages, taking children each month under the pretense of saving them, yet none of those children ever saw the next day. The situation continued, until eventually, the room was filled with the mutated bodies of countless dead children. I started to feel something was wrong, like there was a piece I was missing, as though I was close to a breakthrough, but just out of reach. And then it hit me. What if I used the source? I mean, a woman. Arcanes let out a slow, wicked grin. After that realization, he informed his subjects that he would marry as many women as possible, promising that the one who bore him a child would become the next empress. Tempted by the offer, women flocked to him, and seizing this opportunity, he took them, inseminated them, and killed them once their eggs were fertilized, then carefully grew the embryos in glass tubes. Yet, those fertilized eggs shattered as if they couldn't handle the process, Arcanes said with a look of regret, then grinned once more. However, that failure led me to understand. I shouldn't inseminate them naturally. Instead, I needed to use my pure blood and mix it with other pure bloodlines. So, I forced the nobles to marry off their women, whoever they were, to me. I took their blood and used it to create new life. Arcanes grinned, pointing towards the mutated children licking their candy with blank eyes. Read new chapters at my virtual library empire. See, these were my subjects. They failed, yes, but they were the first glimpses of hope. Arcanes laughed wickedly, his eyes gleaming, before he spread his arms wide. Finally, I created the perfect kin, a boy born from the blood of 10 different mothers, my precious Leon. He is my final creation. Unlike me, he will have more life expectancy than any of us, my forefathers included. Arcanes' face glowed with pure joy. It's only a matter of time before he's fully grown and wielding the powers of 10 distinct bloodlines. Once he completes his trial and claims the title of sovereign, no one will be able to stand in our way as we conquer every world within reach. Soon, he will rule them all and make them tremble at his feet. Ahahaha. But then, no, it's not him. It's for you, isn't it? Victor asked, a dark gleam in his eyes. Arcanes flinched. What? He stammered, but before he could finish, Victor hurled a stack of documents at his face. Do you think I'm an idiot, Arcanes? Tell me the truth, we signed a contract, right? You're trying to create a shell for yourself. A perfect vessel. Arcanes' face twisted in fury. And so what if I am? It's my right, isn't it? I mean, I brought him into this world, and when the time comes, I will claim what's mine. That's how it works, Victor. You could never understand the suffering of our family. And no one will ever understand. I will do whatever it takes to rule you filthy low. The video cut out, the entire empire fell into a stunned silence. The true nature of their beloved and prideful dragon emperor had been revealed to them all. To him, they had been nothing more than test subjects. Expendable. The truth devastated them, cutting deep into their souls. Their once proud expressions shifted to pure disgust and disbelief. Many people shouted and sobbed, seeing the bodies of innocent children. Fathers and husbands wept uncontrollably as they recognized the mangled bodies of their daughters and wives, and even worse, the nobles within the castle trembled, tears streaming down their faces as they saw the image of their daughters floating in glass tubes. Nobles with pure bloodlines had willingly sent their daughters to Arcanes, hoping to secure power and favor. But they had never imagined that their own greed and carelessness would lead to their beloved daughters' brutal fates. My. Ha-ah-wah-yeah. A nobleman started to break down, his face contorted in horror and regret. Victor glanced at them, saying nothing. What he had shown was only the edited version. The full version was far more horrifying. He could still hear Arcanes' twisted laughter in his mind, talking about how he had harvested the hearts of children and ripped wombs from women. And so many more grotesque acts. He hadn't spared these people out of mercy. He simply knew that the entire empire was watching, from young hatchlings to the elderly. He didn't have the heart to reveal everything, though he fully intended to show the unedited version to these noble bastards later, and most of all, he had concealed one crucial detail. About the golden liquid. It was a secret no one else could know, something he would take to his grave. So he erased it, but then, hey, don't tell me, those women. One of the nobles stammered, pointing at the shadowed figures of women standing nearby. Victor sighed, well, these are the only women I could save. He shrugged and waved his hand, and soon, father, brother, the women removed their veils and cried out in tears. And the nobles ran towards them, embracing them tightly as if they would never let go. Meanwhile, Lyris. Drakkar stared blankly at the slender woman before him, his hands trembling as he struggled to stand. Father. The woman rushed to steady Drakkar's as he faltered, it's you. My dear. Lyris. It's really you. Tears streamed down the old man's face as he reached out, gently touching the cheeks of the frail woman. Victor simply glanced at them and then looked away. After 5 more minutes, Victor noticed the subtle changes on everyone's faces, a small, hopeful smile. Even the people watching the live feed across the empire had softened expressions, relieved that at least some had survived this nightmare. Victor's grin widened. Fear was always a powerful tool, especially for people like them, but fear alone wouldn't be enough to control them fully. First, he had injected fear into their hearts, the fear that anyone who opposed him would meet a swift death. And then, he offered sentiment, a reunion. A savior. A hero they could worship. Like a god, today would forever mark them. They would remember both the fear and the respect, both bound up in one man. Now, they would be too afraid to go against him, and too in awe to refuse him. Quite amusing. Victor thought, letting his gaze linger over them before he said aloud, is everything fine? Everyone nodded almost instinctively. Still lost in the strange cocktail of fear and reverence, Victor smiled, a smile so cold yet magnetic, it sent shivers through the girls. Their hearts racing, 1000 AP, 2000 AP, 3000 AP, 2000 AP, 1000 AP, remaining AP, 3, 484, 563. Victor's grin deepened with satisfaction. See, that's all that's needed. You're fine, I'm fine. He said, spreading his arms wide as if he was blessing them. Everything is fine. That's all I want. Everyone nodded softly, reassured by his words. He had saved their daughters, exposed the ugly truth they'd all ignored, and torn down their former ruler. Of course, they would believe in him now. Thank you, child. Thank you for saving my daughter, Victor. As the crowd turned toward him, offering heartfelt thanks for his good deeds, Victor merely stared back, cold and silent. Drakkar smiled, pulling his daughter close as he offered a deep bow. Thank you, young man, Sir. Victor's voice suddenly thundered across the empire, echoing like a commandment from the gods themselves. Everyone in the empire flinched as their eyes snapped to Victor, who stood with an indifferent expression. Slowly, he picked up the blood-stained butcher's sword from the table, striding toward Drakkar's. Drakkar's instinctively pushed his daughter back, standing his ground as he braced himself for whatever might come next. The other nobles, sensing danger, quickly shielded their daughters, anxiety flickering across their faces. Victor stopped before Drakkar's, raising the butcher's sword still dripping with the blood of their former dragon emperor. The blade hovered just an inch from Drakkar's neck, yet Drakkar's didn't flinch. He locked eyes with Victor's blood-splattered mask, staring back unwaveringly. Those watching on the screens outside the palace held their breath. They remembered, suddenly, that this man before them was the one who had killed their beloved emperor. Fear gripped them as they worried that Drakkar's, their general, beloved by the people, might be the next victim. Victor leaned in close. His voice low and cold. Sir. He wiped the sword's blood onto Drakkar's shoulder, staining the fabric. It's, yes, Sir, no, Sir. Victor's tone dropped to a deadly whisper, filled with dangerous intent. Understood. Drakkar's held his gaze for a moment, then replied steadily, yes. Sir. Victor smiled, then turned to the other nobles, his piercing eyes daring them to hesitate. Immediately, they all shouted in unison, yes, Sir. Victor's satisfaction was obvious as he surveyed the group, then cast his gaze toward the rest of the empire, watching through the live feed. Silence, unlike the earlier outcry of, kill him, and tear him. This time, the empire's people seemed too stunned to react. Unable to process the surreal turn of events. They were watching on their screens, not witnessing it firsthand. Victor frowned, then pointed his butcher sword directly at the screen, as though staring into the eyes of each and every one of them. Immediately, they understood his message. "Yes, sir." Someone mumbled, the words rippling through the crowd. Victor frowned even more, leaning forward and cupping his hand around his ear. "What was that?" he asked, his voice dangerously soft, yet it resonated through the people's minds like thunder. The crowd's murmuring grew louder as fear and respect gripped their hearts. They looked at one another, then nodded, shouting as one, "Yes." "Sir," Victor nodded approvingly, then turned away with a satisfied smile. "La la 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 Allah," he hummed with haughty steps as he walked toward the grand black throne. Everyone knew where he was headed, but no one dared to stop him. Drakkars had called him Sir, signaling that even their revered general had accepted this man. What about Leon? The rightful owner to the throne. They weren't sure about that, for now, Victor was filled them. Drakkars watched him, amused at Victor's tactics. He really is different, he thought, impressed. All the other generals had perished, leaving Drakkars as the last link to the people. Victor had played his cards perfectly. Knowing the people would follow Drakkars as lead, what's more, this strange human was able to command them just like the Dragon Emperor. But then, Victor stopped humming, halting at the base of the stairs leading up to the throne. The crowd frowned, unsure why he had paused. His crystal blue eyes scanned the crowd with a dangerous gleam, flickering with a purple energy that felt almost otherworldly. They understood instantly. El-ha-la-la-la-la-la. Ha. Come on, a noble stammered in fear, nervously picking up the tune. La-la-la-la, come on everyone. Another noble joined in, his tone tinged with forced respect. Soon, la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la, the crowd joined the melody. Victor smiled, finally stepping up the stairs as he ascended toward the throne. Boom, someone launched fireworks, filling the night sky with vibrant colors as Victor continued his ascent. La-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la, step, boom, la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la, boom, step, boom, la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la, boom. Finally, Victor reached the throne, sitting down with a graceful, almost regal poise as he looked out over the clapping, singing masses, illuminated by the mesmerizing display of fireworks. Hee. Victor chuckled softly, closing his eyes as he murmured, "Yeah. It still feels strange." He leaned back on the black stone throne, settling in. Boom. In the darkness, his crystal blue eyes opened slowly, but then his eyes flickered with purple sparks and a blazing purple lightning that shot skyward, bathing the entire empire in a surreal purple glow. Chapter 548 Side Story, End of Second Trial, Part 1. While Victor was busy putting on a show, meanwhile inside the summit, bang, 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 h. "Someone help me." Kalen screamed, his voice raw with panic as he dodged bullets from three men looked as Jack Sparrow, each armed with a massive rifle, hunting him down like prey. "Come on, doggy, just one bullet is all it'll take to put you down," Real Jack taunted with a wicked grin, firing another shot at Kalen, who barely managed to dodge in time. "What the hell, Jack? Why are you doing this? I didn't do anything to you." Kalen shouted desperately, keeping his distance as he scrambled backward. The trio lowered their rifles, resting them on their shoulders, each with an amused expression plastered across their faces. "He's really a coward, don't you think, J1? One of them sneered. "Yeah. I thought he might have a bit of his mother's guts, but it turns out he's nothing but a scared little rabbit," J1 replied, chuckling darkly. Kalen's jaw clenched, his lips twitching in anger. "You bastards," he growled. "I'm only holding back because you attacked me with those freakish weapons out of nowhere. Now tell me, why the hell are you targeting me?" "Haha. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Suddenly, all three burst out laughing, their mocking laughter echoing through the wide path. Kalen's face twisted in confusion and frustration. "Why are you laughing? What's so funny, and nah?" "It's just funny how he really doesn't remember us," the real Jack said, a smug smile spreading across his face. "Master is a genius," he thought to himself before adding aloud, "Nothing personal, Kalen. But you said no to something, so now, my hands are tied. He raised his gun again, his expression hardening. It's a pity, though, having to kill you after everything we've been through. But orders are orders. Kalen squinted, his mind racing, trying to piece together Jack's cryptic words. Before he could fully process it, his legs moved instinctively, breaking into a run. Thud, you bastard. What did you just say? Kai slammed Leon against the wall with a force that made the wall tremble, his bloodshot eyes glaring into Leon's with raw, unbridled fury. The words echoed in Kai's mind, twisting like a knife. He couldn't believe what he'd just heard. It felt like his world was spiraling out of control, his head spinning as he tried to process it. Leon lowered his gaze, guilt heavy on his face as he stammered, I was drunk, Kai. I was broken, lost. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. Boom, Kai's fist connected with Leon's gut, his punch fueled by rage and betrayal. He glared at Leon, his voice trembling with fury. So you raped my girlfriend? He spat, his gaze darting toward Vesperine, who was huddled in the corner, her shoulders shaking as she cried silently. Leon bit his lip, shame and guilt etched into his face, but he remained silent, unable to meet Kai's eyes. Kai's lips quivered as tears brimmed in his eyes. His grip tightened around Leon's neck, his knuckles white. Every muscle in his body screamed for revenge, for justice. I thought you were my friend. I trusted you like a brother. I gave you everything, and this is what you do to me. To her, each word struck Leon with the force of a sledgehammer, his face crumpling under the weight of Kai's betrayal. Please, Kai. I know I deserve it, but please. Forgive me, Leon choked out, his voice barely a whisper. Bro, don't you dare call me that, you bastard. Kai's shout was raw, piercing the air like a blade. I am sorry, Kai. I am so sorry, Leon stammered, his voice cracking. Sorry. After what you did to her, all you have to say is sorry. Kai's face twisted in disbelief as he looked at Leon, then glanced over at Vesperine, who was curled up in anguish. Leon's eyes flicked toward Vesperine, his face lined with remorse as he mumbled, If sorry isn't enough, then I'll take responsibility, I'll make it right, I'll marry her. Something snapped inside Kai. His vision went red as a white-hot fury flooded his senses, pushing him past his breaking point. You motherfucker, why is it taking so long? Aquilina muttered, glancing at her body and noticing subtle signs of aging. She let out a sigh. Well, it is a game. What did you expect from this so-called heart game? Celine replied, sighing with an annoyed expression. Her eyes flicked to Aquilina's bust, then down to her own, a frown deepening on her face for reasons she couldn't entirely explain. Aquilina raised an eyebrow as she sensed Celine's gaze fixed on her chest. Even between girls. It felt weird. Anyway, she cleared her throat awkwardly before continuing, I never thought you were into Victor. I mean, didn't you say you were into Aether? You seemed pretty certain. Celine, who was still staring at Aquilina's chest as if trying to decipher some kind of code that causing the growth, snapped back to attention. Huh? Oh, yeah, she replied, a little too casually. Aquilina frowned. That's it? Celine replied, distractedly, I asked about Aether. Aquilina pressed, a deeper frown forming. Didn't you say you wanted him, or something along those lines? Celine grinned, lifting toe hands and holding up a single finger of each hand. All right, let me ask you something. What's 1 + 1? Aquilina squinted at the two fingers Celine held up and replied, 2, well. Duh, that's obvious, Celine nodded, a smirk tugging at her lips. But then she moved her hands closer together, placing one finger in front and one behind, aligning them perfectly. She looked at Aquilina with a grin, but the real answer is one and only. Aquilina blinked, utterly baffled. What on heck is she talking about? She scoffed and said, if you don't want to answer my question, just say so. She turned on her heel and began walking away. Celine blinked, feeling slightly offended. Didn't I make myself clear? She wondered. With a shrug, she thought, well, that's her loss. and began following Aquilina when, Celine instinctively tilted her head, just narrowly dodging an arrow that grazed her ear. She froze for a moment, processing the shock before a sly grin spread across her face. She turned slowly. "What the?" Aquilina exclaimed, whirling around and spotting Arya. "Find more to read at my virtual library empire." Arya stared at Celine with an indifferent expression, her gaze piercing and dark. "So it really is you, after all this time." Celine's grin widened into something wicked. "Oh. And what are you planning to do about it?" "Sister," Arya's lips twitched, barely holding back something. She notched another arrow, her eyes flashing with danger. "I don't think I'd enjoy having a sister. Hope that's clear. Missy dot." And with that, she let the arrow fly, aiming straight at Celine. Tang! Celine summoned an ice spear, blocking the arrow just in time. But Arya was already in front of her, swinging a powerful kick. Celine managed to block it, but the force sent her skidding back. Celine frowned, assessing Arya. "You're stronger than I expected," Arya smirked, her voice dripping with satisfaction. "Well, I've been grinding, quite a bit." Grinding what, exactly? Of course, Celine knew all too well what that meant, having endured her own intense grinding. Her confident smile faltered for a moment before she snarled, "Bitch," and lunged forward, launching her own attack. Meanwhile, Aquilina blinked, watching the chaotic scene with wide eyes, unable to comprehend what was happening. Why are they fighting all of a sudden? She wondered, utterly bewildered. Celestia, observing Aquilina from a distance, sighed deeply. "You'll be doing the same one day, princess, once you learn the truth. It's going to be quite amusing," she mused. "I wonder how he plans to handle all of them. Or maybe he's already planned it all," she thought with a wry smile, glancing from Celine to Arya. Suddenly, Aquilina flinched as a small crystal in her pocket began to blink urgently. Her eyes narrowed. "Looks like someone's already entered the final stage," she thought. Ignoring the two fighting cats behind her, she picked up her pace, racing toward her destination. Chapter 549 Side Story, End of Second Trial, Part 2, Huff, Huff, Huff. Kalen panted, his breaths ragged as he tried to hold himself up. Bang, chuck, thud, Kalen hit the ground as a bullet struck his leg, pain searing through him. He glared up at the three Jacks standing over him, each wearing an amused smirk. "I thought he'd at least give us a decent challenge. But this?" The real Jack shook his head, his face etched with disappointment. J1 snickered, "Yeah. He's a real pussy, ha ha ha." J2 laughed, adding, "All he's good for is hiding behind his mama's skirt." Pathetic, Kalen's jaw clenched, his anger bubbling over. "Throw those weird artifacts and fight me like a man." "You bastard," he spat, eyes flashing with defiance as he stared at their rifles. The weapons were the real problem, something beyond anything he'd ever faced before. Kalen knew that if Jack fought him hand to hand, he could take him down. But these relentless bullets were making it impossible to fight and dodge at the same time. "Now he's whining like a kicked dog," J1 taunted, raising his rifle and pointing it at Kalen. "Goodbye, Kalen," he sneered, pulling the trigger. Bang, 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 Kalen saw the bullets hurtling toward him, knowing full well that he couldn't dodge them in his current state. "This is it," he thought. "If only I'd trained harder," his mind spiraled. Flooded with regret, "I'm sorry, mother. Father. I failed you." But just as he braced for the grand ending, the SSNNNG, a strange sensation rippled beneath his skin. Tang, 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 the bullets deflected off him, and the metallic sounds echoed around the silent space. Everyone blinked in shock, including the Kalen. "Where is my grand ending?" he wondered. "What the hell?" The real Jack frowned and fired again. Kalen instinctively cowered, preparing to be hit, but just as the bullet was about to pierce him, SSSSNNNGG, something dark and shimmering moved under Kalen's shirt, almost like liquid metal, deflected the bullet before it vanished back into his body. The trio stared, dumbfounded. Did you see that?" Real Jack stammered, glancing at his puppets, who could only nod, equally shocked. Meanwhile, Kalen's mind clicked as he remembered something. Could that be the cube father gave me? Before he'd set off on this summit, Aether had handed him a unique, metallic box, saying, "It will be useful when you are in danger, and if it activated. You better have a damn good reason, because if you don't, I'll beat the life out of you for being careless." At the time, Kalen hadn't understood, but now he shouted with fierce gratitude, "I love you, Father." 100 AP. Suddenly, Kalen's body transformed, fur spreading as he morphed into a powerful wolf. His claws extended, dripping with venom, his eyes blazing with new ferocity as he faced the trio. "Shit!" Real Jack shouted, stumbling backward. "Open fire. Now!" Bang, bang. Experience new tales on my virtual library empire. Bang, 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 bang. They unleashed a hailstorm of bullets, aiming straight for Kalen. But this time, SSSSSNNNNGGG, the liquid metal moved with lightning speed, forming a protective shield around Kalen, deflecting every bullet before they could reach his body. The nanobots, or whatever they were, acted like a living armor, flowing with every movement he made. What the hell is this? Real Jack stammered, fear creeping into his voice. The technology was similar to Kennedy's inventions. Yet it was more advanced anything he'd ever seen. Now that Kalen no longer needed to dodge, he grinned, his claws gleaming with lethal intent. "RRR," he bellowed, the sound echoing through the clearing. "FUCK." Real Jack and his puppet scrambled, turning to flee. Please, Kai, please don't fight." Vesperine begged, her voice trembling as she watched Kai continue to pummel Leon, whose guilt kept him from even attempting to fight back. "Arg." Kai growled, ignoring her plea, his bloody fists pounding Leon's face over and over in a relentless barrage. Seeing her words fall on deaf ears, Vesperine sighed inwardly, her expression shifting. "TSK, looks like I'll have to take a different approach." She thought before taking a deep breath and shouting, "Stop." Both men froze, their attention snapping to Vesperine, who stood there with tear-streaked cheeks, her voice breaking as she cried, It's all my fault. I'm the reason your friendship is torn apart. I'm the one who meddled in your relationship. I don't deserve to live." With that, she turned and ran, her sobs echoing in the distance. Kai and Leon both watched, frowning as she disappeared from view. Leon let out a long sigh, turning to Kai. "Look, Kai, I know what I did was unforgivable, but that's exactly why I have to take responsibility. I'll take care of her, treat her like a queen," he said solemnly. Kai's face contorted in fury. "You think I'd hand her over to you? I'd rather die than see her with you." Leon frowned. "Then what do you expect me to do? Just let her be alone, after everything?" Kai sneered. "First, you're going to get down on your knees and beg her forgiveness. And then I'll personally make sure everyone sees you pay for what you did, even if I have to cut your throat myself." Leon's gaze dropped, a frown deepening as he spoke. "But I love her, huh?" Kai's anger momentarily turned confusion. "Love her? What the hell are you talking about? You raped her, you bastard." Leon clenched his fists. "Yes, I forced myself on her. But it wasn't what you think. Kai. She accepted me. She wanted it too. We both did." "What?" Kai's eyes blazed, red with fury as he glared at Leon. "You lying piece of," but before he could finish, a piercing scream rang through the air. "KKYYYYYAAA, Vesperine," both men shouted, their fight forgotten as they sprinted toward the source of the scream. Bursting onto the scene, they froze, horror dawning on their faces. There was Vesperine, crying and trapped, surrounded by cursed wyverns. The monstrous creatures oozed molten lava from their scales, the air around them shimmering with intense heat. Kai moved to rush to her side, but Leon held him back, his grip firm. "Wait. If that thing touches you, Kai, it'll burn right through you. You'll end up just like them." "What?" Kai stared at Leon in shock before looking back at Vesperine, who was trembling, her eyes wide with terror as the wyverns edged closer. "Scared now, are you?" Leon sneered, his voice laced with disgust. You say you love her, but you're hesitating. Maybe I'll go save her myself and win her for real. His face twisted with determination. Kai glared, a fierce glint in his eyes. Don't you dare. I'd lay down my life for her without a second thought. Welcome to peace, ladies. Aquilina stood in a dark chamber. She held a small orb in her hand, and as she gazed at it, a faint blink pulsed from within. Only one light had activated so far. Of the 4 people, only one had arrived at this final stage of the game. Pouring a small amount of her energy into the orb, she watched as it brightened, sending a signal to the others. All 4 were required to enter the final phase simultaneously, so she would have to wait for the remaining 2 to catch up. Suddenly, the room around her began to glow, and scenes from her past flickered to life. Memories played like projections before her eyes, unfolding from her birth to this very moment. She watched, a gentle smile forming as she reflected on her life. I thought this would be a grueling game, she mused, shrugging slightly. Why was Aether so worried about me? Then, her orb blinked again, signaling that another had reached the end. Only one more to go. Aquilina tapped her fingers against the orb, musing aloud, I wonder what this game is really about. But just as she finished speaking, the orb pulsed for a 3rd time, indicating that Raven, Helena, Talia had arrived. She took a steadying breath. Let's see what they have. Activate system, but before she could finish, words suddenly materialized before her. Do you want to know the truth of your nightmares, Lady Aquilina Naiadia? Aquilina stared, her grip tightening on the orb, which began to pulse more rapidly. She whispered, are you really? But before she could finish her question, the words continued, I know everything, lady. I hold answers to questions you haven't even asked. The real question is, do you want to know? Aquilina's gaze remained fixed on the words, her heart pounding as a sense of foreboding washed over her. For a moment, she could only stare. Who is your real father and why your mother killed him? I know everything. Chapter 550 Side Story, End of Second Trial, Part 3, Stab, Chuck, KKKYYRAA. The cursed wyvern screamed in agony as an arrow lodged itself into one of their heads. Then, thud, an ice spear pinned another wyvern to the ground, freezing its body to the ground. There's just so many of them. And they're not even dying. Celine said. Her voice laced with frustration as she glared at the cursed wyvern swarming around her and Arya. What's wrong? Already worn out? Arya asked with a raised brow, her face twisted in amusement as she prepared to loose another arrow at the encroaching monsters. Celine snorted, she gave a sly grin, sighing with exaggerated patience. Oh, I suppose it's time I use this, then, she said, holding her hand aloft. A dark, metallic substance rippled across her skin, winding around her arm like nanobots before merging with her ice spear. As the spear began to glow with a blinding white light, she smirked. All right, let's dance, she teased. She launched herself at a nearby wyvern, and tang, ting, she spun her ice spear effortlessly, slicing through its head as if it were made of paper. Celine chuckled seeing the monster turning into ashes, inspecting her spear's tip, now coated in a shimmering white light. All it needed was a bit of purification, she mused. The light radiated from her weapon, potent enough to cleanse even the cursed creatures around them, and it was truly made by her beloved. Foo foo foo, and, tang, ting, tang, she carved through them one after another, her movements sharp and graceful. Arya watched, captivated by Celine's fluid motion. Not bad. Not bad at all, she thought, impressed. Though maybe she could still make a half-decent side chic. She caught herself and cleared her throat. A sidekick, I mean, for my husband. Her thoughts were interrupted, though, as, KKKKYYYYYYYRAA, a cursed wyvern lunged at Arya from behind, its jaws snapping. But, stab, a spear impaled it, pinning it to the wall. Celine strode past Arya with a mocking smirk, wrenching her ice spear free. You really need to stay focused, Arya. Otherwise, who knows? You might lose something important, she said, her grin both teasing and fierce. Arya snorted and shot her a narrowed look. Don't act like you're the only one with those artifacts. He cares about me too. With a quick, defiant motion, she notched another arrow, its tip glowing with a pure, crystalline white light. Watch this. She fired, aiming precisely. Kyyrrr. Thud, the arrow struck the wyvern's throat, lodging deeply, and then, boom, a burst of white light erupted, incinerating the creature to ashes in an instant. Arya flashed a cheeky grin and winked at Selene. A lot, I suppose. She taunted playfully. Selene's eye twitched, and then her competitive spirit flared. Alright, whoever finishes last is gay, Arya blinked. Wait, what? Ting, boom, Vesp. Kai's shout echoed across the battlefield as he desperately tried to reach Vesperine, who was surrounded by cursed wyverns closing in. Kai. Vesperine called out, her voice trembling with fear. Her eyes wide as she struggled to fend them off. Nearby, Leon was blasting away the monsters with bubbles that exploded on impact, yet they kept coming, relentless and overwhelming. Kai, I could use a hand over here. Leon shouted. But Kai was barely holding his ground, dodging a torrent of molten lava from a massive wyvern's jaws as he pressed forward to reach Vesperine. Get the hell away from me. Kai roared, shoving his sword into the monster's maw to block its teeth as it tried to snap at him. Lava oozed from its mouth, dripping dangerously close. If it touched him, he'd be cursed, and the stakes were too high. Watching his friend struggle because of his own mistake, Leon's expression softened. A faint smile crossing his lips. He took a deep breath and snapped his fingers, summoning a ring of shimmering blue bubbles around him. All right, come and get me, you scaly bastards, he taunted, his eyes flashing with anger as the wyverns turned to him, sensing his provoking dragon bloodline. Leon's grin widened as the wyverns shifted, drawn to him in fury. Kai hesitated, caught off guard as the wyvern about to maul him suddenly focused on Leon instead. Without a second thought, Kai sprinted forward toward Vesperine. Leon's smile faded slightly as he watched Kai break free. Guess I've really lost him, he thought, a pang of sadness hitting him. Then, regaining his bravado, he shouted. Come on, come for me, you damn low lives. Kai reached Vesperine, pulling her to his embrace. Are you all right? Did they hurt you? Tell me you're okay, he asked frantically, scanning her for any sign of injury. To his surprise, her skin was unmarred, not a single wound. Enjoy exclusive adventures from my virtual library empire, Kai frowned. They'd been at it for a while now, so why were there no scratches? Before he could finish his thought, Vesperine suddenly screamed, "Lonnn." Her voice was filled with terror. Kai flinched and whipped around, his heart sinking. He saw Leon standing alone, encircled by the monsters, his bubbles flickering around them as they covered them. With a gentle, bittersweet smile, Leon looked at Kai and mouthed, I'm sorry. Kai. Then, with a final snap of his fingers, where are we? Helena asked, her voice curious yet tinged with unease as she took in the strange, dark surroundings. She glanced at Talia and Raven, who had just teleported into this eerie, darkened place with her. We don't know, Talia replied, her tone strained, and Helena noticed she was clutching her side, her body bruised and battered. We're bypassing the system just like you, Talia added, wincing. Could you heal me? She asked, reluctant but visibly weakened from her recent fight. She still couldn't believe how much trouble those cursed monsters had caused her. Helena nodded and extended her hands, a soft glow enveloping Talia as she began to heal her injuries. Meanwhile, Raven's gaze darted around, her brow furrowed in concentration. But where's Aquilina? Shouldn't she be here too? She wondered aloud. The orb lit up 4 times, didn't it? That should mean everyone has entered the final phase. Right? Talia, wincing as her wounds began to mend, shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? Maybe the orb glowed by mistake. Raven's frown deepened. Though she didn't know Aquilina well, she knew enough to be certain of one thing, that woman was as dangerous as she was cunning. The idea of Aquilina making a simple error seemed unlikely. It looks like you're hurt too. Raven. Let me help you, Helena said as she finished healing Talia and approached Raven, her hands radiating warmth. Raven watched her, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She can actually purify curses. Interesting. Is that why Aether insisted on bringing her along? she wondered, giving Helena a slight nod as the healing light touched her. As they prepared to move, Talia looked around impatiently. Since Aquilina's taking her sweet time, why don't we check out the area ourselves? Raven and Helena exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. They moved cautiously through the darkness, their footsteps echoing in the hollow silence until they reached a strange sight. Drip. Drip. Blood was dripping steadily from the ceiling, falling onto the ground in dark, sticky pools. The ceiling was shrouded in shadows, too dark to see what lay above. Helena tilted her head, a puzzled look on her face. Is something leaking up there? Talia nodded, though she looked uncertain. Maybe it's just. However, Raven's frown grew deeper, and her gaze sharpened. There's something missing here. Something should be here. She raised her hand, catching a drop of the blood from the ceiling and studying it with suspicion. Missing? Helena asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Have you been here before? Raven shook her head slowly. No, it's just a feeling. Like there's a presence. Or something crucial, that's supposed to be in this place but isn't. She was about to continue when suddenly, wah. 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 Raven's head turned left, and she turned in the direction of the faint, eerie sound. Did you hear that? She asked, a frown creasing her brow. Hear what? Helena and Talia exchanged confused glances, unsure what she meant. Can't you hear it? Someone's crying. Raven's ears perked, honing in on the direction of the sound, her expression wary. Helena and Talia shook their heads in unison. We don't hear anything. Ignoring their confusion, Raven took a step toward the sound, her body tense. I'm telling you. Someone is crying. A child, maybe. Wait, Raven, where are you? Talia started, reaching out to stop her, when, wah. 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 This time, Talia heard it too, but from a different direction. The cry was faint yet unmistakable. There's someone else over there. It sounds like a child, Talia murmured, her gaze shifting. She began walking toward the source, almost entranced by the haunting sound. Wait, wait. Where are you both going? Helena stammered, glancing frantically between the two of them, torn between the two directions. Are you serious? Splitting up in this place? Is this some kind of twisted game, or what? Wah. 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 Helena's voice trailed off as she heard the crying too. This time from yet another direction. Her heart skipped a beat as she turned toward the sound, hesitating. Hello, she called softly, her voice trembling as she took a cautious step forward, and so, the three of them found themselves walking alone, each drawn toward a mysterious, childlike cry, each heading in a different direction into the unknown.